December 2024. You've written also extensively about the political killings task team, both in its current form and previously, and you testified before the Morani Commission in relation to this. So much for me speaking. Can I refer you to Annexure MDH1, which is in essence a CV of the work that you've done, and I'm going to invite you not to read the entire annexure. Sorry. Sorry, I should have checked.
Is this Annexure B? Or Annexure B? Yeah.
Annexure B, yeah, it's called Annexure B.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's marked.
Annexure A.
Yeah, it's the first annexure in Volume 1. Honourable Chair, honourable members, are we all there? Volume 1 of the annexures, the first annexure. I am inviting you just perhaps to highlight one or two aspects, and not obviously to read the whole annexure.
Yeah, I think, I mean, my argument is that what I'm doing now is just a continuation of what I started doing, especially in the 1980s when the violence was starting in what is now KwaZulu-Natal. Right. I am, as I said, I was working as a social anthropologist, which is participant. My desktop research was kind of going to weddings at weekends and getting a permit to go into townships and sitting in shebeens. That was very fun. That was great fun in townships and rural areas, because I was doing research on drinking patterns and beer and the cultural meaning of beer as well. So, and these people that I had an ever-growing extensive network, and I must mention too that together with this, I was for a few years a member of the Progressive Federal Party at the time, because we could then, and I was helping to take affidavits about police brutality, for example, because Roy Ainsley, who was then the regional director and who joined the ANC just before the elections in '93, was the regional director. He'd established an outreach network called Unrest Monitoring Group that people could phone in, and on behalf of the party, and he was in the townships all the time taking affidavit statements. We combined our material, and I was working with Professor Paulus Zulu, who's a very old friend of mine, who was also monitoring the violence for some political stuff he was doing. So that's how it all came about, that I got involved in this. And then this just carried on. After 1990, and we were interacting a lot with people from exile, including the people who became President Mbeki, President Zuma, and the local people, and their head of security at the time, Vusi Mazambela, was also very much involved with the work we were doing. And we got with the Goldstone Commission investigated. I worked with them. I worked with the investigative task unit, which was a bit of a disaster with the Magnus Milan case. But I was at this stage building up a big network of policemen, because since the before Trust Feed, I'd worked very closely with Frank Dutton, who was to go on to become the chief investigator for the Zondo Commission. And he had a partnership with an extraordinary detective, a black-white detective.
Zondo or Goldstone?
No, this was Dutton, called Wilson Magadla. And Wilson and I were doing things together from then on, and he was introducing me to an ever-extensive network of black policemen who were coming and complaining they weren't getting their due record because the people who got promoted were the former KwaZulu police or the security police. So that's how I got into this, and this working relationship continued because I was also working in communities down the south coast when Shoba Shabana happened, especially up the north coast, because the violence continued after '94. So to fast forward, I've just carried on doing that because people are I don't even know, phone me and say, we need a patrol in the area. The police aren't following up this case. And I've just been doing that since whenever, 1980s.
So
yeah.
Dr. Das, we can, it's catalogued in MDH2, MDH3, and I just want us to pause at MDH4, which is on page 17.
Oh dear.
And that again is a summary of the work. Have you got MDH4?
Sorry, mine seem a bit muddled here. I've got a page 10, 12, 14, then I've got 13. Oh, maybe it's, oh, hang on, maybe, oh, here we are. You said it's 17.
17 MDH4, yes.
Sorry, MDH4 is it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me stick with the MDHs because the pages.
Are you double-sided?
Yeah, it's double-sided. Sorry, let me just go to MDH. 4. This is MDH.
On page 7.
Oh, I'm ahead of the time, I think. Hang on. No, sorry, I'm really getting muddled here. MDH4. What's the title of it? The page, sorry, if you don't, I'm sorry about this. I'm just kind of this is this the one with the article in the conversation? Sure. Okay.
And the page 18, where you summarize the research you've done.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to ask you about paragraph 3, where you say, I've conducted anthropological research on political violence in the province since 1983. My work has been of a qualitative nature, using information obtained from my own research networks. Interventionists work with the police and media reports. We know that you also testified before the Murani Commission as an expert there. Can you perhaps just explain a bit further what are your sources of information before we deal with your allegations around the political killings task team and some of the personalities involved, like General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, General Masemola? What do you mean by qualitative nature? What are your sources of information?
Well, qualitative research is ongoing. It's very, very interaction over time with people that the networks build up. I had this interactions with the police since, as I said, the beginning of the 90s, which just extended. Some of them still contact me, in fact, and they've retired. And so the information comes from police themselves. A number of police have come to me to ask for help because, for example, some of the task team people were investigating. This was in the 90s. Sorry, I'll go back. In the latter 90s, the provincial commissioner, with the approval of the national commissioner, set up very specific limited time task teams to look at what was the killings down the south coast, the killings up the north coast, and Richmond afterwards. These were of limited duration. Now, I work quite closely with those police, for example, who were doing the investigations. Some of them were persecuted when they were making breakthroughs leading to the politicians who were involved, both in Richmond and up the north coast. And we worked with them. I mean, we had some funding in those days from overseas, and we actually made sure they had good legal work, because some of the charges proved to be completely trumped up, especially in Richmond. Okay, so I've had that relationship with police over the years when they were working, including when they were working in teams. Some of them came to me and said, well, I'm leaving, I can't take it anymore, because they weren't getting recognition, their atmosphere was toxic. I also through the media reports, integrated media reports. My research methodology is very varied. It's kind of academic, media, and personal. And also to phone people and get very specific information. Okay, and that's just carried on, basically. So at the moment, if we say what I'm using in this is that the first-hand reports I get from people in communities who've had experience of political threat, political killings, not just political, widespread. I'm dealing with quite a few people whose land is at risk, even restitution land, because the mining wants to take it over. And one very prominent member, for example, Mama Nchangazi at Somkela was killed, just like the guy, they're not the same. So I deal with people at community level who don't get any help from the police. They say the police are corrupt. I follow up cases. I put whatever I can on record so that I have a check. And that's how I get to know if phone numbers don't work, if emails bounce back, etc. So my sources are varied. But in terms of this, I've spoken to police members who've been in the task team, especially at the beginning, and normally they were booted out if they started to make breakthroughs, they told me. I mean, a couple of them arrested people. I mean, and I want to say this right now because he hasn't had the recognition. You know that the people who are boosting the task team are saying, oh, we've got all these successes, and they keep coming back to the conviction of Ntuli, the accused number 5 in the Miwa case. Okay. That conviction was 6 life sentences, and it was obtained by Warrant Officer Makubu, who was in the Hawks. He was briefly a very experienced man with a stack of convictions. He was briefly sent to the task team, who moved him out. They wanted to move him out, he said, before he finished, but he did. He had a good prosecutor working with him. He got those 6 life sentences and a whole string of other dozens. So it's basically, he has never been given that. And I want to say it publicly. He is the one, not the task team per se, that got those 6 life sentences they keep boasting about. He's also the one who opened the second docket in the Miwa case, by the way, because he can see who the real killers are, and his life is at threat at the moment. I'm saying this publicly. There's been attempts on his life. That's what happens to good police. And these are the people I work with and help if I can, as well as what I get from all sorts of policing sources that I cannot verify.
So it's a
networks
of various sources.
Yep.
And also, it sounds to me, some whistleblowers. Yep. People who have been dismissed, they claim unfairly or unjustly, and they come and complain to you, and of course you also follow the media reports and speak to some people directly.
Yes.
Have you actually appeared in court as an expert witness other than in commissions of inquiry? I think you assisted in Goldstone and...
I did give evidence to the Goldstone Commission, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I did. I remember going to the North Coast.
I want to request you that you speak through the microphone.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, yes. Sorry, of course I must. It's just the inbred sort of social interaction, but it's different in a formal situation. Okay. Yes, I gave evidence to the Goldstone Commission. And I've given evidence in court. I was some of you're probably not old enough to remember, but in 1980, when was it? 1990, after the NC was disbanded and the violence had escalated, KwaZulu government wanted to legalize the carrying of traditional weapons. And the Legal Resources Centre, the attorney was Chris Nicholson, who became a judge. Their advocate was Advocate Chaskelson, and the judge was a very famous Liberal judge called Judge Didcott. It was quite a case. I was the expert witness showing that these were weapons of war, not weapons of peace. So I gave evidence in that. And I've given other evidence, for example, in a case we did on land issues that we thought we might get to concord with, but the government opposed us and we didn't bother. And that was about land ownership and cultural identity. And I've given evidence in more than one case. I've given a few evidence as a social worker in occasional cases. I don't do that anymore. But I've given evidence in mitigation of witchcraft sentences because I'm an anthropologist and we're the, as one sociologist said, the experts in the irrational. So I have given evidence. I mean, that's what I can remember off the top of my head, yes, in courts.
Thank you. Dr. de Haas, then just on paragraph 18, I just want to isolate some of the paragraphs that appear in your article. At the bottom of page 18, you says, my work, among other things, confirms the close links between political and taxi violence in the province, with taxi hitmen often deployed in political attacks. It is a cause for great concern that despite the availability of information about such activities, little progress has been made in bringing perpetrators to justice. And then on page 19, the next paragraph, you refer to what has also been mentioned before the Honourable Committee in May 2018. President Cyril Ramaphosa formed the National Inter-Ministerial Investigative Team drawn from different parts of the country to investigate the killings. And you say its work has stirred controversy. Amid allegations, it has been selective when making arrests. Questions have been raised about the quality of its investigations, which have had little impact on exposing those behind the violence. And so you've become quite a critic of the PKTT, as it is called, and we're going to deal with that in a bit more detail. On page 20, you also accuse their work of not being transparent. You say the Interministerial Task Team investigating the political killing started work on over 100 dockets in mid-2018. Over a year later, the only known high-profile conviction for any of the 90 murders I documented was secured by the KwaZulu-Natal detectives in March 2019 for a 2016 murder. There may have been other convictions for the murders of less-known victims in regional courts which have not been reported, but none have been reported for the many prominent victims during this period. Can you assist us in ascertaining, determining what is described as a political killing? Is there any criteria that one can use?
Well, I define my criteria. I call them politically linked because it's the position occupied by the person, and the motive I don't know, because I call them politically linked. I use the defining criteria, which I've refined over the years. It was quite easy back in the 80s and 90s. You could see the conflict was between, or sometimes within, in Richmond, it was within the party. But it's become a lot more difficult to actually say what a political killing is. It does often, though. So as a result, I define my criteria, which is, well, you have to occupy a position like a councillor or a senior member of a party, as in the branch executive. And I've included senior municipal people because often they're caught up in a web of corruption in municipalities. But I do go out of my way to say, actually, until the case comes to court, and the evidence is led in court and assessed, you can then start saying, well, is the motive political, or is he having an affair with someone's wife, or has he got a taxi business or a security business? I mean, that's not political per se, but So, and I know this because over 20 years ago, I served on a small committee which was established by then Minister Twete, because the white farmers, does this sound familiar, was saying they were getting targeted for political racist reasons. And we had all the cooperation we needed from ministers, police. We talked to prosecutors, investigators, everything, victims, families, even prisoners in prison. We did everything we could, and there was a high solving rate, and we actually found no, we couldn't find a motive. Now, that's how difficult it is to say, well, how do you know this is a motive? You need a court case to start with. So I say politically linked. And my problem with the task team is that I have never known how they define the cases. I have heard they've taken dockets that have got nothing, as far as I know, to do with politics. I have no idea what the base they're working from. So it's impossible to say X percentage of it. You have to start with the universe. You know, who are you describing? Where are the dockets? Even now, I'm battling to work it out because I don't know which dockets they took and which didn't. And the figures have tended to shift somewhat over the years.
Thank you. Now, can I refer you to your affidavit, your statement, paragraph 11. I want to just refer to your engagement, as it were, with former Minister Kele, and also the communication you had with then Provincial Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Yeah. Okay. I had complained to the Portfolio Committee, everything should be on record with them, about Clearly's involvement in operational matters, which I knew he was involved in. Everybody knew he was involved in. I mean, if you talk to people who've had experience, I mean, when I tried to find out, when some relatives of a man who'd been arrested told me that their relatives were all getting abused by this task team to try and get them to make statements. These were people who contacted me. I met with them. They told me about it. And I said, okay, well, who is heading the task team? They didn't know. They gave me a name that I phoned, and it was a policeman who said, well, he was with the task team and he wasn't anymore. And I said, well, who's running it? And he said, oh, Clearly's running it. Oh, okay, well, that I'm not surprised about because, you know, I know I've heard that otherwise. The other thing I know he's running it is that in the Magaka case, Sindisa Magaka, I know this from crime intelligence itself, but it was leaked to the media, not by me, that crime intelligence had supplied the money for the guns that attacked 3 people, ANC people in Mzimkhulu, and 1 died. It was Sindisa Magaka. Okay, now that report was somehow leaked to the media. And it transpired, and I checked this out, it transpired that the head of intelligence at the time had given the report to Clearly, which is not his operational role. The head of intelligence is supposed to give it to the National Commissioner, and he didn't do that. And the National Commissioner said public in the media he didn't know anything about it. I mean, I've never asked him about it, but I can believe it, because if you also, I don't know if it's included in this, but it's even on the internet, or it was. It's a protected disclosure by former Deputy Minister Vuma, General Vuma, Deputy National Commissioner, and she talks about how Clearly was constantly interfering and trying to get this procured and that procured. She was investigating. She says in her protected disclosure, she said she was investigating corruption, and then Masemola was told to get rid of her, and she was suspended. I think she's not back. So, I mean, it was, and I complained to Parliament about it. I said he shouldn't be running this team himself. And the former late Honourable Chairperson said, no, of course he shouldn't be running itself. But she said, we talked to him about it, but of course nothing was done. Because if I talk to people who've experienced the task team, they say that he was seen with Khumalo. So I just wanted to investigate it. Okay, now, then what happened is in 2021, I have known Thabiso Zulu since he was at high school. He did some research for me at one stage. And he, of course, got into big trouble. I said to him, he went to the Morani Commission to tell them what happened to Sindisa Magaka. I said to him, you know, don't stick your neck out. And he did. No, he said, I've got to do it. And then the problem started. He got security threat assessments from the police. Even the public protector said he was to have protection, and he didn't get it. Clearly took it on review. He refused. Thabiso was almost killed, just narrowly missed being killed in 2019, and then the police started harassing him and maliciously charging him, and he's been in hiding most of the time. Right, in 2021, he called me because the political task team had come to him and said, oh, we're investigating this case you opened, which wasn't even a political case, it was an assault case. And then they'd use that as a pretext to seize his 2 cell phones. They didn't produce a court order. Then they maliciously charged him again. When he got the cell phones back after my intervention, including speaking personally to Khumalo and writing a letter to Mkhwanazi about it and copying it to Parliament, nothing ever happened.
That's MDH 5.1 on page 23. That's the letter to Mkhwanazi, 11 October 2021.
It sounds like it.
And
I don't have to.
MDH 5.2, which is on page 27, addressed to the Honourable Chair and members of the Parliamentary Police Committee.
Yes. I also, at one stage, I thought I'd did an affidavit because somebody was going to investigate it. None of the cases Thabiso Zulu opened, and there's evidence, especially in the attempted murder, none have ever been got to court. And it's a political case if you try to shoot a political whistleblower. Yeah.
So, and General Mkhwanazi himself, did you ever respond to you?
Not in this matter that I recollect. The only time, I've written a lot of letters to him about what's happening. I think I got one response from him, but because it was, I sent him, I think I'd have to check back, quite frankly, but I have sent him a lot of letters, including about what happened in July 21, when he wasn't around. He was nowhere to be found, not even on the phone, while the place was looted and burning. Okay, now, I have written a lot to him, and the only letter I can, off the top of my head, reply, I remember sending him pictures of some armed security guards with rifles in one of the towns. And I said, you better check. I think I sent him the pictures and said, you know, are these people allowed to carry guns like this? And I never heard another word, but I think he indicated that he would investigate it, but it was years ago now. But I also put on record with Parliament in 2020, a couple of years back before the last Parliament changed, that clearly was going around telling people that I heard from police that they were not supposed to talk to me. So maybe Mkhwanazi had orders from clearly not to talk to me.
Now, Dr. Das, can we just move on to some of the reasons why you demanded the disbandment of the PKTT, and you deal with that from paragraph 15 onwards on page 10 of your statement.
Yes. May I just go back, though, because directly informing that is under 13.1. The abuses that people independently were reporting to me, which was part of my motivation at that stage,
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought they were catalogued in those.
Oh, okay. Well, I can include that.
But maybe highlight them. Maybe highlight 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4.
Yeah, okay. There was the emotional and physical abuse, the use of tubing. I mean, a lot of police do it, but it's almost a norm from what everybody who encountered the task team spoke of. But also emotional, psychological abuse, which they tended to use more with the policemen they targeted than the physical abuse, because maybe they were a bit more empowered. But the emotional abuse was extreme. I've listened to it. I've heard about having to get psychiatric help. It's very clearly spelled out in information given to me by a man called Ronald Pillay, who refused to give false evidence against Mzintli. Mzintli is in one of the first 3 case studies I sent. Mzintli was a former MK member, actually, who was for years a senior road traffic inspector in the Lower South Coast. He reported corruption, and he reported the alleged real killers of the speaker, Wandile Mkhize. And he was then targeted, and eventually he was charged with fairly minor charges of, when I say fairly minor compared with murder, charges of defeating the ends of justice. So he had a gun that was his deceased brother's, he didn't even know was in a suitcase. He was kept for 5.5 years without bail on those charges. They tried to poison him in prison, so he was obviously very unpopular. And then he was released in May this year on the section of the Criminal Procedure Act, which withdraws the charges for lack of evidence. 5.5 years without bail. That was an extreme case. Now, Ronald Pillay was a colleague in the road traffic department, and they'd come to him and said, "We want you to do this, sign a statement implicating him." And he said, "I won't do it, I won't do it." And he gave me an affidavit about how even this prosecutor that I complained about had tried to force him to do it. He made an affidavit, and he said they kept harassing him. They would come and search his house without a warrant. His house was even set on fire once. He doesn't know it was them. And then they caused him to lose his job by supplying false evidence. So he was persecuted psychologically rather than physically. The other one is almost a norm, it seems, and this is, I've been told by virtually everyone I've interacted with, they just come in and search without a warrant. They don't produce an order when they take our phones. This was common. This was a common allegation. I mean, this is illegal. And I mean, the fact that I reported to Parliament the illegal seizure of a phone without a court order, and they were still allowed to carry on doing it. And that's what they did do. Okay, and the fabrication of evidence. I mean, this is a serious problem. I mean, there's a case now involving 2 policemen, a sergeant and a constable with clean records, in a station called Mkhwanazi, south of Durban. 3 years ago, they were on patrol one night, and they stopped a car that turned out to have armed hitmen with AK-47s. You see, they were all hyped up. He thought they were on Muti and going to kill a hit. Okay. They were going to get an excellence. They booked the guns in, they booked the prisoner in. They were going to get an excellence award, but they get arrested. In fact, the way they describe it was one of the Kumalas, there's lots of Kumalas in this team, lots of them. One of the Kumalas rocked up driving Mkhwanazi's BMW, apparently. So Mkhwanazi, instead of giving them an excellence award, was kind of colluding with the police who wanted to arrest them. Okay, they were arrested. They were charged initially. The only political killings that they could muster was the killing of a councillor in Margate, which is a good hour's drive from Mkhwanazi, and they were on duty that night. And there are OB entries, AVL entries, cell phone records to show they were in Mkhwanazi doing their job. That charge has never been withdrawn. They then manufactured another 3, which weren't even political, okay, that they killed one night, apparently. They've got alibis for that. They've got alibis for that night. But the state drags its case out, on and on and on. They refused bail on grounds, I've seen the bail hearing transcript. The state finally finished its case 3 years later, wasting days and days of court time that they are paying for, their families are paying for. No evidence whatsoever produced to support the bail argument and let them out on bail. We're looking at that case now and how we can help them, because they deliberately delayed the hearings again for another 6 months. I don't know why the lawyer didn't apply for a withdrawal of the charges, because the state, according to a relative of theirs, which is a senior policeman, the state had not produced any evidence to support the charges. So, I mean, these are the stories I was getting, and this fabrication of evidence was a common theme. I mean, like the Dlamini case that the Honourable Adams has been pursuing. And he said, I mean, even that, somebody said, I got my information about Mkhwanazi, I think it was to the Nhlanhla Commission from Adams. And I've been working with Tabiso Zulu since the 90s. That's where I knew about Mkhwanazi. Anyway, but Adams said to me when I finally did speak to her, which was quite recently, I'd only copied him some of the stuff to the committee. And he said to me, you know, I can't even sleep at night thinking of what happened to that poor man. This is Dlamini. Another one who was seconded to the task team, and one of the convictions they got was his work too, and he was investigating Mkhwanazi and some of the other convictions they got, and he's been sitting in prison for 5 years because, well, his story was, there were a couple of cases he was doing, one involving an Ngoma case that they were unhappy about, but these are his words, and he must give evidence himself. He said to me when I managed to speak to him, he said, well, along comes Khumalo and says, I must arrest Zandile Gumede. Zandile Gumede is the mayor of Durban, and she's already facing charges for corruption. I've got to arrest her for killing her husband. He said, but I can't do that. I've got no evidence to arrest her for killing her husband. I can't arrest without evidence. And these are his words. So he says, Khumalo says to me, I don't care whether you've got evidence. He said, the minister wants her arrested. He wants it in the media. These are Dlamini's words to me. He must give it himself to Nhlanhla Commission. But he was unpopular enough to be charged with defeating the ends of justice. And a policeman who refused to support it also got charged with defeating the ends of justice. They're still sitting in prison 5 years later. So you can see why I was up in arms. I'm hearing horror stories, human suffering, dreadful stuff. Yeah.
But Dr. de Haas, are these stories that you're hearing, they anecdotal? But is there some independent source, or how are these stories verified? If at all?
I can only talk to people directly and corroborate. Like, for example, one of the cases I was linked to, I spoke to people in the community who were all saying, no, they've arrested the wrong people. The two brothers who knew who the right killers were killed themselves because they went to the police with the information. And I've spoken to people in the community, including a man who was told me how he was tortured, tubed. Very scared, very scared. Some people are too scared. I've tried to verify everything. I obviously can't. I mean, how can I check whether they're guilty or not? I can't until the case goes to court. And they're dragging it out. They're dragging these cases out. Some of the police, like one of the relatives is a policeman who's verified everything that is, and other people who've also kind of experienced that the task team said, well, that's what they do, and this is what. Oh, in the case that Dlamini, the councillor that Dlamini had actually arrested, the charges were withdrawn. So, I mean, that is concrete stuff when charges are withdrawn. I can't verify. I have said to all these people, I've seen stuff they've written, because some of them have actually written stuff to the Public Protector, Justice Department. So that's the best I could do to verify, quite frankly. I want them to talk themselves.
These court cases, do you monitor them?
I see.
Are you able?
Yes, as far as I can, especially the Bagaka case. I've been monitoring that since the very beginning.
Honorable Ngola.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, the witness has made a concession that there are many Kumalos in the police service and staff. So if we can plead with the witness to be specific when mentioning people's names. If the witness is referring to Mkhwanazi, there are numerous Mkhwanazis. If the witness is referring to Kumalo,
Yeah.
there are many Kumalos. So the witness can she please be specific if referring to General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, so that it's on record, or General Dumisani Kumalo, so that it's on record. Otherwise, we'll rush after people, wrong people, if this is our moving. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want me?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Dr. Haas, you heard that. I think you yourself said there are many Kumalos. I think the Mkhwanazis thus far you referred to, that's General Mkhwanazi that you've written to.
Yeah, I've only referred to one as far as I know. Apart from that, there is an investigator, Mkhwanazi, which should be in the, who's no longer in the police. He's the one who was investigating the alleged interference in the arrest of a convicted drug dealer and trafficker by General Mkhwanazi. I did think I left a copy of that note there, and he was apparently, the investigator was also called Mkhwanazi, and he was no longer in the police. I think that's the only other Mkhwanazi that I personally have come across. So when I say it is definitely General Mkhwanazi, the person I spoke to after Tabisa's phone was seized was General Dumisani Khumalo. And the other Khumalos, it's quite difficult to know. I think it was a Captain Khumalo, but there's a sergeant one who arrested these Umkomas police. I've probably got it in my notes at home. Yeah.
Perhaps, now that you've mentioned him, perhaps talk to us about Lieutenant General, I think, Dumisani Khumalo.
Okay.
He was the project leader of
the project leader,
yeah.
As far as I know. And I've heard this from more than one source, and it may have even come up in Parliament, because I had a very good friend of mine who's now deceased. It was called, we worked together from the early 90s. He'd also, I think, MK, Philip Mhlongo. Philip was an ANC cadre who then moved to COPE, and then moved, I think, to the EFF. He was representing the EFF in the Portfolio Committee. And Philip told me that he had a call. He was very proactive, the late Philip Mhlongo. And the police had contacted him from Operational Response in Pretoria because General Dumisani, no, he was Brigadier then. Brigadier Dumisani Khumalo was acting head of he said acting head of ORS, and there was so much trouble in ORS. There was a lot of internal conflict, and he said things getting really nasty because we can't take Brigadier Khumalo's leadership. It's toxic. I don't know what the actual complaint was, but Philip said the members were complaining about him. He said he called Advocate Björkman, who was then the chair of the committee, and he said they had a special meeting about it. Now, I don't know, that should be on record. Philip then told me, look, we decided to move him. We decided to move him because he wasn't the right person to head Operational Response, although I'm told subsequently that he wasn't actually moved. Structurally, he was Operational Response, but project managing for the task team. Philip also said, well, and some other people have told me this since then, he was apparently Operational Response in the KwaZulu police. Some people say he was a Caprivi trainee, but I have never verified that. You know, it's easy to make allegations like that. But he did apparently, and more than one person says that, he was obviously well trained or trained by the KwaZulu police in guarding, because he was guarding the king, King Zwelithini. And those of you old enough to remember, was that in the run-up to 1994, there was quite a few dramatic years that I could give you a whole day's story about how the king wanted to assert his independence, but he was being guarded night and day. So I guess Khumalo was part of that. Okay, then he was integrated into after 95, the KwaZulu and South African police were integrated, and one former intelligence operator who's retired now said to me, well, he was integrated and he did a bit of work with statistics and finance in crime intelligence, but he said he was never operational. And then he went back to operational response. So what I've heard is that from that time on, with one exception, he was operational response, but General Mkhwanazi is correct when he gave evidence to Nhlanhla that he moved him. You know, General Mkhwanazi was acting National Commissioner when Clearly was suspended. Former minister, whatever you want to call him, Minister Clearly, was suspended when he was National Commissioner. And Mkhwanazi had to jump a few places. He was so far behind. Everybody was saying, why is somebody so junior? Anyway, he moved Khumalo to a general brigadier then. I don't even know if he was a brigadier at that stage or later promoted. He moved him to crime intelligence. I was told by impeccable sources that his tenure in crime intelligence only lasted a few months because there was a financial scandal. And he was moved out, but the secretary was the one that apparently was fingered in the financial scandal. But I don't know. But he was definitely a few months only. He certainly didn't clean up time in crime intelligence. It was unclean enough for years, and then it got worse, I think, from what they tell me in the last 3 years. So that's all I know about General Khumalo, Dumisani Khumalo, that he had very little intelligence experience and was almost primarily operational response for all those years, apart from being a project manager for the task team, which should not involve investigations or intelligence.
According to your knowledge, does he have any detective experience?
No, nothing. I've never heard of any detective experience. I mean, I guess you get basic training of some sort. But look, to be fair, if he was trained in the SAP, the South African police, you see, you've got to remember that back in the early 90s when he would have trained, he may have trained in the South African police and moved to the KwaZulu police. Or he may have been trained, depending on when he joined. The KwaZulu Police was formed in 1987. The first commissioner was a notorious white security policeman, known for his work with Askaris. Okay, he was the first commissioner in 1987. Now, whether or not Khumalo, now General Khumalo, was trained by the police then, I think he may have been trained by the SA police. If it was before 1987, he may have been trained by the SA police and moved to the KwaZulu police because there was a lot of inducements to get members to move from the SA police to the KwaZulu police, and most of them did not want to. The incentives were quick promotions and all sorts of things. So I don't know at the training he had, that would have been, because the one thing with the black SAP, they had the same training as the white SAP, which was quite good in those days. It was just that they were treated completely differently and they didn't get promoted. Like, you know, in the mid-90s, some of them were coming to me and they were still sergeants. And he said, you know, I've been a sergeant for 20 years and that man was a general years ago, the white man that I trained with. So that was the way they discriminated. But as I said, the training was essentially pretty good for black police, in SA police, yeah.
Dr. De Haas, what qualifications would you require to serve on the PKTT?
You would need to be, okay, this is the way the task teams work that I know of, even when they were established by, for specific purposes. That's the ones I had experience of in the 90s, working in the South Coast, Midlands, North Coast. At which stage, I should also mention, of course, because they do go back a long way, including with the former Minister Clearly, who was the ANC's person dealing with crime and policing before he became the MEC. So they would have known each other for a long time. And General Mkhwanazi himself was trained from the beginning with operational response. In those days, it was called the Stability Unit, but we all called it the Instability Unit. They're the ones that used to go in and raid the homes of the UDF or the ANC people and see if there were any weapons and move them, and then the vigilantes used to move in and attack them. And I think that I haven't checked back, I'm very familiar with Shobha. I also made a statement to the Shobha Commission, by the way, to the Commission on Police Conduct there, because I was I warned about Shobha. Okay, so they even went in, I think, and cleaned out Shobha before the vigilantes went in and massacred people. So they had a bad reputation, but they did probably good training in public order policing, it became afterwards. So, you asked me about, so I don't think, to answer your question, I don't think along the way that the only training General Khumalo might have had was basic detective training. So when it comes to task teams, there's a very clear structure. And this was I think there's a sheet of it somewhere from the 90s. You have a person of a senior rank. Usually in those days it was, well, it's a colonel now because they remilitarized, but it was the equivalent of what is now a lieutenant colonel. And then you would have a captain, and then you would have, say, constables. There was very clear, they were much smaller units, but there was a very clear reporting line from constables to captain to the commander, who would have to be a lieutenant colonel at least. So that's the way the task team works. They were short duration. They would deal with a problem for 2 years, say, and then they'd be disbanded. And they had successes. The one up the North Coast was stunning. They got high court convictions, and in those convictions, it showed that the people who were convicted were still getting helped by the police behind the scenes. They were working with people who were in Qatar in the latter 90s to incite them to actually instruct, including at the home of a former minister, a former member of parliament called Begi Ntuli, whom I have known for many years, a trade unionist who's now late. He lost family members in these attacks, and the investigator who'd been with the Goldstone Commission, Vilagazi, was stunningly good. He got convictions for some of those killings in that area. So they were very successful operating with that structure. Now, you ask about the task team. Apart from the first being a brigadier, the brigadier soon left. I said to people who had experience of it, I've had a lot of names of people. They come, they go. One of them was a constable brought down from Pretoria to investigate these policemen in Umkomaas, and they wondered why he'd been a constable for 20 years. And the lawyer asked him, and he said, "Oh, I'm in a bit of a contestation at the moment with the police." And a person in the police who checked the records found out, oh, no, he hadn't been promoted because he was actually, he had a criminal record. But he was promoted while he was in the task team. I'm just giving that as an aside. Now, after the brigadier left, which was pretty early on, I've said to them, but who are these people who are supervising dockets? You've got to have supervision of dockets by a senior police member. Oh, I think Dlamini told me this because he had basically worked in the team after there was, and he was moved about the time the brigadier went, I think. He said, well, I think what happened is, he said, they've had a few lieutenant colonels come, but they go. And we've had a few captains come, maybe they're doing it. But there's been I just want to explain, this is why I had a problem with this. There's no transparency. You can't evaluate because they don't get breakdowns of who these people are they say they've had successes with.
So, Dr. De Haas, so from paragraph 15 onwards on page 10, you discuss your request for the disbandment of
Yep.
the team, and you had initially complained to then Minister, that this is in 2024, to then Minister Mchunu, and you had also written to Parliament, and that the letter to, there was the letter of the 24th of October, which isn't part of the original bundle, but we have, Honourable Chair, made copies available. And it is yeah, it's also at page 53 in volume 2 of the annexes. A call for the immediate disbandment of SAP's political killings task team.
This one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes.
And the letter also to the Minister of the 13th of November 2024, which is in volume 1 at page 34, MDH 6. So the one of may I refer to the first one on page 53 in volume 2, which is addressed to Minister Mchunu, a call for the immediate disbandment. Yeah.
Yes.
And in the you write in paragraph 1, this letter and its 3 appendices is to request that for reasons as set out fully below, you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personnel and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political killings task team. I request that you, 1, instruct the National Commissioner SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of the SAPS legislation. The National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Nhlanhla, who heads Crime Intelligence, CIS, to this task team, which he did not have the qualifications and experience to command in the first place. Why has he been allowed to occupy these positions, for neither of which he has qualifications at the same time? And that was followed up with a November letter, and then the directive of 31 December, which he got a copy, which we've now copied to the Honourable Committee. The Minister's directive deals with 3 separate items. The first is the filling of posts in the Intelligence Division. The second one, ports of entry. And the third one, political killings task team. Now, the Minister Mchunu, when he gave evidence to the Honourable Committee, mentioned, amongst others, he had about 5 or 6 other reasons, motive that informed his decision of 31 December. Your comment?
Well, I mean, I read very quickly through the I read very quickly through the affidavit he made. I was particularly interested in what I could gather from the cases he mentioned, which are quite obscure still. But I think he had been, my recollection is that he had been through various procedures. I know there was a media report several months back that General Masemola had actually been told that we couldn't afford to, the country couldn't afford to keep this expensive unit going, and I think my role in this is to say it wasn't necessary because we had perfectly good provincial teams, which I have explained, I've given details to. And I had never in my life, in all the years I've kind of worked with police, we've often cooperated. I've put them in touch with people when they're investigating, including back in the 90s. And I have never in my life heard of a task team running around with members of National Intervention Unit. What the police do, if they have to go into an area they think might be dangerous, they sign for a rifle to take with them in case they come under attack. And here I was getting, I think the first one I heard that were national intervention was when they seized Tabiso Zulu's phones. And then I heard that regularly the National Intervention Unit is with them. Now I can tell you, and this is one of my arguments, that at the moment we've got trucking mafias, we've got land and housing mafias invading land which is under interdict by armed men, and there's not a sign, there's no sign of a national intervention unit or a public order unit. And they're running around with the task team staying in expensive hotels. I then was told that actually a member who was a captain and promoted to lieutenant colonel, who by the surname of Finn, who's named by people in the task team, is actually cooperating the unit with General Dumisani Khumalo. He's kind of one of the commanders. Now that means then that we have the only people with oversight of a detective team are the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, the seconded NIU person, and General Khumalo, who's also head of intelligence. Now, that means there's 4 people there who are operational response and not even detectives running a team. I mean, it's just crazy. Absolutely. I've never come across this before. So that was the story of, I did write that letter, yes, and I wrote the subsequent letters because I was horrified by what I was hearing, and I thought of the expense even then. I would hear, well, who's so-and-so? I'd ask a detective that used to work in the I think he was with us and he's gone and he got promoted now. That's why he's now a colonel. But so I was getting reports from different people. When you put it together, it was all grossly irregular, plus my own experience of, as I said, the way they were running around. And I wasn't just told this by people who were accused, I was told it by families who'd seen them in court. And this year there was even a report, it's not in your bundle, I think, but after the disbandment, the national intervention was still in court for Dlamini's case, I think it was, and others. And they prevented family members from entering the court. I've got a whole lot of statements about it from them. So they were still running around. And that's why then after I sent the initial complaint, and I want to stress, I never thought the minister would act. I've never had ministers acting when I've asked them to do things before.
So just before we get there, Dr. Das, did Minister Mchunu reply
No.
To your...
But the letters went through. He never responded. As far as I know, I never got even, but I did send them to his office and they didn't bounce back. So I was assuming that he had received them.
Now, while we're talking about Minister Mchunu, can you just reference from paragraph 24 on page 16 to 26 on page 17, any interaction, relationship, contact with Minister Mchunu?
Yeah. I was asked to do this and I want to do it because people are saying it was me who drove it and wrote the letter, which is nonsense. Let me just explain my history. When I was interacting with a lot of ANC people in the early 90s because they wanted to know what was happening, Professor Zulu and I were still producing reports. I've mentioned to you there were specific people, but Senzo Mchunu was not one of them. There was Willis Mchunu, who was a trade unionist, who became the premier of the province, but not Senzo Mchunu, I think, at that stage. And the area he came from, he'd been under threat, I gathered, from, I was working very closely with Roy Ainsley, who was up the North Coast a lot. And he was doing the area that Senzo Mchunu was in, and he was under threat. But it wasn't as badly as attacked as the areas I was working, which had a lot of trade unionists in. And he seems to have been in another role. I didn't deal with him then, but I probably met him at some stage. I remember a conversation I had with him in the 2004 elections when he had asked me to supply him with what was happening, problems at polling stations, because in those days, and it was very contested. That was the first election the ANC won in the province. And there was a lot of intimidation, were the police there? Were the police doing their jobs? I was phoning him and telling him, well, there's a problem at this station, that station. That was the conversation. He was quite grateful for it. He thanked me. And that's the only connection, the only conversation. I must have met him at some stage because I was always getting asked to do things like, opinions on traditional leadership and all sorts of things. And I must have met him. I probably met him when the ANC won the province. They had a huge gathering then. Paulus and I were at it. Shamila Batoy was at it. There were lots of people at it, and I probably met him then. And but I don't remember him specifically. But I had his phone number. I had his phone number in a book from years ago. I think a book from the 90s probably, or early 2000s. But when he was appointed minister, and I thought, well, I need to send him stuff now. I can't send it clearly because clearly was the one that was causing the problems. And I was writing to Parliament about it. And the president, I might have even written to the president at some stage about the problems, especially about Thabiso Zulu, because, of course, clearly wouldn't give him protection. Anyway, but I then phoned somebody in the ANC and said, have you got Senzo Mchunu's number? And he said, well, here it is. And I found out it was the same number I had in my notebook for many years ago. Okay, so I sent him a text message. Or it might have even been a WhatsApp, I can't remember. But I noticed that with his WhatsApps, he does turn on disappearing messages, so I can't remember what I sent. But I sent him a message and I said, please, could you give me the number of your PA? I would like to send you copies of letters to the police. And he sent the number of his PA. I think she was called Mtembu. That was the only contact I had with him before I wrote the letters. And then after I wrote the letters, I had no contact with him until a month ago. Is it now? End of November? About a month ago, maybe a bit more. I got a call from one of the really good police that I've been working with for a few years. He's based nationally, and he has lots of information. He was in the police for a long time. He gets it. I've noticed a lot of these police get their colleagues' information. He knows a lot. He said, I really need to get hold of Minister Mchunu. Can you let me know how to get hold of him? I said, well, I don't want to, I never give people's telephone numbers without their permission. He said, it's really urgent. He needs to know this. Okay, so I then phone Mchunu. This is about a month ago or more. The line is bad. I'm not hearing him too well. I say, look, I have a policeman who wants to give you information. How should he do it? And he sent me the name in a message. He sent me the name of somebody that I could contact to give the information to, or put him in touch with this policeman. I did phone this, no, I think, I contacted this person and I gave him the information, which he said he would pass to the minister. Now, I didn't know the man that I interacted with. So what I did was, to be on the safe side, I sent the information to Advocate Pekole, because I knew he wasn't, I presumed he wasn't anymore in the office of the minister, because there was a new minister by then. But I thought, well, at least he's a lawyer. He was a lawyer for Mchunu, and then he would make sure he got hold of this police member. Anyway, I then heard from the police member that everything had worked out and he provided the information and he thought it might have been followed up. But that was out of my hands. I was just the messenger in that case. And I could assure my policeman contact was actually quite chuffed. He said, no, they've taken my evidence and I think they're following it up. Anyway.
You can't mention the person's name.
No, I certainly can't. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Look, I can't answer a question like this, and I'll tell you why. I work with a very strict code of ethics. You know, there's a whole history in social science, including under apartheid. The social scientists are used by governments for spying purposes. It was notorious, Operation Camelot in America. And as a result of that, the American anthropologist adopted a very strict code of conduct. Him period. I've had from him, and he asked me if I could provide him with a list of politically linked killings. He wanted it for a certain period. He said he wanted to check stuff he'd been given. I said, no, fine, you can have it. Those are not confidential. I mean, I give them to the media if they want them, you know. It's just a work in progress of what I think might be politically linked, which is the only way I can do it. And I mean, I've always said too, some of these I only hear about in the media, and some of them I've told by people who want to report them to me and they don't get in the media. So they're very incomplete.
When did you hear for the first time or know about the minister's decision, or Minister Mkhunu's decision?
It was on the 2nd of January. It was circulated in a policing WhatsApp group. There's a guy who was, and he may still be in intelligence, who runs a kind of network among police members. Now, I mean, I want to make it quite clear with this. I don't know who his sources are, but they're obviously some of them that know what's going on, because what he's passed on is stuff I know independently. And sometimes they pass on official circulars, like there's the huge budget shortage. They'll pass on. There was a huge budget shortage early this year, and it coincided with there being no money for petrol to take exhibits. There was no money for food for prisoners at some of the stations, for toilet rolls. There was no money for stationery more recently. And police among themselves were saying, oh, I suppose it's going to the political killings team. Anyway, so it was this group which was passing on, but also other police. For example, there's a couple of retired police who send me stuff because they're still hearing from colleagues, some of them quite senior, that I worked with years ago, and I know they're okay. So it's different types of, but the letter came to me through this WhatsApp group, which was sharing it with everybody at that stage. The 2nd of January it was, I checked back. I was amazed. I was astonished.
Honorable Skosana, I saw your hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm a bit concerned. You know, the witness says to us that she can't name people, you know, and I would say normally that's News 24. Some of the journalists are doing exactly what she's doing here. Some of the names are named here. There's names which he named here as well. Now, I'm not sure if the witness is protecting, because he made a guarantee to those ones who gave him information. But to some of us, it's like we are gossiping here. For me, honestly speaking, it's like we are gossiping. We're going to go out of here not knowing who are we talking about here. And for me, it's disappointing, Chair. That our witness she's not prepared. And she's making very clear to us that she's not going to tell us the names. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthews. Okay, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Ugok Mary should either refrain from giving us information without names, because nameless information cannot assist us anyhow. Where are we going to go with that information to? Who are we going to confront with that information? So maybe for her sake, she can just put the nameless information on the side and give us information with names if she's not going to give us names. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've noticed that in the evidence of the witness before us is largely reliant to secondary or third sources. So it's largely on information that which the witness has received from someone or some people or this and that. So it is worrying, Chair, that the witness is not willing to reveal the sources, because how do we then put value to the evidence that is accused before us, and how do we then verify if that which has been testified before us is actually true or false? So it gets worried when the witness is refusing to reveal from whom did the witness get that kind of information. You know, Chair, we have long discussed the issue of names since the first witness, and we will implore with the witness to share with us as much information as she can, because if she doesn't, it means, therefore, as Honorable Skosana says, we are busy here gossiping. Because the statement of the witness is largely reliant on secondary sources. Thank you.
May I respond? I answered a question about my contact with Mchunu, and I had to explain how it happened. It happened. I cannot reveal a source of somebody who might get killed for telling me. I mean, this is an ethical problem, basically. I have to give people my word that I will not reveal it. When it comes, most of what I've told you, I've heard directly from people about the abuses. The prisoners themselves have managed to send emails from prison. Sometimes you can talk to them on the phone. I've spoken to people. This is first-hand information. All the names I'm mentioning are already on record. Now, if, for example, the General Mkhwanazi or General Khumalo come along and talk about, well, this is what we're doing, they're getting that information from informants, perhaps. They're not telling you the informants' names. The informants would be killed. It's the way I I've been doing this, it was part of my training. As a social worker, I had to take an oath of confidentiality when I was still a student. I have worked with this for years that I do not, I mean, people know they can trust me. So most of the evidence is people that are already, I'm talking about people that are already named in the media, people who've given evidence. The only names I'm with, I mean, I got that letter. You asked how I got the letter. I got it, and it's a letter that we all know exists. I didn't manufacture that letter. And I have made a point elsewhere in this affidavit, only because I was specifically asked to comment about links with intelligence, that not only does the information, some of these are allegations I cannot. I'm making it very clear. Because I'm seeing reports in the media, oh, stunning revelations. These are not revelations, they're allegations until they're examined. And these people, a lot of people are just dying to give their first-hand evidence to the Nhlanhla Commission. And there's a clause for secrecy in giving evidence.
Honorable James will be followed by Honorable Nomvalo and then Honorable Matthys, in that order. I think they are still not satisfied, Prof. Doctor, on the responses that you are giving.
Okay. This is not a storytelling environment. This is not a history class taking us back to the 1980s. Our communities are under siege. Our children are being fed drugs. We are here to get to the truth. Ethics has long left this room and left this country. Long time ago. It's too late for that now. We need names. Anyone that comes here today, we don't know you. You said earlier on, Professor, my people trust me. I don't know you. I don't trust anyone. So please, can we have names here today? And when you get asked a question, Chair, I find that the witness sometimes will get asked a simple question. How did you learn of the letter? And then we must hear about groups where stationery and fuelis complaints are being received. Please, can we stick to the question? Can we give a frank, honest answer? And can we move on and can we get names? We've been listening to this all morning and we've been patient with the witness, but I think time is moving. We don't have a lot of time. Can we please get to the bottom of this now?
Yeah, not before. Honorable James. Honorable James. What is it that let's be specific so that we are able to help the meeting to move forward.
Chair, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
When the witness was asked, how did she learn of the letter? She answered, she said, via a WhatsApp group, a police WhatsApp group, and members have also been complaining about fuel and about petrol and all of that stuff. The entire morning, whenever she speaks and she speaks about her sources, she doesn't reference the name. It's just, she's unable to verify. When she speaks about crime intelligence leader and head of crime intelligence, there's provincial, there's national. She's not specific with names I've picked up. So there's a lot of inconsistencies in her statement. And I think out of respect and sort of one looks, at a lot of things, so you don't want to be too hard, but it's been going on the entire morning. And there's a lot being said here where I can see we're being patient, the evidence leader's being patient with her, but she's not getting to the point, and we are getting derailed.
Okay. Did you note the question?
I did indeed. Well, I wouldn't have come here if I'd known that I couldn't withhold people's names for ethical reasons, but they might get...
Dr. De Haas, did you note the question?
I heard the question about needing to know the name. Indeed, I did. Yeah.
Note that question. We are coming later.
May I explain?
Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the first thing that we need to, as a basic necessity that we need to protect in this house is the decorum. That is number one. When members have asked for an opportunity to make inputs during the course of her testimony, she must wait for the chair after we've spoken, for the chair to give a directive
You don't budge here, Coco. You wait for the guidance of the chairperson, and thereafter you come in, because here we are engaging so that ultimately the chair would give a direction based on the engagements that we have tendered here in a meeting. Secondly, people who have been coming to this committee, including people who are in the higher echelons of the state, have been mentioning names of serious people who occupy serious positions. So we don't understand this story that we are being told here, because it means we are subjected to hearsay. And hearsay is evidence whose credibility relies on another person other than the person who's giving testimony. So it means here you are giving us information whose credibility relies on another person. And this is a fact-finding mission. So if you come with a cold and a silent evidence, how is it going to help us as this committee? Because you give us evidence, we analyze, we dissect, and if there are names in it, we take it further by inviting those people whom you have mentioned in your testimony. So really, Chair, we can't allow to be subjected to gossips. We have no time for gossiping here. We want to deal with real evidence. She must tender real evidence, and if she has nothing to say, she must keep quiet. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mathis.
Thank you, Chair. We asked Professor Mary to be here based on the testimony of the minister. And most of his statement, he submitted the whole report, so her complaint letter. So she's here because a minister told us that one of his decisions on making, or his main decision on why the PKTT was disbanded, was because of a complaint that was sent by Professor Mary. So I think that is one of the main reasons that we must have in the fore of our heads on why Professor Mary is here before us. The second issue, Prof, I think you have to also appreciate there's a difference between anthropology, ethics, and also what we are doing here. It's justice. So while we understand, you'd rather not tell us a story if we are not going to have names that are going to be attached, and you can't talk while I'm talking. So let's just take a chill pill a little bit. And it's fine if you don't want to give names. We do understand we are in a very hostile environment and people are being killed. We'd rather not hear the story because it makes us difficult for us to do our jobs as members of parliament. And you can't also roll your eyes while we are talking. We need you, or maybe we must be told, how do we process information on so-and-so said this, there's someone lying in prison, I can't tell names. How do we process it? Maybe that's something that we can do, or you need to tell us, because we are here, we need facts, we need to process information. As my colleague said, there are witnesses that we need to come. We'd rather not hear the story if we are not able to verify that information, because as members of parliament, we are here to execute justice, we are here to do an inquiry. So we need that. If you cannot tell us, give us a name, don't tell us the story. And I'm asking that we do that. And maybe we should also just, just try to wrap up. And I mean, I do appreciate that people can be killed and we're going through a very hostile time, but we also can't just listen to stories and there's no way of us being able to verify that information. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, I would just urge us as a committee to maintain equal and fair treatment to all witnesses. The terms of reference doesn't say if you don't give names, you must not tell the story. It gives an option to share a name in camera. You can share it in an enclosed setting. So let's treat all witnesses the same. If may I finish? So what I'm saying, Chair, is
Honorable Sols. with due respect, let's take the point of order. I will come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. On a point of order, Honorable Sauls always does this. So now he's trying to say that we are treating witnesses unfairly. No one said that the witness cannot do in camera. So why doesn't he just come here and say, if the witness cannot say name, she must say it in camera. It's simple like that. Don't come here and always undermine us. And it's so unnecessary. And you hold us back here in the committee because you are unnecessary, Honorable Sauls. Just say, let the minister, let the witness do it in camera. There's no problem. Don't throw shade at us and say we're treating witnesses unfairly. It's unnecessary. You are always doing this in the committee and you hold us back as a committee of trying to be progressive. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will rule on that later. May you conclude your point, Honorable Sauls.
Thank you, Chair. I was merely responding to what was stated. The statement that was made was, if you're not going to give names, then don't tell the story. I'm saying we shouldn't do that. We should say, here's the options. We require names. You have the option. If you want to protect your sources, you can, in terms of our terms of reference, say it in an enclosed manner in camera. And then the other names that you can state publicly, you can state it here. That's all I'm saying, Chair. Let us state it in that way. Let's not tell witnesses, if you don't want to say names, then don't tell us the story. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me do this, honorable members. First of all, let me address you as honorable members. And then the next will be to talk to Professor de Haas. Honorable Sauls, you would remember that in the last proceedings, the second last proceedings, when we listened to Advocate Batoyi, we had a similar arrangement where we agreed that if there were names that were to be mentioned, we will arrange an in-camera session where where that information will be provided to the committee. And you are very right when you say we must be consistent. And secondly, I want to request Honorable Mathais to attack the facts and not the person. If there is something that Honorable Sauls says, let's address ourselves to the facts that he presents or the view that he propagates than to attack him as a person. Because once you say this is what he always does, I think it's ad hominem. You are now, there is this, there was one coach who had a philosophy in football that if you can't dispossess the opponent, you must make sure that there is no possession. The ball must not move forward, and the opponent must also not succeed to move forward. So you must destroy both. So I think I will not agree with the point of order that you have raised, Honorable Mathais. And then Dr. de Haas, when I listen to these members and when I look at you, I can see that you are a citizen of an advanced age. And then these members are saying to you that they want to respect you as a senior citizen in this country. And there is no there is no intention on their part to be seen disrespecting you or harassing you in recognition of your social status in society and their socialization from where they come from. They come from communities where they have been taught to respect elders. And it will be an ugly spectacle before the eyes of the people of South Africa if you were to be, or all of us here were to be seen on television with a senior citizen like yourself. And the message that may go out there is that those young members of parliament are uncultured. They don't know how to conduct themselves towards the senior citizens of this country. And there may even be an association or any interest group or any citizen acting on behalf of the interest of the elderly, who may end up writing to us and say, you invited Dr. de Haas to Parliament, but we don't think that the manner in which you treated her accords a citizen of that social status. So we're cognizant of all that. And we also want to very much admire you for your academic accomplishments. The least we request from you is to go back to the oath that we administered this morning to say, and very respectfully so, if there is any question that is put to you, try your utmost best to respond to it satisfactorily. And that is why sometimes if you observe sitting where I'm sitting, I always check with the members if they are satisfied after asking a question or a follow-up. So where it may be difficult for you to mention a name, you can say, Chairperson, let me, and especially when the day is still so young like this, because if we need to have in-camera proceedings, we must make an application because Parliament is for the people. You don't just decide now and say, after this meeting, we will have a meeting in camera. If there are names, something that you may have to do upfront and say, in my statement, there is some confidential information that I would gladly like to share with you. But it may not be possible for me to publicly say it in the following paragraphs. So at the end of this proceedings, Chair, you can please favor me with at least 5 or 10 minutes, and I can disclose those details to you. Yeah, well, I think I have tried to say it in a manner that that brokers peace, in a manner that helps these proceedings to move forward. I'm always saying that when we conduct ourselves, we must not be worried about the technicalities of our arguments and our presentations. What the people of South Africa want to see is the wisdom behind our actions and the statements that we make. Thank you so much. May you please respond to the questions that the honorable members have asked.
Certainly. And I mean, there's very few names I haven't mentioned. I mean, when they're names of police, I can't mention them because they will be persecuted and lose their jobs. They may lose their lives. Let me explain. And it's one of the reasons why I am outraged that we should have a team that focuses focus on a few dozen people that may or may not have been killed for political reasons. I sit in a province, I myself have found myself under surveillance. I have just had to debug my phone without a court order. The phone, my calls were all getting diverted. I have to watch every move I make because I've made a lot of enemies. This is me. And I don't care about my age. I mean, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Honourable Chair. It's very nice of you. I'm used to robust debates. I really don't mind. But I also need to explain, I see dreadful stuff all the time, not just for politicians. I see people dying and the police doing nothing. And yet we're spending this money on this team. I think it's outrageous, quite frankly, when ordinary people can't get justice, they want closure, they don't get it. I'm speaking here for poor people. You don't even hear about them being killed. They're killed all the time in rural areas. They're trying to defend their land, for example. No one's paying attention and doing anything special for them. Why are we doing something special for politicians? Okay, I've had my say about that. It's in my affidavit that this is one of the reasons I think, why on earth should we now focus on politicians? I mean, there's relatively few people whose names I have not mentioned. I mean, I didn't mention the name of the person I passed the information to, Mkhwanazi to, I mean, the policeman, because I can't do it without checking if that's okay. But there's another reason here. I mean, it doesn't interfere much with all these people I'm talking about. I mean, I've spoken to them personally, and they also want to go to the Nhlanhla Commission. They want to go and tell their stories to the Nhlanhla. This brings me, before I was contacted by Parliament, when the Nhlanhla Commission was set up, they reached out to me. The Commission reached out to me. I have sent a great deal of information to the Commission. The Commission will contact me through its investigators when they're finished with the process in place now, you know, with Nhlanhla or whatever else. Okay, they have a team headed by a forensic person, and those are the people that will do the investigations. I appreciate what Parliament is doing. As I said, I've been trying to ask Parliament this for years, to follow up on the complaints about policing and about even the task team. So I appreciate this move. I appreciate your asking me, but if you had said to me, we're going to insist, you must remember, I mean, even I know, I'm not a lawyer, but even I know that you have the right to remain silent in court, even if you're an accused. I assume I'm not being accused. So I cannot, this is built into me. It's required by an international association of human rights defenders that I'm affiliated with, frontline defenders. You take every step to protect anyone who's vulnerable. And people who give me information that might lose their jobs or their lives by my giving a name are vulnerable. So I would just have to say thank you very much, but I cannot carry on, because don't forget that at this stage we have the Nhlanhla Commission with specialist investigators. They can check out whether what I'm saying, they can talk to people firsthand. And as I've said to you, people are dying to talk to the Nhlanhla Commission when they get as far as looking at the task team. So as I said, I came here because I was invited and I thought it was the right thing to do. I gave the answer to this question and saying, I can't tell you the name of the person who wanted to contact Mkhwanazi, because I was asked to give any information I had, which I have done truthfully, about my contact with Mkhwanazi, with Cedric Ngabindi, with Sabia, and with, I was asked specifically by Parliament to give this information, and with Advocate Pakole. And that's the only reason I've done it. I was trying to please Parliament by giving them the information you want. And honestly, honourables, everybody, I appreciate the fact that you are trying to deal with this, and I don't want to diminish my support and my pleasure that you have taken this initiative. But I cannot give names, and they're not relevant, because what I'm saying here is that it's not just, in this case, it was one policeman that I must protect. In the other cases, these are different people who said things to me independently themselves. It's not just whatever's in a WhatsApp. That's my clarification, and I just want to make it perfectly clear. With the investigations by Nhlanhla Commission, I cannot reveal some of the information now. I mean, I haven't told you about what I've said to the Inspector General of Intelligence, which supports some of the allegations against people who've been charged, like Khumalo. So, I mean, there's also that. You can't let information out in the public. Well, it's still got to be investigated by people who are trained to investigate, like the people I'm told are with the Nhlanhla Commission. Sorry, I hope everybody will, and if you don't like what I'm saying because I'm not giving you all the names, then I'm afraid I just can't carry on. I'm sorry about it. I mean, even in court, you have the right to remain silent. And I'm doing it only for ethical reasons. I live in a very violent province. I hardly move myself now because I could get killed. So okay. I have to take every step to protect people.
Yeah, no, very respectfully, let me check with you. What are the names that you are willing to give, and what are the names that you are not willing to give?
I'm only giving names that are on public record. I mean, the people I'm talking about are paid by taxpayers. They're police. They're prosecutors. That's public information. It's all in my letters. The only information I'm not prepared to give, and I'm quite honest to say, and I've said it because I was specifically asked about intelligence. These are all allegations. I've heard them in some cases firsthand, not from whatever comes out of WhatsApp. I've heard them firsthand from people I know, but who have given it to me because they know I won't reveal their information. There's very few, I mean, you're not in a position, I mean, this has got to be investigated because they're allegations. So there are very few names I can't, I mean, like this policeman, I could not repeat his name, the one that said he had the information. He would be at risk. So it's not like there's a lot of names in there that I'm not revealing. I'm saying I've spoken to people, all these people I wrote about in the cases, I've spoken to them personally. I mean, I followed up on my first letter. I spoke to the two lawyers in Cape Town. Their approaches were also in the minister's affidavit. I've spoken to the policemen and their lawyers. I've spoken to the lawyers.
Let's move to the next question. Are you, because your first answer is that there are names that you can reveal because these people are public office bearers. You can always reveal those names.
Yes.
And are there names that you will be prepared to reveal in camera?
No, because they are still subject to the Nhlanhla Commission inquiry, and they have investigators, specialized investigators, I'm told. This is what I tried to get done on. I just want them to get into the hands of the right police, the right investigators, the right prosecutors. I'm not in a position to follow up. I say they're allegations.
So where you base your evidence, or where you have made statements in your written submission to us based on the information that you got from the sources that you are not prepared to mention.
Yeah, and there aren't many of them. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Is it your submission that the committee must not consider that information because it's not substantiated? Because one, you say that even if we arrange in camera session, you will still not disclose the names, or you may decide to exercise your right to silence. So now what we want to know from you is, you have deposed a statement here with us. Let's say there is a paragraph where you depose evidence that is based on the information you got from Soviet. Then you say, no, I cannot give you the name of Soviet. How does the committee proceed with such evidence? Because if the committee may want to invite Soviet here to come as a witness to come and corroborate the evidence that you have provided here. So it means that evidence must fall off because it's unsubstantiated. Is that how we must understand that?
There's not, can I just explain here? Most of what I'm saying is firsthand to me. It's hearsay to you. It's all hearsay to you. Speaking to policemen, speaking to people who've told me about torture, speaking to people who've been charged by the task team, letter after letter to the DPP. It's all on record stuff.
Yes, but what we are saying here, we are probing allegations.
Yeah.
And when you are appearing before us, remember, you are appearing before us as a key witness. In fact, if we were to speak in terms of motions, if we were to speak in terms of motions, we were going to say that you are a trigger. Because everybody who came here before us, starting with General Mkhwanazi, the minister himself, and former Minister Tele, all of them say there is this letter which was written by Dr. Mary de Haas. And when you read this letter that is written by yourself, you say on paragraph 1.1 that, Minister, I request you that you instruct the National Commissioner of the South African Police Services to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of SAPS legislation. And this is the letter that you wrote on the 31st of October, 2024. And all the activities or all the developments that followed are the ones that put us where we are today. You get it?
Yes.
So the committee is saying to you that Dr. de Haas, before you wrote this letter, there must have been some information that you gathered which make you to arrive at this conclusion that I am now at the pinnacle. I am now at the point where I must write a letter to the minister because maybe the information that I have with me is so overwhelming that I can no longer keep it to myself. Somebody has to know it. And the first person that came to your mind was the minister that you had to write to. And so now Parliament then, after the decision that you requested must be made, that decision has been made, then Parliament appoints a committee to investigate the circumstances surrounding the dissolution of this PKTT and the alleged corrupt activities. So I just want you to appreciate the motions that get that momentum after you wrote the letter. You get it?
I do.
And so now members of Parliament are conducting an investigation. They have invited you. And members of Parliament say, in our engagement with you, we want to restrain ourselves. We don't want to be seen appearing in a way that does not resonate with the decorum of this house. We don't want to be seen as if we are belligerent. You get it? We want to have a conversation with you and help us to give us information that made you to arrive at a decision like this. If there is anybody who gave you information, you say, this is the information that I gathered. There is a Soviet who helped me to compile this information, but I'm not in a position to publicly mention a name like that one. You get it? So maybe before you respond, because I'm not perfect, I may want to check with honorable members if what I said represents their views. So I'm going to rotate them one by one and hear whether what I'm conveying to you is what they want it to be. Can I start? Honorable Nhlanhla.
Yes, Chair, indeed, what you have said represents the views of the committee.
Do you have any addition that you want to make to the attention of Dr. De Haas?
Chair, she does not really help because she was given two options. That if there is an information that she believes is too confidential, that an arrangement can be done to allow her to give us in an in-camera setting. But she continues saying, I'm not going to give names publicly, but I think she does not give her response whether or not she can be able to give us those names in an in-camera arrangement, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say when I raised my hand, I was disturbed by Dr. De Haas, because apparently for her, Nhlanhla Commission takes precedent over us. It's been mentioned many times. Nhlanhla Commission that, Nhlanhla Commission that, which is unfortunate. Hence, we said in this committee, we are not accountable to Nhlanhla Commission. Nhlanhla Commission is a separate. It's separate from what we are doing as parliamentarians. Parliamentarians here, there's accountability here. You know, whatever happens there is the president prerogative to have the Nhlanhla Commission established. Everyone, when I mean the executive accounts here, there's a separation of power. And I know the doctor knows that. You know, I'm a bit traumatized about Nhlanhla Commission, every almost a sentence you made now. That those witnesses would perhaps go to Nhlanhla Commission. They are allowed to go there. But hence the chair is asking you whether are you willing to do it on camera for us to proceed with this investigation as parliamentarians we are doing to every witness who appeared before us. We are not undermining you. But remember, we are probing. We want to know the truth. You know, we are not a subsidiary to a Nhlanhla Commission. We are a stand-up committee, as Ad Hoc Committee here. We need to take this to Parliament, which is an ultimate. in this country. We are lawmakers. And we heard you, your statement is before us, but hence we want to have a bite on it, to know the truth. There's no ulterior motives against you or anyone or any other witness here. We don't have a hidden agenda. We just want the truth. But if we can't now have the names, it's fine. You must just say that you are not willing. Perhaps we'll adjourn as a committee and take a decision. How are we going to go forward? With you as a witness. But with due respect, there's nothing against you as a person. We just read your statement, and your statement speaks for itself. Thank you, Chair.
Do we still have any member from the MKP who wants to?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, we've been partly covered by what Honorable Skosana has said. But Chair, what we have noted here is the highest level of arrogance of high note. And there is an attempt to reduce the credibility of this committee as if we're a subordinate of a certain commission of inquiry.
Chair, apologies, Honorable Mkhwanazi. Chair, can you again talk to the witness to stop making gestures when members are submitting point?
Listen, let's allow Honorable Nomvalo to conclude. We will come back to you to make that point.
Chair, the first witness that appeared before this committee is General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. He mentioned the name of a witness before us in his affidavit under oath. And even when he was here, he elaborated on why he mentioned her name. The name was also mentioned by the Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mchunu, under oath, openly so. And she comes here, she's not a police officer. She has no right to protect informants because it's only police officers with that right to protect informants. She's just an ordinary person with passion of having views on police work. We respect that. But she must not come here and undermine Parliament. This is Parliament, and this is a committee that has been tasked. We're not just doing a normal oversight responsibility here. We're doing an investigation. This is not a portfolio committee. It's an ad hoc committee with specific terms of reference. And at the center of those terms of reference is conducting an investigation on issues that are affecting SAPS. And she comes here, she tells us about investigators, qualified investigators, who are going to investigate issues in the Nhlanhla Commission. As if here, by virtue of being members of Parliament, we are not qualified to listen to what those investigators can listen to. So what I see here, Chair, is the highest level of arrogance and lack of cooperation. The witness cannot choose what she can tell us. It was going to be understandable if she was saying, Chair, I am not comfortable with disclosing names here on camera. Can we disclose them when cameras have been switched off? That would be understanding. Now ridiculing the credibility of this committee by saying no, because I'm still here to appear in the Nhlanhla Commission. What is that? Nhlanhla Commission is not bigger than Parliament. It's an executive decision through the President of South Africa. This committee, the Ad Hoc Committee, is a decision of Parliament. So, Chair, can we not be undermined here, please? Can we not be undermined? There are three options that we have correctly put here. It's either she gives us names here. If she doesn't, off camera. And if she doesn't want to give us names at all, she must not adduce evidence with names. which are not disclosed, which are not going to be disclosed. She must just keep quiet and not say that I was told by so-and-so. She must not even go there because we will probe her further. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I was saying I've noticed, which I think Orb Mateus noticed as well, and it continues unabated. The witness, every time a member is submitting, whatever the member is submitting, the witness is making unnecessary gestures. Can you plead with the witness to refrain from that conduct? It's not allowed. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the DA, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we invited Dr. de Haas here, knowing what her evidence would be, more or less. We've heard people refer to what she would talk about, and we know what her background is. We know that she's a researcher. We know that she's an anthropologist. We know that she's a sociologist, and that she has a certain protocol to which she must adhere. And she's told us about that protocol, that she has an ethical standard by which she is bound. If you're doing research as an academic, Chair, you rely on a network of, let's call them informers for want of a better word. As soon as you start naming those people publicly, you'll never have another word from them. She'll be unable to conduct her research. She'll be unable to do her job. She'll be unable to make the contribution that she's making. And it's no different to any of the other witnesses, Chair. We've had many witnesses, and all of their evidence has, well, 90% of the evidence has been hearsay. Nobody has led any evidence before this committee. No one's produced any evidence. We've had a lot of information. Any one of us who thinks that we've heard evidence is deluded. So I don't see what the fuss is about this particular witness. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron. Honorable. Okay. Honorable Matthias.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We aligned with you. I think it's just important that there should be a reminder to our witness that this is Parliament. We are Parliament of the people. The difference between the Commission and this ad hoc committee, Prof, is that whatever our findings are here and also what our recommendations are, it's binding. So partly your approach to us and your response to us, I agree that it has been a touch of arrogance there that you may as well pack up and go, and also mentioning the Commission more times than is necessary, and their investigation, etc. And perhaps for the sake of progress, I think we must just get where there are no names that have been mentioned, because I might even tend to agree that it's not tremendously consequential to our investigation on the names that are not mentioned, and we might be going around in circles on something that might not be of grave consequences to the committee. So I think let's get that out of the way, and maybe our evidence leaders can work that out. But I do think it also just set a precedence, Chair, that when we have witnesses here, that they just be conscious, even when we take their statements, if there's information that they feel that is going to jeopardize other people, that it's noted in their statement, and that we have an approach rather than us coming here and then we have to deal with, I can't mention names, etc. It does make our work a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I think we can move in that regard. That's our submission. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, we have indulged the witness. We've tried to be fair. You took time to explain our position. We explained that the witness would have an opportunity to share the names with us for our purposes of probing the allegations in an enclosed session. We were fair. I was very disappointed by the response of the witness thereafter. And I take strong exception to hear Dr. De Haas say that if we don't want to, she can leave. Now, it's wrong. It feels like Dr. De Haas is talking down on all of us. We are a legitimate structure. We are a legal structure. And Dr. De Haas has been invited because allegations has been made. We have granted a platform for her to have a right of reply to these allegations and clear it up. Instead of returning the courtesy, we are being spoken down on. And I also want Dr. De Haas to know that even though you were invited on this occasion, and you feel you have the option to decide whether you want to testify or not, Section 56 of our Constitution also empowers the National Assembly, and by extension, ad hoc committees like ourselves, to summons you. And when we summons you, you have no option to opt out except for 2 exceptions, which I'm sure you know. So please do not come across as you are looking down at us and speak with such arrogance. You can just back up and go. That I take strong exception to. And I want you to be clear that we are not some tuck shop somewhere. We are a legitimate legal institution with power. We are constitutionally empowered to do what we do. So I implore you to show the same courtesy, help us in our effort. If you refuse and you want to go, we will then use our power to summons you back here if we feel that there is information that we want to oblige you to give to us. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Yeah, I think I'm covered by the former speakers. I actually don't believe that the people that Dr. De Haas is protecting would add any value to what we're doing today. I think, if anything, we more want to know what prompted her, what prompted that writing of that letter, and sort of trying to persuade the minister to disband the PKTT. I think, if anything, that was the focus. It makes it very hard to even prompt her further. She said what she's wanted to say. She's not going to speak. She's not going to share names. And I think the fact that she's a senior citizen today makes it very difficult for me and where I come from and my upbringing. You know, she's obviously has a made-up mind, and we're going to leave it at that. I think, if anything here today, what she has revealed is the poor leadership within our minister. Because in his testimony, one of the things, the driving factors that led him into authoring that letter was Dr. Mary de Haas. So it would have been interesting today for us to hear from her who are those people that was poking and prompting and the whys, but she's not able to tell us that. The focus today is her input towards the minister disbanding the PKTT. She's not willing to tell us, in or off camera. She's made it clear. Where do we go further? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yeah.
Chair, our colleague, Advocate Sikalala, had just reminded me that we did caution in advance that calling Dr. De Haas would create this kind of problem, in inverted commas, because much of her evidence or the information that she's sharing with the committee is based on a network of information that she receives, much from third parties and other sources, and is not direct evidence. And what she has now mentioned, where she has refused to disclose the name, is just such an example. I would be inclined, like we did the other evening, to request for the informant or the person to be disclosed to us in confidence, in camera. I would request that, but I also do. One also has to have respect for her as an academic. There are certain fundamental tools of the trade, as it were, of a profession that academics use at university and other places of learning to bring knowledge to us, is sometimes based on information that they ethically cannot disclose. So I'm sympathetic to that kind of approach also, Chair. But I don't have a definitive answer other than to request that we go in camera, go into and for her to disclose the name. And I think Honourable Member Matthys is perhaps right to say, well, it could be much ado about nothing. When we hear the name, it may not add much, if anything, to our further deliberations. But we won't know that until we hear from Dr. de Haas.
Yeah.
I think also the reference to Nhlanhla is, I think we need to also bear in mind that I think what Dr. de Haas, and she can speak for herself, is that because Nhlanhla has a team of investigators, it's quite possible that they could find who the person is through their reach and their investigations, which will absolve Dr. de Haas from taking that moral responsibility of disclosing the name. We don't have that luxury, unfortunately, Chair.
Well, I'm not taking further hands, honourable members, because I want us to break. I hear the points that honourable members are making here. The point of academic networks, there is nobody who can ignore it. It would have been very good if you say it yourself, Prof. To say, I'm a person who does research, and in this field, there are certain codes that we subscribe to. Whatever method that you use, you need to get consent. And that is why there are so many other research techniques that a person can use, because you may not want to reveal the identity of the sources that help you in your research. But it's when we ask you to say, are you saying that even in camera, if we were going to request you to disclose the sources, you say not even in camera. And then it ends there. You would have assisted us if you say, look here, Chairperson, this is the kind of the work that I do. And I have promised the networks that I consulted that this information remains confidential between us. And I may not be able to disclose it to anybody because it may put your lives in danger. Or even yourself, your life can also be in danger. That is acceptable. And we have always said it here that we are reasonable human beings. And even the application and administration of the law is done in a reasonable manner. Because the law is made to serve human beings. It's not meant to strangulate. And I think that is a fair point, but you should have said it yourself here. It must not be Honorable Breitenbach or Honorable Matthews or the SC speaking for you. It must be said by you, and we will reasonably take it. But secondly, I want to restate it here that it is our utmost intention, and this is what we want to do manifestly here as the committee, that we want to be manifestly seen out there respecting you as a senior citizen of this country. And that one we are unflinching about. We want to show you our utmost respect. And we also want you to feel the same warmth and comfort that you feel at your home. You must feel it here. When you have a conversation with us, you must be having a conversation with your children or with your grandchildren. You must be seen guiding them. You must be seen exposing them to the things that ordinarily they may not know in their lives. That is the kind of the atmosphere that must pervade our engagements here, and that is an atmosphere that will help us to move forward. So there must never be at any stage where you feel irritated by honorable members, where you feel offended. They are doing their work. They want to probe the allegations that have been made. And like I've said here, nobody has said it here. It was said by me as the chair that you have been a trigger that put in motion a series of events that at the ultimate was a letter that was written by the minister. And some of the words that are used in your letter are the words that were used in the letter the minister wrote to the police commissioner. You see? Not all of them. I saw one word immediately. It's one word that has featured very prominently in these hearings. It's used in the letter which you wrote in October and the letter which was written by the minister on the 31st of December. So that is why it's very, very critical, Dr. de Haas, that, and look, where I'm sitting, I'm not convinced that we have reached a stage where we will say no, or either of us will say you take it or you leave it. We haven't reached that stage. And we can't even reach that stage with a person of your quality, a senior citizen, an accomplished academic, sitting here, we can't reach a stage where we say, look, you either take it or you leave it. We can't do those things. No. And I will emphasize it. It must never be the technicality of the statements that we make. It must never be about the techniques of our arguments. What we want to see being foregrounded here is the wisdom that makes this country to move forward. That's exactly what we want to say. So, honorable members, before we break, let me get the commitment of Dr. de Haas that when we come back, we are going to move forward and she will try her best to cooperate with the committee and give the answers to the best of her ability. Dr. de Haas.
Thank you. I just need to explain a few things, and I'm really sorry if it seemed arrogant, but the point is I thought that I'd explain my ethical position. And I mean, among other things, I mean, I am still a registered social worker. I mean, I could be, and not that it would really matter, but I mean, strictly speaking, it would be the end of a profession if I had betrayed someone's confidence, put it that way. But what I'm a bit puzzled, and I really don't take exception to any of the criticisms, I'm used to it. This is what academic conferences are about. In fact, they get even more insulting. And this is a very staid, I appreciate the comments. I'm sorry if it was seen as arrogance. It was really my irritation for not understanding that I cannot betray people's confidence. Perhaps I didn't explain it well enough. Okay, but I'm not sure what all this thing about names is, because I mean, it came up in connection with my contact now with the minister. And that is a police member whose name I could not reveal because it would endanger, if not his life, his job. Okay. But most of what I've written here is already on record with Parliament. I'm referring to my earlier attempts 4 years ago to different committees to say there's a problem with crime intelligence. Can you get the ministers in, especially with the police? I mean, when I read this letter to the minister, I thought, well, he'll never respond. I copy it to Parliament. I never even got a formal acknowledgement from the committee. I sent it as a formal complaint. So what I'm saying is I'm delighted that Parliament is now in a state where it is actually trying to address these issues. And my reference to the Nhlanhla Commission, I see as a completely separate issue, because all I'm saying is they actually have a luxury you don't have. They've got forensic investigators. So, I mean, the issues I brought up are almost all on record. I don't know what names you're talking about. I mentioned the name of a policeman. Now, I did that. And I was just going to focus on the whole thing about the task team. I was asked, when I was asked to give evidence, I was asked to comment about my contact with the minister, which I've done fully. And that is how it came up that there was one person who gave me information I needed to pass on. And it's neither here nor there, because it's got nothing to do with that I'd written personally before, because the information I send to Parliament, I send it to the police. I send it to Parliament because the police don't respond. I am saying, this is what people are telling me.
Yeah, Prof.
Can you investigate?
Doctor,
that's my position.
Yeah, Dr. de Haas, respectfully, so let's do this. When we come back, then during the proceedings where you are required to mention your source, you can say, this one I can mention because he's a public office bearer. It's public knowledge. Number two, Chairperson, here, this information is still raw and may be a subject of investigation. I may not be able to say it because I don't know the extent to which it can jeopardize the investigations. That is fair. You get it?
Yes.
If you have been informed by somebody and the information is so sensitive that you can't be excited about it, you say, look, this is a raw information. I can't be able to mention it here because it may be under investigation, or now investigations are underway as we speak. Number 3, this one is part of my field of research. This is where the information was drawn. And I have made a commitment to the participants in my research that this stays confidential. I think everybody knows it. That, like I explained, that you can use different assembly methods in a research, or you can identify your participants. But you can't go out. Like now, if somebody does a research about the PKTT, it's a very, very sensitive terrain. And then you go there, you meet people, they give you information, you come and produce a document. But you can't mention where you got those things because it's unethical, it's unprofessional within the academic circles. So we will want you to say those things where you feel you have comfort to give us the names. And here I'm uncomfortable. I may not give us those names for the following. You know, I think how the members understood it is when you just say it bluntly without any explanation or substantiation to say the reason why, even if we go in camera, I can't give you the information is for the following reasons. You get it? I mean, if I have to remind you, at some point you even said, I can exercise my right to silence. And for sure, I assume that is what could have offended the members. You could, look, at your age, you could have gathered some euphemism to say it in such a way that your juniors, they keep on following you without any qualms. Is it very clear? Is it clear to you?
Even so.
Did you hear me?
I didn't hear the last sentence you said.
Yeah, no, I'm saying at your age,
Yeah.
you could always find better ways. You know, older persons in society, they always have this delicate ways to process fragile and sensitive matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you do that?
Well, my problem is that I'm still very much in academic circles and I haven't really changed very much over the ages. So maybe that's the problem I'm having. But I mean, I do want to distinguish, though, between what I think Parliament can do, and I'm very happy it's doing. And I really want to emphasize, I was not going to give evidence about intelligence because it is all allegations. I have personally spoken to operatives, so some of it is firsthand to me.
Yeah.
But everything else is on record.
Yeah, no, but to conclude on this point before we break, you and I are now making a commitment in these proceedings that when we come back, we are going to see the delicate ways that you use to process fragile and sensitive matters. That is the commitment we are getting from you. Thank you so much.
So where I put it, I guess.
Yeah. Honorable members, it's almost 14 hours now. May we please break and come back at 15 hours. It's almost 14 hours now. You'll come back at 15 hours. No, 15 hours. I want you to to refresh. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I really thought I'd explained it by explaining it.
You see, you, SC, are we back? Are we back, SC?
Yes, Chair.
Prof, Doctor. Dr. De Haas. Are we ready to rock and roll?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Yeah. Your seat is here. Your seat is here, Chief Whip. That's where your seat is.
How much of
No, there is no problem if you want to sit at the back. Yeah. Because Chief Whip, as the Chief Whip of the majority party, as the Chief Whip to that you are not, I want us to proceed. Yeah, I'm handing over back to you.
Jay, are you still busy with Dr. Das on the last issue?
No, we're done on that issue. She made a commitment that when we come back from the break,
lunch. Yeah,
we can tap from her wisdom, and I see you also want to compliment her.
You asking her?
I have asked her, and she committed that we are going to tap from her wisdom. So now, were you done with your questions, or you still want to lead evidence?
me?
No, I mean the SC.
Yeah, the advocate.
Well, apart from the other issue that we had about naming the
witnesses.
witness,
I mean,
I did have a few more questions.
You still had few questions?
Yes, Chair.
How long does it take you to conclude those questions?
Well, it always depends also on the witness, but it shouldn't be longer than 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay. Do you hear what the SC is saying, honorable members? The SC says in round about 20 minutes, he may be concluding leading evidence. So I want to request you to start reading yourself, because once he concludes, we may not have time to break. So if you can start preparing yourself so that once we reach that stage, you are ready to ask questions. SC, you will tell me when you are done. And I'm going to request members not to interrupt the SC because it's only 20 to 30 minutes. Thank you. I'm not going to take any point of clarity between now and the conclusion of evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Honourable Chair? Thank you, Honourable Members. Just perhaps, Dr. Dasa, just to recap, the reasons that you mentioned in your statement why the PKTT should be disestablished, and in fact you say should have been disestablished a while ago, you refer to at 17.1 where of your statement on page 11, it was completely unnecessary to establish the PKTT as our KZN provincial team had already made important breakthroughs in high-profile political cases. At 17.2, You refer to the structure of the PKTT, which you say is completely irregular. I make this point as I've been working with task teams which have always been set up with clear structures of command and oversight and of limited duration. 17.3 on page 13, nor is there any good reason whatsoever for a team of detectives to focus on, you put political killings in inverted commas. And this is, I asked you this earlier, they have never defined what exactly they mean by this term. And they are known to have taken dockets for which they have no mandate, such as those involving cases of alleged fraud and or gross municipal corruption, which is the mandate of the Hawks, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, as per the SAPS Act. Lastly, it's the costs is prohibitive. And those reasons, Dr. de Haas, they correspond also more or less with the reasons given to us by Minister Mchunu when he gave his evidence. So just a brief comment on any of them or all of them.
Only to say that I hadn't even, I skimmed through Minister Mchunu's affidavit. I skimmed through and I was particularly interested in the appendixes, the annexures, which actually have breakdowns of where they claim their successes. That was my main focus thus far. I haven't finished with it yet, but that's as far as I got. So when I put this together, it was entirely my own experience gave rise to these reasons. Particularly, I mean, one of the may or may not have got into an annexure is the stunning successes of our provincial team dealing with the carnage in Cleveland's hostel, which carried on because there's been other massacres since. So, and the fact that a lot of what they claim, I know they claim as successes, were actually on virtually the evidence that was ready for prosecution was done by the provincial members who'd been, even as clearly admits, seconded to the team. That's the main thing. So, and the prohibitive expense. I mean, quite apart from all the systemic abuses, because I mean, it's true that the police do that a lot, but this is almost a modus operandi for them, this illegal seizure of phones and no regard. So yeah, I can confirm all that as my own deductions. Yeah.
Okay. Then just moving on to the prosecutor's name that you mentioned throughout, Kaba.
Yes.
You've also lodged complaints about Advocate Kaba to the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
Indeed, because lots of people, including in statements and affidavits I was sent from Gauteng about a case he's dealing with there, the Crusher case in particular. But there's a lot of affidavits there. I've spoken to 2 senior police members who say, well, he was going to be under investigation. One, I'll quote the words because you're wanting names. No, I can't quote the names of the policemen. May I explain that when I don't quote names, it's only for those reasons that, especially, I may open them up to adverse actions, as in the form of losing a job or losing their lives. And most of them are the policemen. The people whose names I don't give you are police members. So I'd just like to make that clear on record. They told me this, and they claimed that Kaba was advised to leave Gauteng, where the spotlight was getting to be on him, and come to this province. What we do know is that when he got here, despite these allegations, he was promoted to senior public prosecutor by Mrs. Harrison. I won't go into the problems I've had with Mrs. Harrison before. So what I did last year, another policeman told me that Mr. Kaba's got very powerful protection. He said, I'm trying to investigate him, but I can't let on because someone will sabotage it. these are policemen. I want to again explain, as the Honourable Chair asked me to do, that the only reason I'm not doing this is that I could not betray their trust in me. They tell me because I know that they would suffer adverse consequences if they did. That's the only reason. And I think it's policemen because, again, I mean, when the conversation came up, and please understand, I don't mind what you say about me, and I don't mind the challenges you throw out. I'm sorry if I seemed arrogant about it, but I think I was just kind of saying, no, I just can't carry on if I have to reveal names that I've given my word not to remain. Anyway, but I appreciate the work you're doing, and I also want to say, I believe that you can do some things as Parliament, especially when all the stuff's on record and you could call for an audit, for example. You can do things that you don't have those resources and investigative capacity. That's the only reason I brought the Commission into it, because you don't want to put stuff on record so that they can cover up before anyone in the Commission gets to investigate it. Okay. And so, mainly police people. So I wrote, when it was clear that one complaint after the other was coming to me from Kaba, and I must mention here there's an affidavit which may or may not be there, but it's become quite a famous affidavit in the media. It is the man who pulled the trigger on Sindisa Magaka. He's called Nhlanhla. And Nhlanhla was one of the original arrests, and the original investigations was done by the provincial team. Nhlanhla, in his affidavit, says the prosecutor who took the case initially agreed that he could be a state witness. But that prosecutor, who I know to be a good prosecutor in the provincial office, was withdrawn, and Mr. Kaba came in and he stopped it. The hitman, Nhlanhla, has been chomping at the bits to make a confession for the last 5 years, I think, 6 years. And a little group of people put some money together for him to get an advocate to help him, because nobody was helping him, not his lawyers, not the prosecutor. And that is the confession is the result of that, where it specifically names Kaba as obstructing justice when he wanted to confess, right? And somebody else has made an affidavit. Mr. Pillay has made an affidavit that I should have attached there also to say, and he had witnesses, because they were in the office when this happened, of one of the prosecutors that Kaba was trying to get him to force his state. Okay, I've been getting all this since late last year. I wrote to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, which I've done with other cases, to contest. And I said, can you please send in an independent senior prosecutor or other advocate just to check all those dockets? These are the allegations. I started off very politely. I said, this is not fair on Mr. Kaba that he gets all these allegations. He should be able to clear his name if it can be cleared. And if not, we should know. Okay. I just got the replies back all the time. First reply was, Mrs. Harrison will check. I said, but Mrs. Harrison is the very person who appointed him to senior public prosecutor. How can we call her independent? I'm asking you to bring in somebody senior from another province. To this day, they won't do it. So that's that story. But I think in some of these cases, there's going to be a lot of corroborating evidence coming out when the cases finally get to court. But as I've said to you, tracing these cases out, there's a kind of what they call the Stalingrad option of deliberately delaying hearings. Oh, well, sorry, I'm not available. Another 6 months goes by. Okay. And in one case where Mr. Kaba's said this prosecutor has got to suddenly not use those 3 days, there's a High Court judge in Pietermaritzburg called Judge Singh. She actually needs Mr. Shongwe. Mr. Shongwe is his deputy that he takes instructions from. I checked the whole High Court rolls on the Pietermaritzburg High Court. There is no case set down for 3 days. There's a Singh here and a Singh there, but no Singh running a case for 3 days. So it seemed to me that that was not quite honest. Okay.
I think I asked you. I asked you this morning when we consulted. Why haven't you lodged a complaint with IDEC?
Well, I actually didn't know that I could. Thank you for telling
Well,
me.
it sounds like corruption to me.
Yeah, no, that's what
Defeating the ends of justice, withdrawing cases, enrolling cases, withdrawing them, and you also say lying, because now you just look at a court roll and you see there's no judge.
No, there's at least one free day of those 3 days where no judge or Singh is presiding, according to the court roll. So, I mean, no, I will do that. And it's a very helpful suggestion because I'm actually...
Don't mention my name.
No. No, I'll say it came up in the commission and I was told that I could approach, in the ad hoc. But I will definitely do that because I
Okay, then I just wanted to, your interactions, I think we've already heard from you about Minister Mchunu, and then just the remaining two, Advocate Bakoli and Mr. Kabinde.
Yeah.
You deal with Kabinde at paragraph 27.
Yeah. I could answer that quite quickly. I mean, and there's no sort of unknown sources here. This is what I experienced personally. Mr. Ngabindi, I know he was at IPID, and I don't think I dealt with him there, but I couldn't be sure because I did do quite a bit of interaction with IPID head office, but I don't remember dealing with... I remember the reports about him falling out with McBride, but that was about as much as I could remember about him. And then what happened was that after Minister Mchunu was suspended and there was a new minister... I didn't know who to send my complaints to because I do have to write a complaint about the state of policing in the province. And I asked Patricia, I mean, almost daily interaction with Patricia almost. We deal with a lot of stuff together. And Patricia Mashali, Mrs. Mashali. And she said, oh, look, Ngabindi is the head of the office there, try him. And I did, and I sent him a couple of things. And I got a response to say that there would be a new person who hadn't quite started. And she is, I think, what did I say she was called? I think she's a General Pino. Yeah. So, I mean, she's quite efficient. I sent to her and she acknowledges and says it's been sent on. That's how I dealt. Then I phoned Ngabindi after the police, and it seems that our police were paid to go up there and do all these actions against... we have no money for a lot of resources at the moment in KZN. And our police were there operating... going into Ngabindi's home, beating his brother allegedly. So I just phoned to ask if he'd opened a case about his brother, and he said he had, and I think he said there wasn't a warrant. I didn't deal with him after that.
And just on Patricia Mashale, also raised it with you this morning, that Minister Mchunu had also referred a number of complaints, a whole bundle of complaints to the IGI, but had received a report back to say that I think it's between 70 to 80% of those complaints had no substance.
I must confess.
I'm just asking you the extent to which you do rely or have relied also on Patricia Mashale's network.
No, thank you. Yeah. A lot of the information she's given him, I followed up independently. Okay. And I think the problem, because she was adamant she'd given proof of what she'd said, and she records also for other corruption reported to her by her former husband. And that was why they'd seized her phone and they wanted this and that and the other. But on the whole, I mean, all I relied on her with this was to say, well, who can I contact there? And she knew who to contact. And I realized I actually facilitated this. Suddenly, in answer to the question there, suddenly there was a call to say we need to meet with Patricia Mashale, and I facilitated it. I said, will you meet with them? And she actually said to me, and I think her husband did too, former husband, can we trust this person? I said, well, I don't know. I think you can. I don't know. And then when you must remember also, of course, that there was no Inspector General of Intelligence until I think last year. There was a hiatus between the resignation of Dr. Dindwe or the end of term of Dr. Dindwe. So I'd been interacting with an advocate in the office, not the head of the office. Then in come the new head, and I got a message to say all directives, all my queries must go to his PA. In other words, not to keep sending it to the advocate. So we're not absolutely sure whether or not the information was accurate. So, but normally I've checked out her stuff and verified it with people that she's reported, and I've spoken to them directly.
Then you also mentioned Advocate Piccoli. You said you met him once.
Once. I only met him once. I knew he was the legal advisor for the minister. I think I'd heard that along the way somewhere, because I had admiration for him based on what happened some years back to him. And I heard he was in the office and acting for the minister. And then he said he was coming to Durban on business, and I met him in Professor Zulu's office, because he'd arranged to meet someone who used to be a senior student of Professor Zulu's. So we combined it, but the discussion was general. He did ask me, he said, did you write these letters? Yes. He asked me for clarification, but I want to stress at no stage did he indicate that there was even a consideration of disbanding. He just asked me to verify, and then we branched off a whole lot of other stuff, including like he was shocked when I told him about the guy who planted the grenade at the university and nobody knew was working for the security police.
And then you also mentioned Lieutenant General Sabia.
Oh, now that's another interesting one. I had no contact with Sabia. I didn't much like the man because he brought one of these spurious legal actions against Patricia Mashale over a fairly trivial thing, and she wasn't even served with the papers. Anyway, by the end of January, I was deeply concerned about the fact that there was no sign of any disbandment of the task team, and I was getting more and more problems about the prosecutor. It was a combination. And I began to wonder, if they're going to be forced to disband, what's going to happen to those dockets? What have they done with the dockets? What dockets have they got? And I discussed with somebody, I think it was a lawyer or maybe even a policeman, and I honestly don't know who it was. I remember a discussion and saying, do you think I should maybe ask the one, Sabia, who's the Deputy National for Detectives? Because I knew that the original structure was to report to the Deputy National of Detectives. Okay. I asked somebody who gave me his number. I sent him a message, and I said, I wrote him a covering letter, and I said, I'm really concerned. Are you able to take those dockets and check them? The emails bounced back. I sent him a message and said, well, I don't think you've got the emails. He never replied to me again. So in other words, they're not even on record. As far as I know, I don't know how emails bounce back, how people get emails, because they definitely bounce back. Virtually everything I sent him was what I'd sent to Parliament and the Minister last year, just with a covering letter. I sent a copy of the letter from Minister Mchunu to say, look, this is a legal instruction. So that was my contact with Sabia. Yeah, and that was the end of it.
Can I just ask you about paragraph 33, about this alleged conflict of interest, you say, which is inherent in General Khumalo having been allowed to continue to occupy two roles. One, the project manager of PKTT, and also that of crime intelligence.
Well, there is an inherent conflict of interest. Look, these are two, let me go back to about first year sociology. These are two very separate roles. They demand separate requirements and qualifications. One is managing finance, and as I said, there were allegations that there were problems there with the PKTT. And the other, of course, the project manager one, the other one was the fact that he was in crime intelligence, which also involves approving a financial expenditure by intelligence. And I've been getting all these, and these are first-hand contacts from police members. So again, forgive me, Chairperson, but I can't reveal the names of, because of this whole question of maybe endangering them, and because they know that I've said I won't reveal their identities. So that's the only reason. I think the only people I'm not naming are police members. But when I heard this I was getting messages from people I know, senior, saying there's a whole restructuring going on. And I was talking, and there was one individual member who'd been in crime intelligence for a long time, and he was saying, I don't know what to do, because there are regulations about what you pay to informants and rewards. Like if you get a big drug bust, they're supposed to get a reward. He said, I can't do that. I can only offer them 3,000 rand, and they're risking their lives. I mean, police informants are risking their lives. Some of them get killed. I said, well, I don't know. I checked with the officer of the IGR, but the new IGR wasn't there. I think I checked with the advocate there, and she said, well, he better come and tell us. And I said, but he's too scared to. They'll just lose their jobs if their names leak out. I don't know what happened. There was actually, I didn't go to the media. Somebody went to the media, and there was a report to the same effect. Okay. So it's finances in two positions, because the minute after General Khumalo was appointed to head crime intelligence, I was also getting from individual members of crime intelligence saying, we've got no vehicles. We thought these vehicles were bought for us. We're having to use public transport, and that's a risk to us. We don't know why we're not getting the vehicles. We think the money's going to the political killings task team. Well, I don't know. This is what I mean about a conflict of interest, two roles. So that was the first thing. He should never have been in both these positions at the same time. That's what I was saying. The other issue with him, and this is what had happened since he'd been given bail, which he should not have been involved in. So that's why I raised the issue of these conflict of interest, because it creates the impression maybe this is where the money's going, so there's no money for crime intelligence. I don't know. I mean, I'm asking people one of the things you'll see, I'm asking the committee, your ad hoc to do is to push for proper audits. I mean, the only people that can deal with this sort of complaint is the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. And sometimes I've got round to copying stuff to Scopa, but I really want to push for a proper independent audit of both especially of the KwaZulu-Natal budget, because it was used up very early in the year. So this creates these perceptions that money's going to the task team because of its expenses. So that's what that was about, just to put that in.
And then just lastly, you make some suggestions urgent actions that are required at paragraph 36.1.
Sure.
Expediting the implementation of the overdue legislation to restore civilian oversight to the intelligence services, including financial independence and competent staffing at the Office of the IGI. In 36.2, an immediate independent audit of the KZN policing budget and of all PKTT expenditure. And in 3, there must, without delay, be an audit of all the guns which have been in the hands of the PKTT. You want to explain?
Yeah, I do. I would like to, because look, I was very close to what was happening in July 2021. I even had former students phoning me in panic and sending messages on and telling me what was happening in Phoenix and all sorts of, even police were sending me messages about what was happening and the role of private security companies in Phoenix. So I knew that, I mean, I've written up a chapter in it in a book on protest, but I'd read through, for example, the report by the committee chaired by Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, and that was in 2018, about restoring civilian oversight to the intelligence services. And he said it was urgent. Now, I think it's common knowledge that finally that legislation was passed last year. That is, how many years now? 6 years after it was deemed urgent, and it was only enacted this year. And there's all sorts of, in a separate annexure, I've just done a memorandum about the security situation in KwaZulu-Natal. You see, after July 21, I thought there might be a focus on getting better intelligence, because from more than one senior person, including a senior minister at the time, that after Jacob Zuma was arrested, nothing was coming through from KwaZulu-Natal. I mean, Mkhwanazi was nowhere to be found. Even his phone was off. One minister went off. One minister was very irate. She just couldn't understand how the man didn't have his phone on when the province was burning. Anyway, I thought we might pay attention to intelligence, but it's actually deteriorated from what the members tell me. I mean, one member I spoke, who was a long-time member, a couple of weeks ago, said, well, it's virtually collapsed in KwaZulu-Natal. So I think there's an urgency here, and that brings me to the guns, because what I forgot to mention is, in one of the early reports from Minister Clearly, one of the very few, he was talking about, well, we've made all these arrests for guns and illegal guns and dockets and guns, and they were a range of very dangerous guns. But a senior provincial detective said, well, what happened is that actually, and again, as I said, I'm not mentioning these names because they are police members, and it would at least lose them their jobs, and it might even get them killed, some of them that are doing dangerous work right now. And he said to me, what happened is that apparently, and it's not confidential, the task team went to the different stations in the province where there were illegal guns taken in, and they took the dockets and they took the guns. That's why this massive amount of information, see how well the task team is doing. Someone told me along the way, I think it was a prosecutor, who was also very concerned about it, said, but you know, they say they do their own ballistics. Well, I mean, what does that mean? They are police members. You've got to use police ballistics. So I would really like, I mean, the crime problem in KwaZulu-Natal is out of control at the moment. And we've got to deal with the gun problem. And I think if Parliament could press for some sort of audit of all the guns that have been in the hands, well, even the guns in the hands of the police, I mean, because they do go missing from the police. I know that from first hand. But I don't know where all these guns are. What happened to them? Were people actually convicted? What happened to the guns? Were they bona fide police ballistics people that tested them? It's unknown. I think an audit of the guns by, I don't know by who, but there must be some way of doing it. These are things that, what I said to you earlier, you know, the things Parliament can do. The Nhlanhla Commission will take a long time to get round to doing investigations, but Parliament can do things as soon as it's reached its ad hoc conclusions.
Thank you. Thank you.
And there's longer term stuff. You know, I, as a social scientist, am very concerned about a creeping culture of secrecy. I gave evidence here against the secrecy bill years ago. But there's a creeping culture of secrecy. We've had problems even getting PIA applications without having to go to court. And there's an increasing use of slap suits, defamation actions by the police, at our expense, I think, to try and stop people telling the truth, basically. Just last week we were saying that they're doing this against people who are also trying to protect land rights of Indigenous people. So, that is longer term. We've got to expedite that legislation. The other longer term thing, and again, a policeman phoned me just before I came and said, look, we have, among ourselves, we're talking. He's a retired senior man. And we've decided we've got to restructure the police. I said, yeah, I've said that. We have to restructure. And these are longer term things. But at the same time, we have to keep it in mind. There's a national development plan that's got some good ideas.
Okay, Doctor.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dan. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Are you done?
Thank you.
Hope so.
Okay. We are now going to the next session, Doctor, where we are going to allow these honourable members of Parliament to ask you questions. And I'm going to request that in your responses, you must be crispy. Yeah. You must be crispy. Yeah, so that because the time that we allocate to a member, if a member asks you one question and you take the whole time of a member responding,
Okay.
then it means the member forfeits his or her right to ask questions. Yeah. Okay. How much time do you want me to allocate to honorable members? A member. 15. 15. Okay. We are going to do like this, honorable members. Today, because our guest today is a senior citizen, and I want you to enjoy the luxury of being with the senior citizens. I allocate each one of you 20 minutes across, full members and alternates. Each one of you today will have 20 minutes. I will exercise some flexibility where I see that you have not exhausted your list. I may give some 5 minutes extra, but I won't go beyond 30 minutes with every member. Yeah. Yes. Are you ready, Honorable Ngola?
We are all ready.
You are all ready. Okay. Let me check the time. It's now 15:42. At 15:02, your time will expire, Honorable Ngola. 16:02. Your time will expire, and then the time of Honorable Sokanyile will expire at 16:22.
Donate.
Yeah. Honorable Skosana.
Oh, I thought you were giving us 15 minutes each, so you're giving us half an hour.
No, I'm giving each one of you 20 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. You don't have to use all of it. So listen, Honorable Ngola, your time starts at 15 hour 43. So it will now end at 16:03. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Honorable Sokanyile is going to make a humanitarian donation if my time ends. Thank you very much, Prof. Doc. Are you an expert in policing?
Yeah, sorry. I beg your pardon?
Go to the mic, Doc.
Yeah, okay.
Are you an expert in policing?
An expert in,
Policing.
Policy, I know quite a bit about it, actually. I did
Not policy.
Yeah.
Not policy. Policing.
Policing.
Yeah, policing services.
I did research on policing in the 90s. I wrote a report on policing based on research. And I have written a lot of stuff on violence that includes assessments of policing. I think I did a conference paper on policing. I don't know what an expert on policing is, actually. I mean, short of being a lawyer who knows all the laws and things like that. Yeah.
So was that research an academic research?
It was academic. Yeah. I mean, the research report, the research was academic. I did in the late 90s.
So you were doing it with which accredited higher education institution?
At the University of Natal, where I was teaching anthropology, and now is the University of KwaZulu-Natal because it amalgamated with the University of Durban-Westville. There were two universities, and we're now University of KwaZulu-Natal, by which time I had retired.
Okay. So let's go to your deposed affidavit. It looks like it largely relies on hearsay. I'm saying it looks like.
It looks like it.
Yes, because in each and every paragraph you make mention that so and so said this, so and so said this, so and so said this. What is your comment on that?
No, it's okay. It wasn't hearsay to me. It was direct communication with people. Most of it is there, apart from where I say, as we have discussed at length, that I have to protect especially, it's mainly the police that talk to me, whose identities I cannot reveal. But the information I compiled as part of this report is direct information from people who've experienced the task team or have worked as a detective with the task team, including lawyers for some of the people who've been charged by them. So for me, it's not hearsay. Now, I also want to stress that most of these people are dying to give evidence to someone about their own experiences. I have begged even police members to go and do it in camera, but a lot of people who've experienced this say, yes, I can't wait to go and give evidence myself.
Okay. So you get information about PKTT from policemen, some of them, from community members, some of them, and from prisoners, yes. Some of them.
Prisoners who have not yet been found guilty and are innocent in terms of the Constitution until they're found guilty.
Okay. So do you apply the audi alteram partem rule after having received this information?
I try to, but I don't get responses from...
What do you mean you tried? Explain the tried part.
Okay. I try to, how can I say? I tried to communicate when Thabiso Zulu's phones were seized without a warrant, without an order. I phoned General Khumalo personally. He couldn't explain it. He said he didn't know about it. He never followed it up, did he? Because I did write to Mkhwanazi and I wrote to Parliament and nobody followed it up. What can I do? I don't get responses from the police anymore. I complained to General Masemola about the fact that the...
Doc, can you hold there?
Yeah.
I don't think you're answering.
I know. Okay, you wanted me to be brief. Right.
You are talking about... Wait, Doc. You are talking about you complaining about police action in that particular incident. The point I'm making is you receive information about the irregularities of the PKTT from people. But do you ever take time to ensure that you get the side of the story from the PKTT itself, so that whatever findings you formulate are based on both sides of the story? Do you get it now?
I do indeed, but how do I get it if they don't want to give me the information when I write to them and ask questions?
Okay, have you communicated with the General Dumisani Khumalo, the project leader of the PKTT, when you received information about the things that is alleged the PKTT is doing?
No, I stopped communicating with them because...
So you did not solicit a view from the PKTT before making findings about the PKTT?
Look, I am reporting what many people have said independently about the actions. I'm reporting in some of the stuff that's on court records with lawyers that are working for these people. I have tried, in the first days of democracy, I would get responses from the police. I've given up largely because I have a lot of letters on record. I mean, I wrote to General Masemola and said, the political killings task team, look, here are attached statements. What are you doing about it? I never got a reply. So that's why I copy to the police, so that they can say, come back to me and say, no, this is wrong, and give me an explanation. And they don't do it.
Okay, let's pass that, Doc. Section 16, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislators Act requires you to give Parliament information wherever you are required to. Then on what basis are you refusing the Ad Hoc Committee to give the information that it requires, including the names that were requiring you to give the Ad Hoc Committee?
May I just explain? I don't know. I have this very few cases here where I have not spoken personally to people, and very few cases I've given names. The only people whose names I have not given are people that I cannot, according to my own professional ethics, as a social worker, as an anthropologist, as a human rights defender, reveal names because they might endanger the lives of the people, and they are police members. I'm trying to explain this because I think the Honourable Chairperson put it very well. I thought I'd explain by referring to ethics. But I also cannot, I am not in a position to investigate them myself. And Parliament does not have the capacity in terms of resources to have a skilled forensic investigator to do some of the work that needs investigating. It's as simple as that. So I cannot go blurting out names of people who might be killed before there's an investigation.
Okay, Doc, we'll pursue that. Let's go to your paragraph 5. Paragraph 5. So we're going to compare this paragraph against the background. You are saying that You can't say names of people who are in the police service because you might be risking them losing their lives. I mean, their lives or their jobs or getting persecuted. That's what you said, Prof.
Well, those that are not, if I can just reply, these are people that are not already publicly named. All the people I'm referring to have been in court reports, have been in the media. I am referring to members who are not in the public domain.
Yeah, because it looks like there are some you mentioned. You have mentioned Captain Fine of the National Intervention Unit who was promoted at some point. You mentioned Magistrate Khumalo, who you say has even been reported to the Magistrate Commission. So as it appears, what would think that you mention those you don't like and you don't mention those you hold dear? What will be your view on that?
Okay. Right. Everybody knows that Colonel Finn is running around with this task team. You know, the people are saying it, it's not secret. These are people we are paying. We taxpayers, these are public servants. We're entitled to name them if they're doing an official job like this. They're not, that's one thing.
But Prof, you said, Doc, you said, apologies for interjecting. You said, there is a member of the police service who contacted you after the political killings task team dissolution letter, who wanted to give Minister Mchunu information. So that person, you pay that person as a taxpayer as well, but you are refusing to mention him. But if that's the logic you want to use, that these are public servants, you pay them, you are taxpayers, but the same person you are hiding from Parliament is a person who is in the public service, who actually is under the payroll of the state.
I think anyone who has access to intelligence information in the police is surely not named public. This man is just a very experienced detective. He's more or less retired. I think he may have retired by now. But he's very much, these retired detectives, I hear, keep in contact with each other, the retired police. Now, he would definitely be at risk. And I could not mention a name unless I asked him. He may end up giving evidence himself. I would like him to, but he has to decide. As for the magistrate Khumalo, it's in a report done for the court. Court proceedings are open. It's in a report done by the advocate for one of the accused in the case, applying for the case to be reviewed. Not only that, Magistrate Khumalo's name is on a charge sheet for our former Chief Magistrate, Zamandi, who's being charged by the Magistrates Commission. And on the charge sheet is the very same Magistrate Khumalo's name as having paid to get his position. Now, that's a court document. It's public. So, there's a difference here with people that talk to me in complete confidence and don't want to lose their jobs. And all I am asking is for people, and you wanted the information about my communications with Mkhwanazi. So if I'm going to be honest, I have to say, well, this is what I did.
Thanks, Doc. Let's go to your paragraph 13 and 14. You talk about people who are held in custody and who are refused bail.
13, yes.
13 and 14.
Yes.
You're talking about people who actually refuse bail and try to pinpoint that to the PKTT.
Yes, so that's point 13, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and 14 is speaking about almost the same thing.
Yeah.
So how is it a problem of the PKTT that people were refused bail by judicial officers?
Because in one case, the charges should have been withdrawn immediately. Within days of charging these members, I've been dealing with a lawyer for these members as well. Within days of charging the members, the PKTT, and it's the only political case, right, that's their mandate. The PKTT were on duty that night. There's OB entries, AVL entries, phone record entries, and a statement from their station, their commander, that they could not have got over an hour's journey away and killed someone. Right. That case was never withdrawn. The other three cases, the state dragged its heel by wasting court days. I mean, one day, 5 days set aside, the prosecutor gets to court, sorry, not using today, I'm not prepared. I don't know, how do you get away with not being prepared as a prosecutor that we are paying? They're paying lawyers for that day because the lawyer's only here when they get to court, but the prosecutor's decided he's not prepared. We've charted these delaying tactics, deliberate. That's the one where they didn't use the day when he went to the High Court.
But
now,
you understand, Doc, that bail refusal is a judicial decision, not a PKTT decision or an NPA decision.
I have explained that the problem goes back to Advocate Thaba, against whom there are very serious allegations, and all I wanted and asked of the National Director of Public Prosecutions that she would deploy a very senior, completely independent judicial person to check the dockets, and she refused to do. So that's the same prosecutor that there's another affidavit about how he's trying to fabricate evidence. Now, there are cases where police are given bail when they kill people. Most cases, the police get bail because they've got a fixed abode. And the case has been dragged on unnecessarily.
Okay, no, it's fine.
And there's a statement, the Constitution says you are entitled to a speedy, that there should not be an undue, this is an unreasonable delay when it drags on like this. The minute the defense gets to be able to present its case 3 years after the beginning. And there's another 6 months delay.
Okay, let's pass that part. You reckon that it was completely unnecessary for the PKTT to be established?
Yes.
Do you know the process leading to the PKTT establishment?
Only from what I've been, I know the process very well. I was part and parcel of the Marani Commission. They relied on me for information. I gave them evidence. I've got their report. I also know the political situation in KZN very, very well. I mean, I know there's all sorts of factions in politics. I know, the same everywhere. Anyway, I know it's very dangerous because we are the hit.
Honorable Nduli is disturbing my witness.
Yeah.
Chair, sorry, point of order, Chair. Can she speak to the mic, please? Because she's...
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm supposed... Must I address the chairperson with this or with the question, Chair?
Still look at him because I see that both of you are enjoying the eye contact.
Okay. No, look. Okay, let me get back to...
It's a whole vibe happening there, Chair.
We don't know. All we can say is these people are in politics and the motive may or may not have been political. We had a very good, I'm saying because I can speak from experience, that the provincial team was doing a good job. Now, you asked about the...
Doc, the process leading to the establishment.
The process. I know that Mr. Clearly, former Minister Clearly, or whatever he wants to be called, because he loves his uniforms and being called a general, I I know that he's a very powerful politician. He's a populist. He was on the national executive, I think, at that stage. So he's got a lot of sway in politics, right?
Doc,
And I think that
the process leading to the defeat.
I think that he drove it. That's what I'm saying. I think he drove it without a doubt. And I think, let's say this, let me put it in academic terms. Suppose they didn't like what came out at the Mkhwanazi Commission, and suppose they didn't like the fact that a lot of arrests had been made that were going to lead to some pretty senior politicians. And that was the case in 2 of the cases.
Let's do like that, Doc. Let's talk.
Okay. So for all we know, they could have deliberately set up a team to sabotage.
Just a moment, Honorable Ngwan. You went to testify at the Mkhwanazi Commission.
Yes.
And when was it?
2017. And the report was released in the middle of 2018, around the time the task team was established.
Okay. And then it is your submission here that the PKTT is as a result of the Mkhwanazi Commission.
Well, yes, that's common knowledge. They say it was because of the Mkhwanazi Commission it was actually set up. That's what the official explanation was.
Okay. And then the honorable member, when he asked you, you said that you were actively involved in the process.
Yes.
Leading to the formation of the PKTT.
No, I was involved in the process involving the Mkhwanazi Commission. The evidence leader came to me wanting lists of people killed.
Okay.
Which I gave him, and I gave evidence to the commission.
So the process leading to the PKTT, you were not actively involved.
No, I wasn't. But I looked as far as I could when I was asked to write that article. I don't know whether there was as far as I know, there was no official notice of establishing it. It was obviously an interministerial decision. Yes, you can go ahead and let's have a team. That's the way I read it.
Okay.
But I do know that it was the minister communicated to the National Commissioner at the time who established a structure for the team.
It's fine. I want to hand back to Honorable Ngola to continue.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Doc, it does appear that you really do not know how the PKTT was established. This is what happened. This is what happened, Doc. There was a person who was murdered in KwaZulu-Natal. Then President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the home of that person and later established an interministerial committee, which is a subcommittee of cabinet, which has actually made recommendations that a task team be established to deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, let's leave it now. The second question would be, you reckon that those who were there before the establishment of the PKTT were actually doing the job greater than this. Do you know how many cases were registered, politically aligned killings registered before the establishment of the PKTT?
Well, they were working from the lists I had. They've quoted the lists that I gave to Mkhwanazi Commission. And you mentioned, yes, I know the case you're talking about. It was a very prominent Ramaphosa supporter called Mchunu in Pietermaritzburg. He was murdered, and the provincial detectives had arrested and charged people. And the task team came in and withdrew the charges. Yeah, that's what happened.
Doc, I am looking for stats. I'm saying, how many politically related killings, cases, were registered before the establishment of the political killings task team?
I think it was, look, I don't have those lists with me, but they were at least, but that was up until the end of 2017, I think it was something in the region. It depends on the period. I think for the period Morani wanted, there were about 150 deaths. I think something like that, but I couldn't tell you offhand. I don't have the figures here. This was
150.
Before, let's do this intervention, Doc. You know, South Africans are following the proceedings, and I announced it this morning that we sometimes get feedback about the things that they see and also matters that are of interest to them. The honorable member is asking you a question about a victim who was killed in KwaZulu-Natal. And I guess that he belongs to a family there. And the family may still be grieving by now because the chapter has not been closed. And I just want to persuade you to reconsider the statement that you made to say no. He was a prominent Ramaphosa supporter. I don't think that will be appropriate.
Okay.
You can imagine a family of Mchunu if they are watching the proceedings now, and their late family member is being described as somebody's supporter, not as a citizen who unfortunately lost his life due to the political killings that were happening in that project. Do you agree with me that it might have not been appropriate to frame it the way you did?
Look, I'm not sure because it was common knowledge. It was kind of common knowledge within the ANC itself from people I spoke to because of the factions in the ANC. And that was why Ramaphosa came here, you see. So I'm not sure. I can't answer your question because I hadn't thought about it that way.
Just listen to me, Doc.
Yeah.
When you come here, we say that the senior counsel must confirm that you are the witness that we expected. And the senior counsel, when he introduces you, he says you are Dr. Elizabeth Mary de Haas. He does not say you are a supporter of a rugby football team or you are an affiliate of a congregation at a particular township or village elsewhere. You are Dr. Elizabeth Mary de Haas, belonging to the de Haas family. If there is a family ceremony at home and they invite us, they say the de Haas family invites you to come and celebrate with them on the achievements of their daughter. They don't say, we are inviting you to an event of a supporter of a Soviet Nhlanhla. You do hear what I'm saying?
No, I do.
That's exactly why I say I must persuade you to understand that to describe a person as a prominent Ramaphosa supporter cannot be appropriate, and you must be persuaded to withdraw that statement.
No, I'm happy to withdraw it. I only mentioned it because of President Ramaphosa coming here, because, you know, it was one of his main people in Maritzburg. So I'm happy to withdraw it.
No, yeah, it's all about, it's not about who supports who, but the context within which the name is being mentioned is that even up to today, the family has not got closure on that matter. And so we should be able to to gauge the emotions around the matter. And those who knew the late Mkhwanazi and those who are his family, every time the name is being mentioned, the fact that the family has not got closure on the matter, it always evokes emotions.
Of course.
Yes, and we must be measured in the manner we talk about the name. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, look, thank you for that. I'm quite happy to withdraw it. It was a response to the honourable member's question about comment about President Ramaphosa coming here. That's all. But the family were quoted after the charges were withdrawn by the political killings task team. The important charges, the murder charges, after they were withdrawn, the family were quoted publicly as being very upset about it. So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm quite happy to strike that off the record or whatever you do, that he was a Ramaphosa supporter. I was trying to explain why it was important at that point in time for Ramaphosa to show his full support for the family. That's all. Because the subject came up, but it doesn't have to be part of it at all. I mean, to finish that comment there, that the thing is that President Ramaphosa would have been very sympathetic to one of their key people provincially, when was this, 2018, he'd just been appointed Minister of Police. He would have been very supportive to a suggestion that there be a special team. It stands to reason, that he would support it. But my thing is this: I suspect that the motivation was, well, let's keep a good eye on what's happening here.
Let's stop you. Honourable Ngola, do you still have further questions?
But carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, do you know how many politically related cases were registered after the political killings task team establishment?
I've got a list, but not with me.
Doc, do you know how many?
I don't know how many. I can't tell you the number because I haven't even got a tentative number. The list is at home.
Do you know how many accused persons have been convicted after the establishment of the PKTT?
I'm trying to find out.
You don't know, Doc?
There are I cannot get records of the dockets they took.
Doc, you don't know?
Yeah.
I don't know what dockets they took. I know that some of them aren't even.
The answer that says I don't know is enough, Doc.
Dr. De Haas.
That's my answer. I don't.
It's enough, Doc. You're saying.
The honourable member, at the time you wrote this letter in October, did you know how many convictions have been?
I had a rough idea from the public releases. That's all, because I couldn't get details anywhere. I am still looking for them, and I will certainly.
Did you know at the time? Did you know or didn't you know?
I had a rough idea, but I didn't know for sure because I didn't have the statistics and the breakdowns. That's the reason.
He did not know, honourable member. Can we move to the next question?
Yes, I'm quickly moving. So you don't know how many cases were registered, how many convictions were registered before and after. So let's take it that you don't know, and you are in no space to actually compare something you are not aware about. Let's pass that thing. Let's go to specifically the Magaga case. The Sindiso Magaga case.
Yes.
Yeah, you make mention of it on paragraph 15 of your it's paragraph 17.1. Yeah, you make mention of the Magaga case. Do you know who was the detective who was leading the case?
The provincial team were investigating the case. That's why the docket was transferred to the political killings team. In fact, the imprisoned Dlamini was one of the investigators.
Okay. Who made a breakthrough in the case?
Who?
Who made the breakthrough?
Yes,
in relation
he
to the
made the breakthrough, yeah.
Who arrested the mayor and the other accused?
They were they got the information together which led to them being charged.
What was the role of General Dumisani Khumalo in that investigation?
I don't know where he was then, quite honestly, because he was, as I said, he was floating around doing all the arrangements, the project arrangements, and then he figured at some stages in alleged instructions to some of the members.
Did General Khumalo not lead the breakthrough in the case?
In that, as far as I know.
General Khumalo was not involved?
Well, certainly not in any of the investigations.
We have got a different evidence in front of us, but it's fine, let's pass. You speak about organizational structures. Particularly, you speak about an organizational structure of the PKTT. And we are comparing that with an E2 of 1990, that it had a better organizational structure compared to the PKTT.
The structure, can I answer that? The structure in the 90s was the typical type of structure that had been set up for short-term task investigations for political killings.
So did you consciously compare apartheid police to a democratic dispensation?
It was democratic. It was the Mandela government and Favers was the national commissioner. This was the late 90s.
Okay. Do you perhaps know that the more the population grows, the more the needs of society actually change?
In some respects, yes. But, I mean, policing, it stands to reason that if you have a task team, it's for a specific purpose and it is controlled by senior detectives.
Okay. You speak about that it was unnecessary for the PKTT to be established to protect politicians who you pay handsomely and they're doing no job.
Some are, some aren't.
Do you know how much a ward councillor of a grade 3 municipality earns? Have you made a research to that effect?
Let me just explain this. I deal with poor people who don't even have jobs or they're informal sector. They get no protection. When someone's killed, the cases seldom get to court. So we're talking relative here, relative to that. I also know that some councillors wouldn't be there if they had to apply in the open market for a job. And a lot of these councillors have protection. Remember, they can draw on... Yeah. So,
have you made a research on how much does a ward councillor of a grade 2 municipality earns?
No, I haven't.
You haven't.
I'll tell you why. Because it wasn't a paid job in the past.
That response of you haven't is enough. With what authority do you think that these politicians, you pay them handsomely? And you'll recall that we talk about mostly councillors yet. Was it councillors who are mostly affected by the political killings? So with what authority, if you have not made any research of how much what councillors earn, with what authority do you say you pay them handsomely and they're doing nothing?
Relative, I'm not saying they're all doing nothing. I'm saying a lot of them aren't. We have
no, Doc. In the statement, you did not say some of them.
I do not. I could have found out what they earned, but
oversight mechanism over detectives, prosecutors, and intelligence structures.
It's part of my position as a human rights defender to help people who are at risk and who are being harassed, persecuted for what they, and apparently, I mean, you know, let me just say I'm quite astonished because I don't know, I reported 4 years ago to Parliament that General Khumalo's members were seizing phones without a court order. Now, I would have thought that Parliament would have said, but hang on a sec, let's just check this out and see if it's really happening.
Chair, I sit in the police portfolio committee you are talking about. I sit in that committee for your information, Doc. In paragraph 2, you base your assertions on official you spoke to, which are, you don't want to give us names as we speak. And I'm not sure who authorized them. And how do you come to a conclusion that what they gave you, because there's no OD here, you don't know the other side of the story. In my view, I'll be honest and frank to you. Your hate towards General Khumalo.
No, I don't hate it.
No, wait, Doc. Wait, Doc. Because your statement here before us, like many others, like Sibia who came here to say what General Mkhwanazi was talking about is a dream. But we know now, the country as well knows today that his bravery. We are not taking sides. Remember, we are still probing here. You are giving us, what you gave us here are allegations as well. Do you agree with that? Please don't explain. Do you agree that what you are telling us, like any other witness, are still allegations before us?
Look, when you speak to somebody that you know very well, and somebody who's always been very honest, and the phones have gone, and when the phones come back, one is damaged, the person knows the law, all they had to do was come back and say, well, here's the order. And they didn't.
Doc, are you sure that those phones were damaged by the police? Are you sure of that?
Am I sure? Sorry?
Are you sure that those gadgets you are talking about were damaged by the police?
One was, apparently. The owner told me that. The phone was damaged when he got it. So I'm not supposed to believe people that I know very well that have always told the truth.
Doc, you say you know these people very well.
Mm.
That's you who are telling us that. Must we believe you that you know them very, very well? Are those your informers?
No, this is Tabitha Zulu.
No. I'm saying, are those your informers? Because you know them very well.
I told you that the informers that I won't mention names of are police members.
So why should this committee rely on hearsay obtained throughout irregular means? Because what you are telling us, the police can go as well. They know where to go. There's IP.
The police can, sorry, what did you say about the police can also do this?
I said to you, why should this committee rely on a hearsay obtained through irregular means?
What do you mean irregular means? If I've made an affidavit about it, about what I was told, what I asked Khumalo, what I asked Mkhwanazi. If I don't get feedback from them, how can I prove whether it's true or false? I expected Parliament to question them or to get it investigated.
Okay, let's go to, because I know I'm not going to win on this one. But the fact remains that the statement which you gave us is allegation, is not facts. Until we finish this probe. Now I'm going to go to your political narratives vis-a-vis evidence. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC factions to secure municipal control. Who told you that?
Oh, gosh, we were hearing it all over the place, including in eThekwini especially, where
Sorry, Chair.
Reported in the media.
Chair. Who you, Chair? let me repeat my question again. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was a obvious attempt by certain ANC faction to secure municipal control. My question is, who told you that? Or unless you are an intelligent analyst.
Well, it was almost common knowledge, and certainly people in the ANC told me that. Well, this one supports this one supports that one supports this one. And we were looking at the councillors in the Tekwini particularly.
You had no access to classified briefings, am I right?
No. I don't personally have any access to anything classified. I think there's much too much classification. We've got to get oversight going.
So what gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
Sorry, what classification are you talking about?
What gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
What I am reporting is what ANC people were telling me at the time, and they can contest it.
They show you
to them to contest it if they wish.
Do they show you their membership card to say these are?
Well, I know some of them are. I have a very good network.
Yeah, but some, no, not all of them.
And we had a more or less a good idea of what was going on in the areas at Glebelands around there. But I mean, this is all past history. It's got nothing to do with the task team.
No, listen. We are talking about the killings here. All these questions here. I'm sucking anywhere outside the terms of reference which we have.
Yes.
Thank you. Why do you freely attribute to political motives killings, but later on paragraph 17.3, criticize us for defining political killings? Is that not the contradiction?
Sorry, 17?
Paragraph 17.3.
I'm sorry. It's this one.
Like the reconstruction of PKTT structures.
17.3. You mean I tried to explain, I've worked with since 1990, since the establishment of the Goldstone Commission, and there's been a consistent teams that always have senior detectives in charge.
Yeah, in fact, let me just help you. Judge Goldstone was an apartheid judge in 1990. We're not transformed in this country during those years. And I want to put it to you that those issues which you are really familiar with invoke the pains of South Africans. If you are talking about Judge Goldstone as if he's an angel, with me, they are completely wrong. But be that as it may, let's go further because there's no time now. In paragraph 7, you allege that Minister Cele went behind their backs.
That's what police told me.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Were you present, or is it hearsay as well?
Were
you present, or is it a hearsay?
Said this was what they were saying. I didn't say I was present.
So you agree with me that almost what you gave us on your statement is hearsay?
No.
It's hearsay.
No, it's not. I know a lot of this to be as factual as can be. I mean, tell me, have any of you asked whether it's true that Mkhwanazi went and stopped the arrest of a human trafficker on the instructions of Cele? This is a police note. Has anyone asked that? Because I don't know if it's true.
Let's not off-frame talk. Intelligence claim without verification is false.
Look, that's a whole subject in itself. I just want to say one thing in my own defense. Do you know, in the middle of the 80s, when this violence broke out, I quoted a line from Bob Dylan's song.
Yeah, wait.
How many deaths will it take till we know how many
Objection, Chair,
people have
please.
died? Look, and that was I was blaming the white government. Look at the people who are dying now. And a black government, and nobody cares about them, but they care about politicians die. I mean, this is what bugs me. I'm dealing with poor people getting killed, no justice.
Let me tell you, Doc. Chair,
Everyone does anything. It's money spent on the task team.
Dr. De Haas.
Yeah. If you want to, I think we're
Dr. De Haas. Dr. De Haas. Honorable Skosana is a young South African. And when a young South African appeals to the chair to say he needs protection from a senior citizen, I get worried. Because, I have respectfully requested you that sitting here as young South Africans, we want to tap wisdom from you. And I want him to tap wisdom from you. Honorable Skosan.
Yes, before I conclude, because I know the chair will be saying to me, it's time up. Let me say this quickly. Yeah. In paragraph 30 to 32, you present extremely a serious intelligence allegation. You then admit, in your own way, I have no way of confirming any of these allegations. If you cannot confirm them yourself, why are you presenting them as evidence to Parliament?
No.
Did you at any point verify these claims with intelligence, with the Inspector General of Intelligence? And what statutory authority do you have to receive crime intelligence information? Your contradiction about Senzo Mchunu leaves much to be desired. Can you respond on that before I give you my last question?
All I can say is I wanted to make it clear I was asked what I knew about intelligence. I gave a very general report about what I had heard, not specifics, allegations, and I said I have no way of knowing whether these allegations are true. I would not have even included that had I not been asked to do it.
In fact, you said in your own way that you expected Minister Mkhunu to do nothing. But there's a claim that you wrote a letter to Minister Mkhunu to disband PKTT. Am I right?
Yes, I think that's not disputed. It's there.
Lastly, Chair, Dr. De Haas, much of your affidavit is, if you will remember, I just want you to remember, and when you respond on me, please be factual, because and confirm whether what I'm going to put to you, is it in your own weight, or am I right? Hearsay, Chair, I want to make it clear. No, wait, Doc. The statement which were given to us is hearsay, unverified allegations, opinions, narratives from accused persons, leaked intelligence, and reconstruction based on anonymous sources. Why should this committee treat any of this so-called reliable evidence put before us?
Can I explain that most of it is not hearsay to me? It's what lawyers, what victims, what community members have told me. I don't know I raised intelligence because I was asked to and because I wanted to motivate this committee, or not this parliament, to rush that civilian control of intelligence through. Remember Cindy Mufamadi's report saying it's urgent because of the creeping culture of secrecy. That's why I put that there.
Let me say this to you, Doc. You spoke about the 1980s. The national commissioner, then he was working for the special branch. Wait, no, I haven't finished. I don't know what you, hence I don't know what you're going to answer because I'm still telling you that some of us, he tortured us in the 80s. Now,
Sure.
I want to put it to you, Doc, that your statements as well, as I said, when we started, some of the journalists, not all of them, I gave names times ago. You know, Karen Morgan, Anden Passon, you know them, you know, you operate like them.
Well,
Marian Dam and others. You know, you sensationalize this. And unfortunately, Minister Senzo Mchunu as well listen to you, but you can't direct Parliament to do what you want. We need facts here, not dumb side. We don't need essays here. Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Doc, and thank you, Chair, for your time.
Honorable Skusana, thank you so much. Honorable Nomvalo, your hand was up.
Yes, it was up for a follow-up question, Chair. I just wanted to ask from Dr. Mary de Haas. Doc, do you know what hearsay is?
very well.
Because you seem to have a particular understanding of what it means.
I've tried to explain.
And please don't be too long.
To me, and gives me very detailed evidence. It's not hearsay. It's direct.
No. Wait, Mary.
To you, it's hearsay.
Doc, when we say hearsay, we mean to us because we are presenting what you know to us. You are not presenting to yourself. I said to you, I gave you a legal definition of what hearsay evidence is. That hearsay is an information whose credibility relies on the other person, other than the person who is giving that information. So here, you are giving an information. And the credibility of the information you are giving doesn't rely on you because you are saying, I was told. So it means it relies on the person who told you. That is why we are saying it's hearsay. Had those people who told you, who are invisible to us, written statements, had they wrote statement under oath for you to attach them to your statements, we will be speaking a different language. So it's people of Mkosi who told you Mkosi and you come and present it here as facts. That is what we are saying. So the credibility of what you are telling us does not rely on you. It relies on the people who told you. And it's hearsay to us. Do you agree with that?
I agree. And this is why I have been writing to Parliament and asked them to hold people to account. If there's an allegation that people are seizing phones without a court order, have you brought them in? Have you got a copy of the order? That's the only way you'll ever verify it.
Yeah. No. I just wanted us to have a common understanding on the meaning of hearsay.
She confirmed.
Then we leave it there. So you agree with me?
She confirmed, Honorable Nova.
Thank you.
Can I check this with you? Did I hear you calling Mary?
No, I later changed. I said.
Did I hear you?
I later changed. I said, Doc.
Yeah, just say to her that because sometimes in the conversation we have to throw word after word. I unfortunately called you Mary when I was not supposed to have done so.
But I corrected it, and she did not raise any discomfort. I corrected it immediately. I realized that I made a mistake.
I heard it from where I'm sitting. That is why.
And it was corrected. It means that the only part you missed is a correction because I corrected.
No, because I know you to always be a person of good intentions.
Exactly.
That is why she must not live here with a wrong impression about you.
No, but it was corrected, Doc.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It was corrected.
Chief Whip.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. De Haas. I just want to make a follow-up on the flowing from what we have just agreed. I take it that you are conceding to the explanation
of the meaning of hearsays as provided for by Honorable Nomvalo. Can I ascertain if you are agreeing with his explanation?
Well, technically, perhaps, but I mean, can I explain? If I get somebody telling me something and I can verify it from somebody else, as with some of what's in these letters, I am leaving it to somebody else to interrogate it further. That's why I report to the police. That's why I report to Parliament. I'm asking them to take what I'm giving them to verify it.
Okay. So therefore, in that context, should we therefore conclude that all your unverified allegations are not the basis upon which we can depend on as we prepare our report as a committee?
May I ask if you have asked General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo for verification of everything they've said?
Okay, I will answer your question, but please answer mine first, because I asked first.
Look, I am reporting what I believe is true from different sources about the political killings team.
That's not an answer to
If you say it's hearsay, well, that's your opinion. To me, it's not. To me, it's empirical, factual information.
Okay, let me explain. I thought we are logical people. And so, because we are logical people, we are following a particular rationality in our conversation. That is why I said it therefore flows from what Honorable Nomvalo has said, that therefore it would be rational for us as a Committee of Parliament to treat your evidence before us to a larger extent as he has said, because it's until there's a verification about it.
Well, as long as you treat everybody else's evidence in the same way, I wouldn't have a problem.
So if...
Yeah, no, I hear you. Dr. De Haas, I'm listening to your responses to Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli. And you are saying these matters came to my attention. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And I'm considering the information that I have gathered in serious light. And in several occasions, I would have written to Parliament or I would have written to authorities for them maybe to investigate these matters further. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And then when they have investigated, you expect them to either report back, even if they don't report back to you, but just to report back to the people they represent in government. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, more or less. It's you like a court to assess. Yeah.
And that the evidence that you have deposed in your statement, and maybe that you would have presented here orally, is evidence which is still pending verification, because at the time you wrote, it was still not verified.
No, because I had no way of verifying it, did I? Unless the cases are in court.
No, I'm not. Yeah. Look, on your part.
On my part.
On your part, you might have consulted one or two people and they corroborated. But on the part of the authorities, let's say the police commissioner, the minister, or the chairperson of a portfolio committee in Parliament, or a speaker of Parliament, have not written back to you to say, the information that you gave us, we investigated it and now we are satisfied that it holds true.
No, nothing like that has happened. That's why I was very glad that there were to be investigations. When, I mean, again, regretfully, I shall not name the commission.
So when you heard that there is going to be an ad hoc committee to investigate, you got excited.
Well, I was very pleased that Parliament was sitting up and paying attention to what was a serious matter, because
that is what the Chief Whip wants to know from you, that some of the information here, by your own evidence, still have to be verified.
Well, of course, I mean, until cases, the verification in criminal matters is done by a court to the best of its ability, and then it gets contested. I mean, there was one case the task team got convictions for. It had to go all the way to the Concourt before Concourt threw it out because of procedural irregularity. So it's a long process verifying, isn't it?
Yes, because remember the cases that you make reference to here, most of them are, in fact, not most of them, all of them are cases of murder. So yeah, these are very, very complex investigations. And some of the allegations that you make, they go beyond superficial statements. They have to be intensively investigated, and some even scientifically. So you are saying before this committee that some of the information deposed here still has to be verified.
Well, if the cases are in court, I mean, the court will assess in due course, and maybe there'll be an appeal, and you know how it goes.
And that most of the information that you have, you got it from people who are working in the police services.
There are medical certificates about abuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some information you might have got from community members.
Yes.
And those,
quite a lot.
And those are the people that you have said here, for ethical reasons, you may not mention their names.
Yes.
Those are your sources.
Yeah.
And that the members, Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Nduli, when they say there is evidence that you presented here, which is hearsay, it is not hearsay to you in this context, because people might have confided with you and even shown you some material evidence. That is why, from your point, you may argue that is not hearsay. But here, before this committee, because that confidential information is not brought forth, it becomes hearsay. Do you agree?
Well, like the other evidence that hasn't been corroborated, I guess any of the evidence that's not watered, surely, am I right to say?
Listen to what I'm saying. To you as a researcher,
yeah,
the information has been corroborated, because people might have shown you material evidence on which you can rely. Let's say somebody says, I want to show you a medical report. And then they produce the medical report to you. It does no longer become a hearsay to you. But when you appear before a committee of parliament, you appear before a court of law, you make a statement and say, Soviet was suffering from this kind of illness. And they ask you, where is the medical report? You say, no, I can't produce it because it's a confidential matter. It becomes hearsay. Do you agree with me? That is exactly the point that the two honorable members were probing for you to through your wisdom, come to a point where you say, yes, I agree with you that because I would have confirmed the information myself and it's confidential, I would not be able to bring any evidence before you unless my sources volunteer to come and present it before you. For me, it might not be hearsay because I have confirmed it. But before the committee, in the absence of any evidence, even if I, as Dr. de Haas, might have seen it, but when I appear before you without any material evidence, you rightfully consider that as a hearsay evidence.
Yes, although, can I just make one point? You must remember that in two of the cases that the task team did, let's take Mzinti case, because that's well documented. The case was withdrawn by the court, so I presume they found too that there was no evidence in terms of the section of the CPA.
Yes, it's true. They will find, even if you have the evidence, the court will found that there is no evidence because it has not been presented before court. You get it? Yes.
Yeah, it was a court outcome.
So you agree with what you are saying, that you might have confirmed, you might have seen documents, you might have seen this and that. But if that information never appears before any competent authority, it will remain hearsay regardless of how truthful that information is. And that is why in your own word of mouth, you have also said, I have written to several authorities because I wanted them to further investigate these allegations. Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance, Chief Whip, are you satisfied? Okay. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair.
Is it you and Honorable Kola Barnett?
That's correct, yes, Chair.
You will tell me when you are done. Thank you so much.
Yes, Chair. I just want to confirm we have half an hour to split between the two of us, correct? Do we have half an hour between the two of us?
You have 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
2020, yeah. So it means at 6:10, when we break, you are the ones who will take us to break.
Okay.
Because we can't go beyond 3 hours in a session.
100%.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. De Haas. I want to start by asking, do you enjoy speaking to the media or to give interviews and statements or public talks about these kinds of allegations?
I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy any of this. I don't get paid for it. I risk my life, I give my time, but nobody else does it. And that's why I do it. Yeah, sorry. Of course, sorry. Are we still working both ways?
Would you say that in these public forums you present your views with a great deal of confidence? Would you agree?
Generally speaking, yes, I think so. I do. I try to. I mean, when I put out public reports, people can say that's wrong. They can interrogate it further because I'm very against any secrecy.
May you please come and sit here so that you can face it? Because I see that I have been a teacher before. You know, a teacher always wants to get that. Yeah, you sit here and then talk directly to. Okay.
Answer that. I'm a satisfied. I understand. I've got quite a loud voice anyway. Oh gosh. Where do you want to go?
The chair to go up a bit. Yeah.
Thanks.
So you can sit down. That's it.
I understand how society works and how power structures work, and how in a democracy we need maximum freedom of information, and we need bureaucracies that aren't patronage networks, and we don't have them. They're a counter to governance to balance the power in society. So I start with that context, and then I try to do my best to see what's happening in the police, where the abuses are, and I try to I'm asked for comment, and I don't much like it. It can be quite a nuisance, especially television. I hate it. And at the same time, I do want to convey information publicly because the public can then run with it, find out for itself, do things, including political parties. I mean, I started back in the 80s by complaining to a political party to ask them to do something. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. So by what we've heard today, the allegations that you made are not based on your own direct or personal knowledge, are they?
Well, personal knowledge in terms of what people have told me.
No, but what you've experienced.
Some of it I've experienced on the other end of my phone with people.
No, but you've physically experienced.
Well, it depends what you mean with physically experienced.
I'm saying that it's not gossip. It's not gossip, it's fact.
Let's put it that way. But I haven't been through what the people I talk to are experiencing.
Have allegedly experienced.
Well, they tell me are experiencing. Of course, it's all alleged until you, well, I see sometimes you have the medical evidence in these things, or sometimes people are threatened and they get killed, and that's evidence.
Respectfully, Doctor, we don't have the luxury of saying that and just saying we report something for someone else to deal with. I'm going to come to that now in my next few questions, but I want to use an example for you. Were you present in the events that you previously accused General Johan Booysen of? I think it was just before 2018, around there, regarding the Cato Manor Squad. Did you experience any of the things that you accused him of?
Well, okay. Let's look at that. I don't know why you're bringing this in.
No, it's very relevant. I'll show you now.
It's very relevant. I was getting complaints from taxi operators about members of his unit taking kickbacks and working with one faction in the taxis.
But did you see evidence of that?
Well, there's a person who wanted desperately to give evidence who was working with them.
Respectfully, Doctor, did you or did you not see evidence?
I've seen the videos of it.
No, but did you see evidence, yes or no?
Okay. There was one man who was killed by the unit. The police told me what had happened because the networks, a man who'd witnessed it, and he had no vested interest. He was a white guy. He was horrified. He told me exactly what they'd done. The lawyer himself, a lawyer had also phoned me and said, what was Booysen doing there? Now, I don't know why you're bringing this up.
I'll show you now. But that's not, you don't have to question that. I'll show you why. There's a run-up in this because I'm concerned about the lack of evidence. Despite all your public statements, not one of the things you've said so far, you keep on saying you wrote to Parliament. Trust me, I know. I've got an entire folder with letters, but very few case numbers where you made statements with specific cases, with specific evidence, where you were able to literally go and open a docket at a police station. So my questions regarding that, have you ever gone to the police, let's say in the last 5 years, for a formal sworn statement?
Yes.
Where are they? Why haven't you?
No, hang on a sec. Depends what you're asking.
No, regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement. Similar to with Johan Booysen, let's talk about the statement that you've submitted to us. Have you done anything to lay charges at the police?
Now, hang on a sec. This is not quite the same thing. I never opened. I wrote to the organised crime unit. It was not up to me. People I worked with opened cases, not me. I just wrote and asked questions. I did not personally ever, until what happened then was, before the Sunday Times, I think, wrote that article, they were looking at taxi violence, and I put them in touch with taxi members. Right. There was I don't know, you may not have seen this. A taxi driver whose members had all been shot dead got an interdict to stop him being killed. And it was clearly as MEC, against Booysen, against the minister. And the evidence was there, torture, this, that. He got the interdict. And a few weeks later, he was shot dead by the very people that he got the interdict against. Now, I mean, I wasn't.
Do you know that? Do you have evidence for that? Do you have evidence for that, or is it just hearsay?
Well, it's a court finding that it was serious and that there was an interdict.
No, but was there evidence that that was the reason for him being shot?
Well, it was linked to the taxi conflict in the area.
No, but you see, this.
What I'm saying, okay.
I'm going to come
Let me
back.
give you one case where the evidence is crystal clear. A 16-year-old child.
No, but is this relevant to this, to what I've asked you?
Well, I'm talking about evidence. I'm saying in some of these cases there's evidence. And this is not about the case.
No, but any of the questions I've asked you now, do you have evidence for any of those?
What do you mean? The question about what I wrote to the task team about, what I wrote about the task team.
So, yeah, let's say for the task team, did you open any cases regarding it? Do you go put down or make any statements or open a docket regarding the task team allegations that you've made?
Who could I open it with?
With the police, the South African Police Service.
Well, when the provincial commissioner is helping to run the task team, what's the use of going to the police to open a case when these people are already facing cases and it's up to the court to decide? Why should I open a case?
Yeah, but that's a very convenient answer because you speak about it publicly and you condemn a whole lot of things, which is your right. But then you need to probably prove why you've condemned certain things. I might even agree with you on certain things. The point is just that you can't just haphazardly say these things in the media as though it is fact when we actually don't know if it is fact. Have you ever submitted any kind of an affidavit to any court or possibly to the MPA or let's say to IDAC regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement?
Well, as I've explained, I didn't know that IDAC would. I didn't know that I could go to IDAC. I think I have sent it to some judicial bodies and got nowhere to ask, what do I do about this? But you see, what you are saying is, I can't do much until these cases proceed in court. But when there are common themes about abuse, about acting unlawfully, and when there's no need whatsoever for this team, the only people I can go to are the minister and the parliament to try and take it further.
Isn't it a fact that by speaking publicly but not officially, you avoid any legal consequences for your words?
No, not at all. I mean...
But you said you make it public while you leave it for someone else to verify. So that means I can go on any platform and I can say what I like, and Honourable Ngola or Honourable Matthys, any one of them would need to go and verify it. And
I do it because I've been doing it for 40 years and I've been proven right, including by charges against hitmen brought on my evidence.
But on 2018 with Voisin, you were found to be wrong. High Court overturned it. There was an interdict and the court made it very clear that what you had said was not accurate.
I'd said, I didn't make statements against Voisin, I challenged.
No, I've got the article in front of me, News 24, I'll send you the link. The next one, you will agree that such a possibility exists. Let me start with this one, maybe.
No, I'm confused now because I wrote to I believe that if you want to focus on Voisin, I believe the racketeering charges were wrong. There was no evidence, but I believe that in some of those cases, like the taxi driver, there was independent police.
Let me refresh your memory, Doctor. You said that the original report on the Cato Manor squad, you couldn't see why anything would be wrong in it. That's what you said, despite the fact that court later proved the relevant.
I did not approve of the charging. I never said that the racketeering charges. I did say that I realized that there were charges that should have been brought. In fact, Advocate Batoy sent the dockets back and told the advocate in KZN
so you
to
can
evaluate.
See there was a mistake in what you said. There was a mistake in what you said.
Mistake. What was I talking about?
Well, I'm telling you now that regarding today and the questions we've asked or I've asked you regarding General Bonsai, is that I would not go as far as even saying yes. I hear what some of my colleagues say. I would sue you for defamation. You just haphazardly say things about people. We don't have that luxury because if we do that, we get ethics complaints against us. And I can refresh your memory on that as well. Are you aware that General Bonsai took your allegations to High Court? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and have you?
And you're
you've
aware
seen
that the High Court
statement
ruled.
of the
Are you aware that?
investigator
Are you
who was
aware that the High Court
traumatized?
ruled in his favour, finding the allegations to be baseless?
The
Are you
allegations,
aware of that?
they found the allegations against racketeering were based. The cases dragged on, they were withdrawn, they were sent back to the provincial DPP for an individual assessment, which I think should have happened. They should have
But
been.
you are aware, the point is you are aware that High Court ruled in General Boyson's favour, finding that the allegations were baseless.
When was that? That they ruled that it was baseless?
2018, I'll send you that link as well. The court, after examining the actual evidence, disproved the very gossip you have been spreading. Your campaign against General Boyson, in fact, has been legally discredited by a judge. And you've previously justified your refusal to name names by citing a right to remain silent. Am I correct?
Now, hang on. Is this when the charges... I'm confused. Is this when the charges against all of them were withdrawn after years and years of the carrying on? Because the Boyson charges had been withdrawn before that, as I remember. And I think the Boyson charges were completely out of order. There was at that stage, no evidence for racketeering.
Dr. de Haas, let's clear the slate, because I think we're speaking past each other. In terms of what was said today, you have previously, or you said today, that the right to remain silent is a protection for an accused person facing criminal charges, isn't it?
Well, that is part of what's allowed.
You're not the accused here. You're a witness, or at least you are posing as one. Do you understand the difference?
Well, I was called because I'm a witness, I take it. Or no, I was called to give evidence. I'm not a witness to any... But what I don't understand is I don't know what this has all got to do with what is happening with the task team, because it's a very different situation.
Well, it's quite simple. You made certain allegations. You don't have evidence to back it up. We need to see the evidence in order for us to write a report, to make recommendations to Parliament. So you're not the accuser, you're a witness. A witness has a moral duty to come forward with evidence, not to hide behind the rights of the accused. So do you understand that?
The accused also have rights, you know.
No, but you're not the accused. That's my point. You're not the accused, though. You're the witness. So when you invoke the right to remain silent, you're either fundamentally confused about the law, or you're using it as a shield to avoid accountability for your unsubstantiated claim. So which one is it?
Look, the only thing I have refused to divulge is the names of policemen who gave me information. The rest is public. And I wrote to Parliament hoping they would call people in and interrogate the matter. Right. You know, did you get orders? Tell us. Show us the orders you got. Did you get this, that, the other? Now, I have a duty as a human rights defender to report abuses. I have got nowhere, I'm afraid, and I mean, that's another whole story, that IPID itself is not functioning properly. There's a whole story there.
But
and
let's pause. What you said.
What I could do is go to Parliament and say, will you just call the minister in and ask him these questions and see if...
You just said you have a duty to protect people's rights, correct?
Yes.
Don't you have the same duty to not defame people or to not make wild accusations without evidence?
Wild allegations. I'm making allegations.
So everything in your statement you've got evidence for.
Look,
and don't get me wrong. I know that sometimes we have to join the dots.
Evidence. In this statement, I'm reporting very clearly what people told me and what appears to be credible information that I want investigated. That's why I wrote
what
this.
Appears to be.
How do you know? You can't say it.
You just said it. I'm just quoting you.
But I'm just saying, it seems very likely when different people say the same things quite independently, when they talk about the torture, when they talk about the seizures, when they talk about this, there's a parallel, different people who don't even know each other. I have a duty to say this is a pattern. It's a pattern that's that's emerging. And that's what I'm saying, and I want it investigated.
You are 100% correct that you need to report those things. What I'm saying to you is that if you make accusations, public statements and accusations, like earlier when you're saying certain people aren't legitimate, I can't remember the exact word that Honourable Skosana used, but I think you asked if certain people were credible. If you make a statement like that, you need to be able to back it up. You can't just make a statement because of what someone else said. I understand that sometimes you need to join the dots, 100%. Sometimes we don't know 100% of something, we know 80% of it. And I get that then we have to speak about context and openly say we're not sure about this or that. But to just go out with sweeping statements and to create the impression like everything is wrong or everything is fine creates a significant misrepresentation. I want to ask you, and just as a correction, maybe, you said earlier that Parliament didn't respond to your complaint from late last year. Parliament did. And in fact, Parliament even forwarded your complaints to the Minister of Police, to the National Commissioner as well. So just to let you know, that was done. And the response was sent to you. We did acknowledge receipt. In fact, Babalwa Mbengu was the one that...
Acknowledged receipt, but after that I did
but
more.
It mustn't create the impression that Parliament didn't respond.
Well, it was a receipt of something. I don't know what you did with it because you didn't tell me.
Well, I don't need to, but in January, we had that session about the political killing task team. We had the first round then. It was eventually postponed to another month, but we ended up doing it. So...
But I mean, I didn't get any notice of that, so I didn't know that you
But then you
had
can't,
done
exactly. Then you can't just make the statement. Before you make the statement and you sign on the dotted line, you need to make sure that it's credible. We can't just make a sweeping statement about what we do and don't do because it creates a total and utter misperception of our work.
Well, look, I've had responses in the past to say thank you and we'll do this or do that, and I didn't, so I assumed nothing was being done, but thank you for correcting it. No, I hadn't been told that before.
Dr. Haas, I'm going to, in the chair's absence, I want to hand over to the Honourable Kola Barnard.
Yeah, no, as the acting chair, thank you, Honourable Cameron. Honourable Barnard, it's your time now.
Thank you very much. Just to go back, because I was there during the whole business of the looted 45 million, or attempts to loot the 45 million, the notorious 45 million. It seems there were many careers destroyed by that revelation of that 45 million. The then Crime Intelligence Financial Officer, Brigadier Tiani Hlangwane, stopped the money and the purchase of the notorious grabbers and was immediately facing disciplinary hearing and was eventually dismissed. Robert McBride, as head of the IPID, was very vocal about it, spoke very openly about it in the Police Portfolio Committee, and he was then promptly suspended and had to go to court. The courts cleared him, and the upshot of all of that was he was refused a second term. What confused me was when we were listening to Cedric Nkabinda, who I gather is coming back, that the decision to prevent Robert McBride as then head of IPID for standing for a second term was taken elsewhere, not in Parliament, before the committee even sat to take the decision, which it seems, and indeed seemed very obvious to me during the meeting, that it was all predetermined. It was a hatchet job of note. In fact, I think I walked out in utter horror at what was going on. And it seemed to me that at that stage, Parliament was just being treated as a rubber stamp organisation. The decision's already taken, there's the rubber stamp, just click it, tick the box, move on. Is this perhaps an example of the political interference that has been so much spoken about of late?
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was because, I mean, my feeling is, and it's not... It's peripheral to what you've said. I mean, I think, and your committee, if I remember rightly, was a good committee. Were you on the committee before Björkman or after, during Björkman? He was a very good chair, yes. And I mean, if you look back going right back to after Zuma became president, there was a gradual, more and more interference in government institutions by ministers. And I mean, like, for example, and at that time, it must, I mean, as I said, I can't comment, but I would agree with you that it seems to have been all arranged beforehand, before the, you know, that McBride couldn't come back. But what I do know is that, I mean, an IPED itself became very polarized, very, very polarized. After that, I think it was, I got the most awful letter from them where they were all fighting among themselves. And the other thing was that the person that was appointed to head IPED, I don't think had the competence to do it, because I'd worked with the police reporting officer, which became something else and then IPED from the beginning, and there were always prosecutors or advocates or prosecutors in charge of IPED, and I think this person lacked most of those qualifications. Be that as it may, but I think your point is very important, because I went to the Portfolio Committee in the last Parliament and gave evidence about why there had to be completely independent oversight of IPED. And I drew on a whole range of information from European countries where the ministers don't come near it, or if people have been in the police for a while. I remember saying to Berkman, we've got a head of IPED in KZN who was a police general. How can we have that? We've got policemen who were working in an area that are now in IPED. You've got to have independence. And that's in my submission. And I think the DA also agreed that the legislation that was passed, I think you opposed it. I think the DA opposed it. But the majority won the day, and I believe, and I'm saying this because I think, bear it in mind, I believe that new legislation does not give sufficient independence to IPED, because it still allows the minister to have a hand in it. That was what I think. And I think there was probably intervention by ministers then. Certainly, I know from people in KwaZulu-Natal, clearly was everywhere and doing everything himself instead, you know, and of course he wanted Sithole out, and I mean, yeah, but I'm sure there's political interference all over the place. You know, you can't get prosecutions of people like Clearly.
You refer on page 100 of your additional documents to what that pack, to what you call malicious arrests, this in relation to the PKTT. Please expound on that claim.
They appear to be malicious. They certainly do. I mean, you know, it's, I mean, the fact that charges were completely withdrawn against Mzindli on fairly minor stuff for which he'd been refused bail, and against another man too, Vete, they were withdrawn. I mean, Dlamini, why on earth is he being charged and refused bail for allegedly defeating the ends of justice? And he told me that in the disciplinary case, the one witness they relied on had admitted that he'd been told to sign the statement. So I don't, you know, that appears malicious. I can't speak about the Ketamana people, but there is a consensus out there in the community, but hey, they didn't do it. And even a policeman told me that the other day. They're not the people who did it. And I've traced it back again to factual disparities in Tekwini that are likely. But my problem, I mean, with I mean, it's not just the task team doing this. In Glebelands, they went in and they kept charging people without, because they were they were opposing the councillor. And I went in, one of them was charged. He was badly tortured. I mean, limping. He'd been really abused. I went into his hearing and I was sitting there, and one after the other was getting up and charges were being withdrawn. And the charges were withdrawn against the abused guy. He'd lost his job in the meantime. And it became a common thing to deal with political enemies. They brought malicious charges in the 90s against Vilagazi, who was arresting IFP wards. They then brought malicious charges against the top investigator who was getting to the root of the intra-ANC violence in Richmond. And they were maliciously charged. So I've seen this happening, and I'm wondering if it's a way of kind of discouraging. I mean, nothing's proof until you get everything out in the open in a court case, and people can go along and give their evidence. But what I am concerned about is this creeping culture of secrecy, and this is why I will defend myself about giving the only opinions I give to the media. It's sending people off to do their own work that I'm hoping to do when I go public. But I'm really concerned. I'd also given evidence about that secrecy bill. Very alarmed. There was a creeping culture of secrecy. The Mufamadi report said 6 years ago it is urgent to get civilian control back. And it hasn't happened yet because, as you know, the Honourable Kola Barnard, as you know, that report was driven through Parliament last year, the law was, and only enacted this year. So we've lost 6 years. And in the meantime, there's no real control over the intelligence agencies to speak of, even by Parliament, until we get the Inspector General's office sorted out. I think that's a priority.
You referred to move to page 102. You say, and I'm quoting, dead men tell no tales. You're referring to the political killing task team, and you claim that the PKTT kills rather than arrests. Now, do you have any figures, any stats? Do you have any proof that that is happening? I live in KZN, and I am of the opinion that police killings have increased, but I have no proof.
No, look, I don't know if it's linked. I mean, the killings that have increased, and these are reported in the media, and your colleague, Honourable Breitenbach, sent a researcher to me to get information about it. Dozens of killings, no witnesses. In one case, I know that the man who, a member of one of the police teams, it wasn't the political killings team though, another team altogether, is apparently notorious for killing people, just shooting them dead. And I also know, because our mortuaries, you'll be hearing a lot more about that, or the Justice Portfolio Committee will. I'm a member of a medical rights group. Our mortuaries in KZN are dysfunctional, starting with when Dlomo was MEC, when he also killed cancer patients with corruption. And that is in a report. I mean, it's not my hearsay. Right. Dlomo also sided with criminal employees who went out on strike illegally and did everything, and they lost most of the good pathologists. The equipment doesn't work a lot of the time. To cut a long story short, our medical rights group, that's got the former head of law, it's got one of our top pathologists and medical people, sent a report to the Law Commission requesting that the mortuaries be taken away from the Department of Health and put under an independent board. Because we don't know how many of these killings were deliberate and how many not, but we know in one private post-mortem that was done by the very same policeman allegedly killing other people, that the top pathologist said the 4 or 5 deceased could not have posed a threat to the police. But we can't get further. So Parliament is going to be getting more lobbying because we're going back to the Law Commission. They ignored us. We said, we want this taken away. Put on representatives of the police, justice, Department of Home Affairs, health. It's got to be an independent board. There's a trade in body parts going on in the Durban mortuary. Whole bodies disappear sometimes. So, I mean, this is the problem with any police killings right now. We don't know But there's been a spate of them. I mean, I think that for Glynis's researcher, the Honourable Breitenbach's researcher, I gave her a list of some of the names that I had, or some of the details, but we honestly don't know whether they were justified or not. But I don't know, they're not linked specifically to the political killings task team. It's linked more to the extraordinarily high numbers of people getting killed by
in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah.
Looking at much of what you've written in the reports, it seems you're putting the cost of the political killing task team in juxtaposition to the relatively small number of political killings versus the over 70 daily civilians killed nationally. I don't know what it is in KwaZulu-Natal specifically. Cost-wise, the political killing task team does appear to be incredibly well-resourced, but I don't want to use the phrase bang for the buck, but you understand what I'm saying. The money spent there in relation to perhaps boosting other of the specialized units may be more effective. I don't know if the study has been done.
No, I don't know either. All I know is that right now there's an area in Camperdown, which is near Maritzburg. Some of it is restitution land, some of it's more private owned. There are 3 court interdicts on that land to stop invasions. They're being ignored. Land, housing mafias are coming in with rifles and threatening and intimidating. People are desperate. And there's not an operational response person in sight. That's where they should be. Now, and yet we're spending the money running around with the task team. Women are telling me in townships, former townships around Durban, we know about the Cape Flats, but it's mayhem in townships. They say they can't sleep at night for the gunshots. That's why I'm making this thing about guns. They say kids are running around with drugs and guns, and then nothing's being done about it. These are ordinary, decent people. We're talking about mothers who are so worried about their kids. Talking about on Saturday, the kids that were studying for the matric exams up in the Matuba area were robbed. They were studying for matric at night with their teacher, and along come the thugs, rob them, terrorize them. No, please. Now, I mean, we've got to do something about police resources. We've got to balance them. I mean, the farmers are still saying they're attacked for political reasons. Well, we know that story. But, you know, I mean, it's been broadcast in America by Trump. But the point is it's rural safety. It's a symptom of lack of complete rural safety. You don't hear about all these black people that are getting killed all the time in those areas. Even people in another area, it's restitution land. The man who's leading the anti-mining movement and even one of the traditional leaders under threat of death. I mean, we've got to balance these resources properly. It's a sheer luxury to keep paying this political killings task team for what's not needed, because we must empower our detectives. We must train them well, and they can tackle everything then. I mean, these criminal cases.
My final question. Were you surprised at all when the Inspector General of Intelligence was suddenly suspended by the President?
I was amazed because I'd had good dealings with him. I mean, I didn't know him, but I mean, we had sent him stuff confidentially because it was confidential information about all the front companies and things. And he actually wrote and thanked me for it. He was grateful for it. He seemed to be, from what I was seeing, a big improvement. But look, remember, the post had been vacant for years. But he did seem to be getting on with things, from what I've heard from other people and my own experience, that he was taking what we were sending him seriously.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett. Doctor. Do you know Sibongiseni Dlomo, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo,
Oh, God.
who was the MEC of Health in KwaZulu-Natal?
Very well. Bad news.
And then did I hear you saying that? Did I hear you saying that Dlomo killed a cancer patient?
Indirectly, because what happened was we had almost brand new, there's a 50-page report we sent to everybody, the Human Rights Commission, nobody did. And it was what happened was that the new cancer machines weren't serviced.
Listen to me, doctor.
The new cancer machines were not serviced and cancer patients who were treatable died.
Listen to me, doctor. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption. Is that what the statement you want to put here?
No, okay, sorry. There was a report from there was a very good investigative journalist who was following it up. I think it embarrassed people, and there was a very good DA MP, Dr. Kika, who was also involved. What happened was this, that the Office of the Treasury in KZN did a report that showed the corruption, that the money had been siphoned off irregularly, that was destined. There's also a letter I have from the head of the department saying, yes, we gave this report to Dr. Dlomo. So he did something, he did nothing, he had the report. Now that's corruption in terms of anti-corruption legislation, if you know something. Anyway, so the cancer patients died because the money to service the machines had just disappeared. Okay. We then write to the Human Rights Commission, they do nothing.
No, doctor.
But what do you want me to say? You criticize that report.
I got that part. What I want to hear from you is that are you able to reiterate what you said, that Dr. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption?
Can I put it more tactfully? When Dr. Dlomo was MEC for Health, there was gross corruption in the cancer, the oncology. They were almost new machines. They weren't serviced. There was no money. There was a Treasury report about corruption. Dlomo was responsible because he knew about it and did nothing. We don't have to say he killed people, but if you are told about corruption and cancer patients die, you're responsible.
You don't want to say he killed people.
No, I don't want to say that publicly. I was responding to...
You want to withdraw that statement?
I want to withdraw. I want to withdraw.
Dr. Dlomo killed people with killed cancer patients with his corruption. Yes,
let's not say it though.
Doctor, I want to hear you saying it, that I want to withdraw the statement that I made about Dr. Dlomo.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
No, I just want to make a follow-up, Dr. De Haas. Now, in the light of, you might have noticed that I arrived when proceedings were already underway.
Okay, yeah, I saw that.
My own experience since after the lunch break has been that you have been withdrawing a lot of assertions we have made in this meeting. And some of these assertions, you would have made them as passionately as your written statement. Would I be correct to conclude that the level at which you become passionate about something and the vigorous nature of your approach in dealing with that issue should not mislead us to think that therefore because of that level of a vigorous nature to the issue is true?
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to look at what I've written and make an assessment on that. There's a lot of material I've sent to you. As I said to you, I'm sitting in a province where I'm dealing day in, day out with people who are under threat of attack or who want justice and they don't get it. So yes, I'm passionate about it. I don't want to do this. I do it reluctantly because people want me to. And you want to know how many messages I got supporting me? Well, you must do that today. Anyway, but at the same time, when I put something in writing, I can justify it with having at least interviewed, formed an assessment that I want taken forward in the finalisation of court processes. And I also, because as I said, it goes even beyond the fact that we've spent all this money on what appear at this stage to be hardly any successes, given the number of political people died. We can't afford it, quite frankly. We need that money for policing for areas where people are not getting protection, where there aren't enough detectives, where there aren't enough vehicles. There's rural roads in KwaZulu-Natal where you're a long way from a police station.
Okay, sorry.
So that's what I'm arguing for, resources.
No, I understand that, Dr. De Haas. Maybe I must also, there's quite a few of us here who are from KwaZulu-Natal. So quite a few of us here. Maybe majority of the committee members here are from KZN. So you're talking to people who are familiar with, who were born there, grew up there, activists until we are in parliament now. So, but I don't get a definite answer to my question. Let me tell you why it's important we must understand you properly.
Please.
When you are engaging with us as members of parliament, and like I'm saying earlier on, you are demonstrating a very firm assertiveness on certain issues. And immediately when we interrogate those issues, you concede. And you say, no, I didn't mean that. No, then if you say that, I withdraw. It is the same level of passion and enthusiasm with the subject you are engaged on that is reflected on your written statement, which you did alone without anybody challenging you on it. So my question was, and still is, would you agree with me that therefore it doesn't mean that everything as presented here and the level of authoritative assertiveness we have demonstrated in your written script doesn't necessarily mean all of it must be taken as it is?
I want you to take what I put in writing seriously.
And not...
You've got to distinguish between open responses, because I found some of them kind of quite provocative, I guess, because I don't see what Johan Boyson's got to do with this, and I don't see... But, I mean, I have agreed with you that anything is, for you, hearsay, because it's been told to me. I had very, very thorough training in interviewing people and assessing people. I ask questions, I ask other questions to try and find out more and try and for them to confirm. I mean, it doesn't help, if you can't sit down and face people. But when you interact with people, things get often more emotional. I'm sorry, this is Parliament. I'm used to these things in academic things where we're all shouting at each other and contradicting each other and things like that. But I want you to distinguish between what I think and write, because when I put things in writing, I'm more careful than when I speak.
Oh, no, then I'm fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chief Whip. And thanks very much, honorable members, for this session. We are going to break and come back after 20 minutes. I have said that we will have a short meeting during break, but I am postponing the meeting when we conclude the session. to when we conclude the session. I mean, today's proceedings. Doctor,
Yes.
may we come back at 20 minutes to 7.
Okay. May I ask, Honourable Chair, how long it's likely to take? Because I was hoping to see a relative in Cape Town, but I don't think it's going to happen.
The relative is watching you here now.
No, I'm just saying, I'm only asking about time for that.
Our problems are many today.
Yeah.
I have many problems.
Let me just say to you,
We have serious problems.
this is
Honorable
This is,
Novalo,
what is
Honorable
going to
Mola,
happen.
Honorable Scotland,
members, let me honestly respond to the question by Dr. De Haas. When we come back, Honorable Mathis is going to have a conversation with you, then followed by Honorable Sols at the back, and then Honorable James, Honorable Shongwe, and then the Chief Whip. So we are left with 5 speakers. So 20 minutes by 5 is how many minutes? It's about 1 hour 40 minutes, and the SC, oh no, he says he does not have. Maybe I can 5 or 6 minutes. I can also have a conversation with you. Yeah, somewhere.
So a couple of hours.
Yeah, around. So it takes us around to between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay, well, that's the end of that. Okay, sorry, that's all right. I just needed to know so I can let them know.
Yeah, no, we enjoyed the conversation with you. That's why I said to you, we are like your grandchildren, you see. We sit around the fire.
Indaba.
Yeah,
Indaba, my children.
Those stories of your youth. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, okay. So we're taking a break, okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
So what were you offering at the university? The University of
Mola, you. No heaven for you. Where is Kosan? No heaven for you. No heaven for you.
Bonani, Dr. De Haas is not here and it's now 20 minutes to 7. And Honorable Mkhwanazi has started asking questions. And the witness is not here. She has not heard your first question. Yeah. Yeah, I
Chair, I think let's apply for a warrant of arrest.
Prof, my doctor. So you have deserted me here because the reason why you must sit here is because you must face the audience. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Dr. Diaz. I'm the next lot, and I'm the nicest one that you're going to have in this ad hoc committee today. Just to start off with, did you read the ad hoc terms of reference? Have you gone through the ad hoc committee, this committee that you're in now? Have you gone through our terms of reference?
sorry. I did look at them very briefly when they came through, and as I've been explaining to people, it was not helped by the fact that I've had computer problems for the last week, and my home network has disappeared, so I'm having to work between a USB and a tethered data thing. So, but I did see them, and they came through just at the time I was grappling with that, and I read them quickly.
Okay. So I just wanted to, and this is just by the way, Dr. Mary, is that we do have our terms of reference does allow us to appoint a forensic investigator. Okay. So it is something that we can do if the need arises. So just tell us, where were you born?
I was born in England.
You were born in England, and you grew up in England as well, or?
No, I grew up here, actually.
Oh, you grew up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Just some clarifications on your qualifications. You said you've got a Master of Social Science degree.
I've got a research master for my research, a cum laude one. I have a social work qualification. I have an honours and masters, and then I've got this doctorate from Rhodes, an honorary doctorate in for my work in human rights. Yeah,
okay, I got you. And then you often
a lot of publications.
Okay, and is that how you got the title of professor through your publications?
People call me that, and I would say I'm not a professor. I should have been, because I was just too busy teaching and doing this to finish a degree. But I mean, it's quite not difficult to finish a PhD, and I've published most of it. So I mean, people call me that, and they use this term professor often in America if you're an academic at university. But I didn't get the official professorship because I hadn't finished the PhD that would have got me the professorship when I was teaching. Yeah.
Okay. You also indicated that you often assist SAPS officers who have either been illegally arrested or persecuted, as you indicated. Where do you get the funding from?
Okay. No, I haven't had it for years. We had it for 10 years. Professor Zulu and I had it. It was a joint project. It was Natal Monitor, became KZN Monitor, a research project. And we got the funding from Norwegian People's Aid for 10 years, between 1995 and 2005, all very proper, audited in our research codes. And it was given initially for research on the continuing violence, and then Shongwe Shabane happened. And the funders agreed to give us money for legal work, and that's how we funded legal representation for victims, families of victims at Shongwe Shabane. So haven't had funding. I mean, if I publish stuff in academic journals, which don't get nearly enough time to do as much as I want of, I get funding in my research account that I can use for academic purposes only.
So it was the Norwegian government. Did they approach you, or did you approach them, or did you apply for funding?
Well, somebody who'd been in exile approached us, actually, and they had representatives here at the time, and when they were running around with me some of the time to see what was happening, and then they offered us small funding. But as I said, the funding, they then offered us more after Shongwe Shabane, and that allowed us to help people with legal problems if they didn't have legal help. But it stopped in 2005.
Okay, and who was the person that assisted you in facilitating the funding? You said there was someone?
What was his name? Yeah, there was it was networked. The person, Paul Zulu knew someone who'd been in exile, who was very close to ANC leadership. She's deceased now. She was Doris Kosana. And she'd been fairly well up in it. And she knew the Norwegian People's Aid people. That's how it happened. And they got interested in what was happening during the years of the violence. And I took them around, actually. They had the shock of their lives one day. when we got chased out of a shack area that was later on going to be the site of another massacre. We didn't know what all the soldiers would do anyway, and they sort of got the message that maybe there's something going on here. Yeah.
Okay. So you've also indicated to us that you're an expert on policing and policy and the Constitution, particularly around policing. When you send information that you receive, how do you sift through that information to determine that this is the appropriate person or institution or agency to send whatever information that you get to? And do you think that you use the right information forms? For example, when you lodge a complaint to the public protector, they have a process on how and forms that need to be filled out. So just sending an email sometimes does not necessarily amount to it being a formal complaint because there's processes in place.
In the first years of democracy, I would go to the police and they would respond, and that just fell away gradually in the 2000s, and I'm lucky if I get any responses at all. I mean, there's some police that I've at stations that have been helpful. I will sometimes phone about patrols. Generally speaking, written answers are few and far between. You know, they used to be much more. I mean, recently I just passed on a complaint. I wasn't able to evaluate. And it did get investigated, actually, and I was worried because it involved a supposed unregistered prison. So that I do it in different ways. We had no success whatsoever with either the Human Rights Commission or the Public Protector in KZN, but we got the investigation into Cleveland's hostel. By just before, I think it was the last report that Advocate Madonsela wrote, because a lawyer with whom I work, who used to be the head of the law department, knew her well, and having the local office having turned us down, she did the investigation. So we've used different channels, and I've often sent stuff on to Parliament. I mean, at one stage, when I did complain to Parliament about torture and the fact IPID was doing nothing about it, it was while Advocate Birkman was the chair, and they followed up. They got an undertaking from the national office. They'd investigate. It was about our province. The guy came down here, he needed to see me urgently. I went out my way and he said, look, I quite agree, everything I've followed up looks right. And he got called back the very next day to head office because McBride had just arrived back and I think he wanted a meeting, and that was the end of it. So we have had follow-ups in the course of the years to ask answers from, say, in that APID. So different. Yeah.
So why do you think the institutions or agencies that you, or the SAPs in particular, where you normally had a relationship with and they would respond, why do you think they stopped responding to you?
Oh, because everything changed in 2009. I mean, clearly became the National Commissioner, and we had a return to military policing, which should never have happened. I mean, the ANC had taken a very firm decision in 1995 to demilitarize policing. And it was brought back immediately because clearly likes running around in a uniform. And I mean, it became shoot to kill. And not only that, but I mean, and I'm quoting media reports now, oh gosh, there's this man who was a bodyguard, now he's a brigadier, that we were getting all this, and I was getting reports from people about nepotism. So it started to go down, less and less responses. And I mean, we saw that with Cleveland's, for example. There was a crisis there, people were dying all the time. And I was writing to the provincial commissioner then, the woman that was suspended for the World Cup tender, which was signed off by clearly. He signed it off. He should have been charged, not her. Okay. And she she once said, oh, let's have a meeting, and then she withdrew never replied to anything.
So you pretty much saying that it had more to do with who came into leadership. You don't think it had anything to do with the quality of the information that you were sending or asking about?
No, I don't think so, because I was doing what I've been doing since, I mean, in 1990, there was this big effort from people that we knew were not very nice security police, but it wasn't all this nice, you know, that we're having this change, and I knew they were lying, because at one stage before 1994, I think it was the Vryburg actually, there was a real theory that the police were far to the right of de Klerk and didn't like what he'd done. And there was at one stage, there was even talk about, well, if there's a coup, it's not going to come from the army, who are largely behind de Klerk, but from the police. So there were those tensions, and I think they went out of their way to show, but nothing much changed, actually.
Okay. So I'm curious about how you did not know that you had an option of lodging a complaint with IDEC, given your vast experience.
No, IDEC, you mean?
Yeah, IDEC.
Oh, right. Well, I guess I hadn't thought of looking. I'll be honest with you that I'd tried over and over again to get action from IPID and got absolutely nowhere with anything, even with cases where we produced the medical evidence about the severity of the torture. I mean, so I was kind of, there was IPID, there was, I could have gone to the civilian secretariat, but I've never ever seen much. I've seen a lot of bad laws coming out of that have had to be sent back from the civilian secretariat. One of the things I put in parting was this, in suggestions forward to think about basically, is that there's far too much power in the hands of one person, of the Minister of Police, who, regardless of who the Minister of Police is, because it's the Minister of Police who decides on the head of I mean, now there's a bit of window dressing about, well, let's call for nominations in the new legislation. The Minister of Police is the one who appoints the head of IPID, or ultimately appoints the civilian secretariat, which is supposed to give it, and they've got civilian secretariats in the different provinces. Because I once said to one of the Director Generals, well, what are they doing if you want us to? Oh, he said, nobody knows what they do. I thought, what an admission. Anyway, we've got the civilian secretariat, and of course we've got, it's IPID, civilian secretariat, Minister of Police, of course. I mean, National Commission, no, well, that's the President. But there's got to be a recommendation somewhere. I think that there's a need, there's too much power over oversight bodies of the police with one pair of hands in the form of the minister. I think there should be more of a parliamentary role, quite honestly, in who becomes heading those particular institutions of IPID and the civilian secretariat.
Okay. So in terms of the IDEC, and you're not, so you weren't quite familiar with IDEC?
No, I mean, I thought that they had a more specialized agenda, quite honestly. I was thinking that they were into specific types of corruption. I mean, it gets quite confusing because we've got the SIU running around and we've got all sorts of people who are supposed to be doing it. But I mean, I'm glad of that suggestion.
Okay. Have you read the terms of reference for the PKTT?
The PKTT. Now, where are all I know is whatever was published about it. Yeah. And it was political killings in KZN. Yeah.
So you haven't, or you didn't, the IMC, have you read their terms of reference?
Sorry, the
IMC, which was the interim ministerial.
I've never seen a report by them. No, I mean, I don't know whether they ever report it to Parliament. I mean, that's something that I could.
Have you tried to access any of those documents?
Well, I looked to see what I looked at the time I wrote that conversation article. I looked to see whatever I could find about their operations, and all I could get, it was a decision and it was media reports, basically. Okay.
So when did you conclude that the PKTT was a rogue and unnecessary task team?
Well, it was starting to show that way a couple of years. They'd had 2 years when I read that Conversation article. They'd withdrawn charges in 3 high-profile cases. It was impossible. It was impossible to assess. And you see, someone asked me about how many convictions were there, and I mean, I've scoured media reports. I know that there are cases in court from people that tell me. I've scoured media reports, and there's not many high-profile cases. The high-profile cases get reported in the media, and they used to be even better reported 5 years ago. So you do pick up, and I know, with people, I know more about the killings in the areas. I've never, ever heard about anyone having been convicted. Some of the cases that have happened recently, a couple of them, they said, you see, we're getting these convictions. They've been there for years. They've just dragged on. And I think in at least one of those cases, the work had been done by the provincial team. It was going back that far. In another case, it seemed that, and this may be a problem in other cases, that the man who pulled the trigger had been convicted, but he was telling everybody who would listen to him, apparently, that, but hang on, I told them who sent me, and they weren't interested in investigating. But again, this is what I want. These were the things that I was hoping that some investigation into them would look at. I mean, I'm talking about, forensic investigators looking at records and things like that.
So about 2 years ago, you'd say that you held the opinion that the PKTT was a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, 3 or 4 years, what was it now? 4 years ago, over that. There was very little to show for it at that stage. Yeah.
And largely your assessment on that and your conclusion on that, is it safe to say that it was based primarily on media reports and then the few people that you have engaged with?
No, it was more than that. I knew some of those cases. I knew the investigators.
So let's say at the moment there's 121 dockets.
Yeah.
So out of that, 1%, 2% on the cases, because you also don't know how many actual cases they have investigated over the years.
I can't make any assessment without a knowledge of what dockets they took. I mean, they took one docket I'm aware of. It's fairly high profile, but it's got nothing to do with politics as far as I know, and they made a copy of it. And they've taken other dockets that, as I said, are fraud or corruption. But, I mean, the early cases, I was able to make assessments in some of those cases because I knew the context. I knew what was happening in the area. I would hear from people if there had been arrests. So, but, I mean, basically, there was no evidence. There was nothing much to go on.
Okay.
In terms of information to assess. And that was even up till the last one, which is in 2022, I think.
Okay. So without giving us the details of the cases, more or less how many of the PKTT cases did you have personal knowledge, or you engaged some of the victims personally?
Look, I can't tell you that now. I've only now pulled all those lists up because I didn't know about, the fact that I would come here, put it that way, after the establishment. And when and I dare not mention the name, that the commission that shall remain nameless was established, they reached out to me. They wanted information, and then when it was starting, I was told, look, we're never going to get to the task team part until at least the end of this year. I'd sent them the sort of stuff I've sent to you, and I then thought, right, I better go through all those lists, I better update them. Somebody wanted an updated one, I think, because I had the information, I just hadn't processed it. So that's what I was doing when you asked me to come here. And I mean, I put the lists aside. It's a very tedious business because the information is so scarce.
Okay, so we have reports since we had the press conference and the Ad Hoc Committee has convened on reports on how many cases there have been, etc. So you haven't accessed any of that information.
They haven't given me a breakdown. The information I'm looking at,
yeah, we have that. So
is what the information I'm looking at is Minister Mkhunu's affidavit, where they are reporting to him, and that's got case numbers. I'm able to make, in some cases, I'm able to link them because it's the area. It's the case is always opened at stations that where they happened, and because my lists have got the names of people and where they were killed, I'm able to make rough assessments of whether that's a particular case. But I don't have the breakdown of all the dockets they took. And
yeah, we have that.
Do you have that? Well, I mean, I can work on that, but I mean, that will, as I said, it'll take a while. I've got to
have a more informed, it would provide a more informed characterization of the PKTT. So let's talk a little bit about destabilizing. It's not a foreign concept that, countries can be destabilized. And the justice system can also be a deliberate, program by forces that don't want to see South Africa advancing or making any developments. And one of the key methods of destabilizing a country, is creating factions within departments and entities, spreading misinformation and disinformation, sort of what we see with AfriForum and what we see with the farm killings. So how do you approach when you get information before you go and you do media briefings and you write reports and you get that? How do you process your information outside of, doing your one-on-one interviews with people to ensure that you're not part of a team, consciously or unconsciously, that's part of destabilizing our justice system?
No, I actually understand the dynamics quite well. I mean, there's all sorts of ways of approaching this. Let's put it academically. I could say to you, what's coming out points to the fact that team was set up to cover up for politicians. That's my hypothesis. Let's say hypothesis. You have to prove me wrong. So, I've got various theories in my mind. Now, KZN is volatile. We are the heart of probably the most powerful long-distance taxi. There's a lot of ones. I mean, what happens in KwaZulu-Natal is the hitmen linked to the taxis will commit a hit and the taxis will get them off to the hostels at Gauteng. And you tell me why we've still got hostels 30 years after democracy. Anyway, but that's the way it operates. And of course, we're harbour city.
So I'm just asking, so do you feel that you are confident enough to know that you're not part?
Yes, I do indeed. I do indeed. I've been in this a long time.
And that your activism is not being weaponized.
Well, anything can be weaponized, especially in the social media age.
Because when you make your decisions on whether you're going to go public and share information, that you are conscious that I'm not being weaponized to destabilize.
No,
we have an entire minister who made a decision, and largely his decision, even his statement, he came here and it was based on a report that you gave to him. And whether it was intentional or not, I'm just saying. So that had a ripple effect across the entire country. We actually have a commission now and an ad hoc committee based on a report or a complaint that you have submitted. So I'm asking that at no point have you been approached to be part of a grouping or anything, to be part of something to push a particular agenda.
I want to clarify that I work completely independently. I mean, I still collaborate with Prof. Zulu, but he's teaching postgrad students and writing. We share information, but we don't work formally together. He's not doing violent stuff anymore, but we are very close friends. I am certainly not part of. There have been attempts to say I'm working for some foreign. I've heard all sorts of weird things. I'm very independent person.
We can
I
be
make my
very
own
independent.
decisions.
No, I understand that. That's why I said it could be unconsciously. And Chair,
you
I'm done.
are on my discretionary 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, because I'm pretty much done. And this is
At 7:15, your time will expire.
okay. I'm actually was concluding now. I just think, Chair, as an ad hoc committee, because these PKTT reports is going to keep cropping up. We're also going to keep getting witnesses to say that this is not accurate, etc. And as a committee, I think we should make a decision or consider rather that we ask the Auditor General to audit the PKTT reports over the years. And I think it's going to be because so far we've got reports from the police themselves, and then we have witnesses come and say the information is incorrect, etc. And the most positive thing we can do is have an independent body who is mandated to do that. The AG auditors, SAPs, and the crime stats as well. So we can ask also for them to do an audit on this. And I think that will help us as we move forward to deal with information.
I would welcome that. That's what the sort of thing I was looking for, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys. So thank you so much, Dr. De Haas. May we please move to Honorable Sols, but before we do that, let me take Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thanks, Chair. Doc, when you were responding to Honorable Matthys about the investigative methodology that you espoused to test the credibility of information that you receive. Well, I didn't hear precisely your response, but what I captured in your response is that you said before the arrival or before the change of leadership, it was easy for you to test information, but it became difficult, and I think you were specific that it became worse after the arrival of General Nhlanhla. May you give some brief clarity on that?
Yeah, what I was saying is that I was getting less and less feedback from the police. You know, I've been writing, and I believe in putting things on record. And if I write and I say, well, can you give me a progress report on this case you're investigating, for example, people are asking me to follow it up for you. That type of thing was decreasing. I was getting very few written responses. I mean, I'd carried on phoning police stations to get patrols and trying to get answers about cases. But what was happening after clearly there were two things. First of all, well, there were more because he remilitarized the police, and you've got this military ethos in the police. And pardon me, but I tend to, okay, no, I will leave that about the military, but never mind. That was one thing, but it was just getting less accountable from my point of view in getting responses and about what was happening. Look, it did go on. I mean, for example, the Honourable Chair of the Police Portfolio mentioned the Bonsai, the organised crime. Now, this is what I did when people came to me and said, these people are seen running around with the rival taxi faction. So I write and I ask about it. I don't get much response, but I did get a bit of a response. It was Olivier. I mean, I have something about a background of Olivier I won't go into here, but he was acting in charge. I think Bonsai was the overall command. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is, though, that the point is that he was in charge of the organised crime, and I did.
Doc.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean to be rude, man. I think I get the gist of your response. I have limited time. I still want.
Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Yes, I still want to pursue this. Now, should I understand you to say that the investigative methodology that you used to apply you are not applying currently because of the circumstances?
Depends what you mean by it. I mean, I'm getting as much information as I can for anyone who knows anything, but I'm not getting it from the police most of the time. So what can I do?
Remember, Doc, the original question by Honorable Mateus was, how do you test the credibility of information after receiving it? That was the original question. And your reaction was that it was easy for you before the change happened in leadership. It became worse after General PKTT came in. Now, the question is, does that mean you are no longer using the investigative methodology that you used to use under the then leadership before the arrival of General PKTT? And if you can be very specific and brief so that the chair doesn't whip me.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. No, I haven't changed. I'm still trying to get information from the police, and I often don't get it. That's what's changed. That's all that's changed. I do my best to get, I mean, right now, police are refusing to open a case that a man wants opened against, he's under threat. It's illegal. What do I do? So I go to General...
Apologies, Doc. Really, I don't think you understand my question.
It's the same.
You are talking about getting an information. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about testing the credibility of the information that you have received. Those are two separate things. Yeah. Getting an information and testing it after receiving it are two separate things. The question was, how do you test the credibility of information that you receive from informants after receiving it?
I do my best. I still use the same methodology. I do my best. What I was doing before, asking answers from the police that don't give it to me, that's what's changed.
So if you receive an information from the police, then you ask for answers from them. From the same police, is that the methodology that we should understand you to be using?
Look, what I'm saying is a lot of the information I supplied in those case studies were not the ones that are in the factual letters, the letters I sent to Parliament and the Minister. That information came not from the police, it came the people, apart from a few investigators who might have been involved at the cases, right. But that's first-hand information from people who are caught up in these investigations, who are ordinary people in communities. But this applies to everybody, not just the PKTT.
Yeah, no, the chair.
Also trying to do it for any victims.
The chair has indicated that I've actually run out of time. Lastly, did you subject this information to the same process, the one that is contained in your statement? That is my last question.
Well, if the same process is trying to get information, no, I didn't go to the police because I was not... I mean, I didn't go to police management because I wasn't even getting replies from Mkhwanazi when I was sending him letters, let alone Masemola. So I didn't bother because these were the police under their command. So what did I do? But now I know I can try the independent directorate as well, perhaps.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sols, it's 20 minutes past 7 now. Please be done by 20 minutes to 8. In the event you are not done, the chair will exercise his discretionary 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening once again, Honorable Dr. Haas. I'm this side. Good evening.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yes, I see now. Okay, yeah.
If you don't see me, just follow the teeth.
No, I was vaguely thinking of something else. Sorry, I was, but I mean, sorry. I knew you were there somewhere, and I couldn't remember. But now you mention it, I see you. Yes. Okay.
Dr. Haas, let me start off by being very frank with you.
Please.
The methodology, though your methodology comes with very good intentions, you must understand for the purposes of the committee, the methodology of stating things that you have obviously researched, heard from certain people, but if you haven't verified them and you put it to us, those are things that we cannot use for our investigation. So what I'm going to seek to do as I studied what you submitted to us, I'm only going to zoom into things that I think that you can authoritatively answer to based on experience and based on what you state here. Okay? So we're going to do it that way. So let's start off by dealing with your experience. You speak about in the 1980s, you joined PFP. What was so important about what the party stood for during apartheid? PFP.
Do you want me to answer that first?
Yes. What does it stand for?
Okay. I joined the party.
What does the party stand for?
It was providing the only opposition there was to the Nationalist Party, mainly through Helen Suzman, and we could then give her reports on abuses by the police that she would raise in Parliament. I'm not much interested in politics, but it was a strategic thing to do, especially as the regional director of the Progressive Federal Party. Actually was the director. He had come up and he'd reached out to townships and he was working there. So we were able to work together, and he was working with lawyers, and that's how this formed. Basically, it wasn't about the politics. It was about getting some sort of opposition to the Nationalist Party.
And you also exposed the wrongdoings of apartheid police at the time.
Absolutely. We took affidavits about the abuses, and Ainsley was very involved in working with the lawyers who were, there was a lot of illegal detentions then, for example. We needed lawyers, so he was doing that. So it was a kind of increasing combination of contributions, and the Black Sash were also doing some things too.
And then also you worked closely with the Goldstone Commission. Who set up the commission?
President de Klerk set up the commission, but I know you're going to say apartheid judge, but some of the judges were okay. There were some that were very good.
Dr. de Haas, Isolda, please do not assume what I'm...
somebody said it was an apartheid judge.
Just follow my line of questioning. Okay. Very good. All right. So... de Klerk did so. You are not very positive about police behavior even during that time. Tell us a little bit about that.
The time in the early days of the Goldstone Commission, do you mean?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think that's on record. The police were coming and saying, right, and I was kind of quite amiable towards them. They were welcome, and I just these were kind of white security police, put it that way, mainly. But the police, for example, the stability units that were in the townships had a very negative image in people's mind, because they went in and disarmed anything, even a few homemade meth before the killers came. And so there were negative stereotypes about the police. And of course, trust feed happened. And in the trust feed case, the police were shown to be working with the people that went in at the massacre. I mean, that was all. So when I say that, I'm saying that, they didn't necessarily change their behavior. Some tried to show that they had.
You also mentioned something about the complicity with warlords from the police at the time, and you also stood up against that.
Yeah, indeed I did, because this was later. This came out in trials. When this was after, the violence carried on for a few years after 94 in specific areas. And for example, if you take these cases that were Vilakazi was investigating up in the Mtuba area and Mandini area, we had affidavits from people about how the police were abusing them, and they were also getting abused by the police, by the warlords, under threat. But the very concrete evidence came out in a court case up at Mtuba, where the evidence was that, and there was a conviction, for the warlords, one had been taken out, I think. Some of them die when things are getting a bit hot. And the evidence was there, though, that the local police, that we had actually, the lawyer for John Wills, the lawyer for the ANC, had lodged a complaint about the local public order policing because they were also abusing people. And they apparently, according to the evidence at the trial, they'd gone in and shone the lights on the houses that had to be attacked. So this was the sort of reports we were getting then, and there were convictions in these cases I'm talking about.
So would I be correct then in saying that based on your history right from the 1980s, even during apartheid, fighting against wrongs by police, whether it be apartheid police post-apartheid, this drive that you have, it's not something that you just miraculously gained after 1994. You fought this very same thing that you're doing now since the 1980s, in apartheid and after apartheid.
Yes.
Your issue is wherever there is police corruption, wherever there is workings of police that is negatively affecting the poor, you stand up against it.
Yes, I do. I haven't stopped since. That's what's bugging me. I don't really want to do it, I can tell you, but I haven't stopped because people keep asking me.
And this is what you have tabled to us. So I'm taking this from your statements here. So you have experience in that. Which other commission were you part of? That there was one more. Was it Morana or?
Well, it was the Morani. It was my information about hit squad killings up in the North Coast in what is now isikaleni. I was often up in isikaleni. But my information about the hitmen who were killing people all over the place was given to the Goldstone Commission, who ensured that a credible team of detectives investigated, and there was a conviction. That was Romeo Mbambo and two others that also named, and that was my information that I passed on, that was followed up by the police, and there were convictions.
All right. So you can then, based on that background, your opinion can be considered authoritative and credible around my next question. You've just proven that. My next question would be, in the formulation of a political task team or a task team, is it important or imperative for it to be headed by a senior detective, and why?
It's always been the case because detectives have to inspect dockets and evaluate the evidence that the people under them have actually accumulated. And if you're not a detective, you can't do that. And the further control is exercised by the prosecutors, who then look at the dockets and say, well, this is good, or you need to go back and get more evidence. I mean, ever since I've worked with the police, this is the way it's been, put it that way. It makes sense. How can you, if you're not a detective, if you're not experienced detective, you only get to be senior in most cases, although there's a bit of a not quite so simple now, but normally you get to be more senior when you've got experience, and you're in a position to do that because somebody has got to keep checking on the quality of the evidence, even before it goes for the prosecutor.
You raised that element as a concern with the current PKTT. What is your concern around that?
There's no senior people that are, there was supposed to be. As I said to you, the national deputy for detectives was in overall charge. He had to have the reports, but there was a brigadier who was the local provincial person, and that brigadier very soon left. And people say, well, no, and they all say the same thing, no, he couldn't take it anymore because he was getting instructions and he was in charge of investigations. He was the one that did the dockets then, I was told. So, and then it seemed, I have not come across another name that's there all the time. If I would say to someone, well, who's doing the dockets now? Well, there was a captain who came in and there's a colonel. That's, why? Why isn't there a fixed structure?
So who is running the PKTT now? And what is your information on whether or not he qualifies as a senior detective?
Well, I'm told, and this I don't know at this stage, I'm told that some of the people that were in the task team have gone back to their bases that they came from. One might have been a stock theft sergeant somewhere, or, it could have been, not all the people in the task team were detectives. But I'm not sure those that were carrying dockets that are in court, I'm not sure who is now overseeing them. In theory, it should be a senior person in the province.
All right. So
I don't know, though. I can't answer that because I do know that in the case of the police, there isn't one. There's just the prosecutor.
So what we're going to do is, like I told you at the beginning, because you don't know, we're not going to accept that as authoritative. You said earlier that the current coordinator of the PKTT, General Khumalo, is not a senior detective.
He's not a detective. He's never been, from what everybody tells me. He's been operational response.
Now, once again, are you saying that based on you are sure, or are you saying that based on what you've heard?
What I've heard is consistent across various reports independently, that he was definitely operational response for most of the time. There's no record anyone has of his having been a detective. And I'm talking now not just people in crime intelligence, but people who were in the police for a long time, who know, like a senior retired person, who had never come across him as a detective.
So your submission is confidently that currently the PKTT is not coordinated by a senior detective?
As far as I know, because I don't know whether or not those members, you see, that's the other foggy thing in all this, because some of those cases are still in court. And the investigating officers were allowed to keep those dockets that are still in court. Now, when they've gone to court, the investigation is over because it's in the hands of the prosecutor. So I don't know whether, once the investigation gets to a prosecution.
So what we'll do is, we will take your response to be you don't know, but we will keep for the record that we must ask and interrogate the question whether or not the current PKTT coordinator is a senior detective or has detective experience, okay? So we'll take it like that. Let's jump into your Volume 1, Annexure Bundle, Volume 1. I want us to go to the letter, page 23 to 26, MDH 5.1. There's a section in section 4. This is a letter you wrote to General Mkhwanazi. So I want us to spend my remaining time on this. So you must be very concise here, Doctor.
This was in 2021. Is that the letter you're referring to?
That's correct.
I think it's the only one that's in here.
Yes. So let's go to paragraph 4. The reason why I'm zooming into that is because once again, I'm going to test the authority of your evidence or what you are supplying as backup of your position, because you use the words you can confirm. So if you can confirm, then that means it is something that we can use. So I ignored everything else where I see that you can't really say for sure. So we're just going to zoom into where you specifically state to us you can confirm. So let's go to paragraph 4, number 4.
Sorry, could you just tell me exactly which bundle it's in here? I'm getting myself muddled as I always do. Which page is it in the? Is it in the?
It's MD, item MDH5.
Okay.
1, volume 1 of Annexure Bundle.
Okay.
Annexure Bundle, volume 1. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've got it now.
Number 4.
Commission SAPS, 11th of October. Yep.
You wrote this letter to General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah.
Did you get a response?
No.
Let's read 4. Would you please? I will stop you where I would want to question you. So let's read yesterday afternoon from there.
Okay. Yes. General Khumalo. Yes. Members of General Khumalo's team. Seizure of the phones. And I think.
Point number 4. It starts with yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
Sunday, 10th October.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
It's your statement.
I received a report.
Yes.
Right. And he'd been arrested at Loop Street. I wasn't able to confirm after speaking briefly to him that members of the ministerial task team after
see what you're saying there. You said
this was
yesterday afternoon, Sunday, 10th October, I received a report that Zulu had been arrested and detained at Loop Street. I was subsequently able to confirm, after speaking briefly with him, that members of the ministerial task team had arrested him. Now, you are saying that the PKTT has arrested him, and you are able to confirm that, right?
That's what he told me, and it was I think, from the people he described, and that was when I first heard about National Intervention Unit.
Are you able to confirm, are you sure or not? That
sure as one can be about it, because, I mean, Tabiso Zulu is very intelligent, and he's been doing his own research on these matters for many years.
You see, Doctor, you must not say as sure as one can be. You must say, I'm sure as one can be that this was the PKTT who has arrested this gentleman, because what you are claiming is that the PKTT, it was basically overreach. So if you are sure, you must say you are sure. I'm just using it because you use the words you can confirm. Okay?
Yeah, I spoke to Khumalo, I think, yeah.
All right. Let's continue. The name of a certain Ramadi was mentioned. Conversation, the arresting officers had seized 2 cell phones in the possession and told him that they were going to download the content of the telephones. These telephones should have been stored securely at Loop Street Station, but a duty officer confirmed that the arresting officers had made an entry that they had removed the phones, but no contact details were available for me to follow up. I did speak to General Khumalo about this, and I also sent him messages complaining about it. How did you speak to General Khumalo about this?
On the telephone.
So you have telephonic records that you have spoken to him about this?
Yes, yes. I mean, I don't know if I've got the records anymore. It's 4 years ago, but I did speak to him.
Okay. That you can say for sure.
Yes, yes.
I requested that he send his email address so that he could follow up via email. But since you have not received anything back.
No, I never received anything. I think the phones were reported. There was a report, though, to the Inspector General of Intelligence by Tabiso himself.
Okay. So what you are telling us by this statement, because this is the only thing closest to what I can use as something with authority. With this, are you saying that the PKTT has arrested people, taken possession of phones on cases that was not falling within their ambit? Is that what you're saying to us?
In this case, it wasn't, because they'd arrested him. I can't remember what they arrested him for, because he had opened a case of assault and they claimed they were coming to investigate it. Then they arrested him on another charge, and that's in further correspondence I don't have with me, but it wasn't political that they were dealing with.
All right. Dr. Haas, you also said that earlier you wanted to shed light on the fact that at one political killing, provincial police did a good job with this particular political killing, and then when the PKTT started, they took over and then withdrew the charges of that.
Not immediately.
Talk about that to us.
Okay. What happened is, and if you look, I think I made a copy of quite an interesting media report where clearly is going into figures and things like that. And what had what had happened, he gives the figures for the people that had been taken that were handing dockets. He said so many members and so many had been transferred from their units because we took the dockets, right? So that's how that happened. And then initially, in the first, and I haven't yet pieced together the whole timeline, because initially there was supervision of the task team. There was a Brigadier Ngwenya who was there, and he looked at the dockets. This would have been, I think he was still there. I think it would have probably been around 2020. Maybe he was, but I'm not sure. He wasn't there for more than a year or two. And one would need to say, well, but it wasn't the immediate takeover, but it was soon after the takeover that those charges, by 2020, the charges had been withdrawn in those 3 cases that had been handled by provincial people against the politicians. Because in the Magaka case, they did not immediately, they didn't withdraw the charges against any of the hitmen. They didn't give them bail either, but then a new prosecutor came in and he gave them bail, apart from the one that was Ngwengwe, because I think he had another conviction.
But you are saying that the PKTT withdrew those cases?
Yeah, they did, because they were in charge then.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honorable Sals?
Yes, sir.
We don't want even a minute, a discretionary minute from the chair.
If I would take a minute,
okay,
then it is something that I would want to say to Dr. Haas.
You are allowed.
Frankly. Dr. Haas, there is a scripture that says, knowledge puffs up. Knowledge puffs up. And oftentimes, I want to share with you honestly, I've never understood that scripture until today. Your vast knowledge and experience, in your wisdom, strike a balance when how you come across to people based on that. I can suspect when I look at the way you speak in your writing, even if you use the words please and I request, but you said to General Mkhwanazi, please also either ascertain from General Khumalo or request the email or request he emails me directly whether the police who arrested Thabiso Zulu had obtained a warrant. It's like you are speaking to a provincial police commissioner who has people under his command. And when you, from outside, almost speaks as if you are commanding him rather than you are seeking to join hands with him, you come across as puffed up. And mine to you would be very humbly, respectfully, caution against what scripture tells us. Don't allow your knowledge to puff up. Thank you.
Well, I didn't know I was rude to General Mkhwanazi. Sorry.
You must start by saying hallelujah before you respond.
Oh, sorry.
Hallelujah.
Okay, right. Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate, even if you're, I've dealt with this sort of criticism for 40. Look, it's like déjà vu for me. People were saying this about me in the 80s. So, okay, right. But I do try to be polite when I communicate with the police. But look, they are civil servants. They should be accountable to the public. It's as simple as that. You shouldn't have to beg them to be accountable. That's what they should be doing, and most of them aren't. So, and I also learned years ago, and this sounds bad, no, I don't. I try to be polite when I communicate with them, but sometimes I see that they're just basically bullies. And the only way you deal with bullies is to bully them back. And then they get the message. So, but it depends. I'm not saying I do this universally with police, but you actually have to stand up to them and say, but these are people's rights. Can you just, inform them or help them or whatever they need to do?
But maybe you should consider that's perhaps the reason why you didn't get a response.
Okay.
I'm joking about it, actually.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sols. Follow up, Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Diaz, in your opinion, was it a sound decision for the Minister of Police to largely disband the political killings task team based on the complaint that you sent and with your evidence that you've just given us that was largely based on media reports because you didn't have access to verifying information? And then, of course, you did mention that you had direct contact. You can't tell us exactly with how many of the people who were, or the cases or dockets that were part of it. Do you think it was sound decision for the minister to make that without even engaging you or even engaging the complaint that you sent? Because you and him both said you did not talk to each other. So we had a minister whose entire statement, okay, not entire, but largely his statement was based on your complaint.
Look,
so was it sound? I think you must just tell us whether you think it was sound, given what you sent to him, Doc. Was it a sound decision for a Minister of Police to use your complaint without investigating or engaging you? to disband the political killings task team?
I wasn't the only one who made a complaint. When I skimmed
That's
through,
not the question.
I mean, so we can't say he based it solely on.
No, he did. That's what he told us. He gave us your whole complaint.
Oh, did he? Well, I didn't. Yeah,
So,
but I mean,
so I'm
other
asking, do you
people
think
had
it was?
complained.
No, I'm not asking about that.
Yeah.
I'm saying he didn't even call you to ask you anything about that. No one in his office tried to investigate the complaint that you made. Do you think it was sound?
I don't
It
know
wasn't
if
your
anybody
only.
did.
It wasn't. No, but I'm telling. That's what he said. So I'm asking for your opinion. Given your experience in the police, would you expect a minister of police to make a decision largely based on a complaint that you made without even engaging you or investigating what you've reported to him?
I referred to a brief discussion with Advocate Pacoli, who wanted to just verify what I was saying. For all I know, he went and did this. I have no idea, because I didn't speak to him about what happened and how, the minister got to that decision. So I don't know if anybody else did anything about it. But when I read that affidavit briefly of the ministers, it was like he'd been getting reports and wondering if it, including about finances and it could just be the last. It could be. I can't
I'm telling you, but his statement said that, and he gave us your complaint.
Yeah.
And you were one of. So leave the other complaints aside. I'm asking, was it a sound decision based on your research and your experience in the space for the minister without investigating what you have said to base the disbandment of the PKTT?
Well, it's a difficult question to ask simply because I don't know what else he may have said. Well, my letter was a catalyst, but I can't say that he did that. I mean, I think it was a good decision to disband the team. I think it was overdue.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, but okay.
I mean, as a minister, I'm not really in a position to evaluate it because I've never ever spoken to him about all the reasons. Maybe he should have called me and asked about it. I don't know. But I've never spoken to him about, well, what else led you to disband it? We've never had that conversation. So how can I make a proper assessment, I think? But I was happy to see the team was disbanded. I would have been quite happy with an inquiry into it even, like we're having now. Yeah.
Honorable Mathis, are you satisfied? You said it was a good decision to disband.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Doc, it looks like your evidence is based largely on one aspect of the PKTT, which is SAPS.
Which is?
SAPS. Are you aware that the PKTT is a multidisciplinary team?
Yeah. Well, yes, but I haven't seen evidence of it. I've seen the intelligence aspect, and that's all I know.
You haven't seen evidence of what?
Oh, of course, the multidisciplinary, the justice is in it too. Yeah. But I've never seen public pronouncements. I've only seen a minister saying that we've got this team, and I know that they've spoken, I think, in the Nhlanhla Commission about how they work.
Crime intelligence, state security, correctional services.
Yes, they have different roles. Crime intelligence.
Are you aware that it was comprised by a multidisciplinary team?
According to the announcement, I don't know how it worked in practice, apart from the fact that they did get a dedicated prosecutor when Ngaba moved here. And the point is, intelligence is part and parcel of all investigations. You don't have to be a multidisciplinary team to access information from crime intelligence. It's a separate component.
Okay.
So it's not new to access intelligence for it, but you should at least note your things to different prosecutors.
Lastly, Doc, you wrote a letter to the minister that he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve the PKTT. Two big issues. Is it a concession that the person who bears power to dissolve the task team was the National Commissioner, not the Minister?
No. The National Commissioner did not set up a task team. It was set up
you say
at
in your
ministerial level.
Did you not say in your letter the Minister must instruct the National Commissioner to immediately dissolve the task team?
Yes.
Isn't that a confession or a concession that the person who's supposed to dissolve is the National Commissioner?
Yes.
If you're saying, so we are saying the National Commissioner was supposed to dissolve.
But he had
not
to have
the
ministerial approval.
Beg your pardon?
He had to have ministerial approval. It was set up.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, and look, the role of the minister.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, may you take a deep breath, all of you.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't breathe heavily on each other's neck. You can imagine a younger South African and a senior citizen in a comrades marathon trying to run the race at the same pace. It's not possible. There must be different categories of entries. You know? Yeah. Let's continue. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. I'm saying, is it your concession that the person who was supposed to dissolve the political killings task team is the National Commissioner, not the Minister? Because you wrote a letter to the Minister and said he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve.
This minister was not acting in the same operational manner as the former minister. And I know that because I've been told, for example, by another very good detective.
Doctor, let's go straight to the...
All right. Okay.
Do you concede that the police commissioner was the relevant person to dissolve the PKTT?
If he was instructed by the national minister to do it. The national minister works through the national commissioner.
So you are saying that the minister makes a policy pronouncement and the commissioner implements that policy?
Yes.
So your interpretation is that the decision is like a policy pronouncement?
Yes, it is. We don't need this anymore. I mean, he's entitled to do that, I think, especially if it's costing a fortune.
When you say we don't need this anymore, who else do you include in that way?
Well, it's sorry, that was just a throwaway comment. I'm just guessing on. He came to the conclusion because I see that he is looking at finances as well.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm taking the Chief Whip, Honorable Nomvado, and Honorable Skosan. We will come to you, Honorable James.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to do a follow-up on two issues, or maybe three issues. The first one, Dr. De Haas, it has to do with what Honorable Nhlanhla was asking. You wrote a letter to the minister to instruct. Why didn't you just ask the minister to decide? Because why didn't you just ask the minister to dissolve? Why should the minister still go to somebody else? Because by implication, when you recognize, even as you are preparing for your letter, that the minister must confer to somebody else, you are recognizing automatically that that person might have the authority to take a decision otherwise.
The role of a minister, and I think people have lost sight of this because they're used to seeing ministers running around doing things themselves. This minister, even when he was the premier, he worked through his office. He wasn't running around like some of the others that we have. I don't know enough about him, but he was always fairly low-key administrative person. In my own knowledge of what I read about him in the paper, and my own very, as I said, hardly any interaction with him. But if you look, the ministers of this country should be setting the policy and should be instructing the head of department about, well, this is the new policy. Will you please implement it? And this maybe, so what I am saying is that as minister, that was his way of, that he's supposed to do it. Because when the team was set up, it was the minister who went to General Sithole it was then, and said, we've decided to set this team up, and that it was agreed in principle that Sithole would do it. He, through the minister was giving instruction, and Sithole did it in the structure that he thought would be best to deal with the political team, but still reporting. So it's exactly the same thing in a sense. Clearly is saying, well, we're setting this team up. And I'm trying to now say to myself, because as I said, I just skimmed through Mkhwanazi's affidavit because I was more interested in what he could tell me about all the cases they spoke about. But he did seem to be taking into account things like what it was costing, and he probably may have heard that because, as I said, the Deputy National Commissioner tried to, according to a media report, the Deputy National Minister had brought it up with the National Commissioner. So I don't see it I see it as a perfectly rational decision by a minister who's got the power to do it in terms of the Constitution.
Okay,
just operate through the head of department.
Okay, just one last follow-up so that I don't take a lot of time for my colleagues. Now, flowing from what Honorable Matheus was saying, the one sitting next to me, about the sources that the minister relied on to take a decision. Now, let me say to you, because you, judging by your own experience, you are a very seasoned academic. You understand the value of research and the significance of decisions based on research. You don't comment on it now. I would suggest you deal with it together. Now that you have seen you saw the affidavit of the minister. You were quoted extensively there. Would you not conclude, or would it be unreasonable for a South African who has been following these developments, unreasonable for them to come to the conclusion that part of the leading information at the disposal of the minister when he was taking a decision was the extensive submission made by you? And therefore, that submission made by you, as we have been dealing with it in the discussion here, is not necessarily a complete, in a sense that is a one-sided view without verification on the other side. How do you think South Africans will read and interpret that kind of a situation? Or what is your comment on that, with a benefit of hindsight?
Look, it would not be, I can tell you that you can do research and it gets ignored too. I mean, I thought that if I used my research to tell the apartheid government that it was ruining black family life, that might help, and it didn't. So I'm just saying research is one thing, policy is another. Okay. But, I mean, it would not be unreasonable, I suppose, if I'm quoted extensively, and I wasn't even aware of that because I really skimmed it. I was looking for specifics in it. And it would not be unreasonable, I suppose. But of course, it's also, there's different ways of interpreting this, because it depends how critically minded you are, but it could be quite reasonable to say, right, why is he touting her? You know, who else did he work with? I don't know if he sent his legal advisor off to find more information for all I know. I have no idea. I don't know what happened after I sent that letter. I really don't. I know that I think I did see a quote from those two lawyers in Cape Town who are, I'm sure, raring to give their impression, tell you what happened to them. But I honestly don't know why he would have quoted me so extensively. Look, I mean, I am well known since the 1990s as doing all this stuff on violence. I think I've got a reputation in the province because I'd done all this research, and in the early days, until things started falling apart when all the infighting, you know, with Richmond, the ANC set great store on the information I was giving them. They were coming to me, they wanted it. And as I said, right from the beginning, from Mbeki and Zuma downwards, they were soliciting this information all the time. So perhaps on and they were phoning me during elections and saying there's a problem at the station, at that station, Nadia Mtetwa, for example. You know, they were coming to me. So I don't know if that was what informed his decision that I was the one who would know what was happening. I honestly don't. I can't answer.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Honorable Nombal.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Once again, my follow-up relates to a response that has been given by Dr. Mary de Haas to a question of Honorable Nhlanhla, who was asking if she is aware of the fact that the PKTT was multidisciplinary by its design. And the response was that you were not sure if practically it was because you never received any report confirming such. Now, somewhere in your statement, and in particular on paragraph 10, page 5, you are saying that many cases were withdrawn by the PKTT. That is what you are saying. Now, do you agree with me that when a docket is in possession, or when the docket is in the hands of the NPA, it's only prosecutors who can withdraw cases?
Yeah.
So when you say here on paragraph 10, page 5, cases were withdrawn by the PKTT, what do you mean?
We'd have to look back then at exactly when they were withdrawn.
No, I can help you. I can help you. Some were withdrawn in 2017. No, 2017. If my memory serves me well.
I think it was more likely
some 2018.
Than 2018.
Yes, 2018.
And it was a while after the formation it was withdrawn.
For instance, let me help you, Doc. Let me help you. Because we have also highlighted this case here, the Senzo Mchunu case, which was withdrawn in 2018, between 2018 and 2019. And it was withdrawn by prosecutors, not by the police, because it was in court already. It was enrolled in court. Now, what do you mean by this statement when you say the PKTT was withdrawing cases?
Well, why did it happen?
May you please speak through the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Well, I would ask myself a question. Why did it happen then? Because were the cases, was there in effect, I mean, people had been charged. Now, why suddenly wasn't there enough evidence to charge them? I don't know. I mean, we can dig that out quite easily for the Mkhwanazi case, I think. But I'm not sure who the prosecutor was at that stage, but initially, you see, again, this would be something, one would look at the prosecutor, but the initial prosecutor was actually quite a good prosecutor. So one would have more faith in his judgment than one would do in the one that came afterwards.
Chair, I'm afraid
I mean, I can't,
the doctor is not answering my question, and my time is very limited.
Yeah, sorry, but I can't.
She is peripheral, Doc. What do you mean here on paragraph 10, page 5, when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
Well, they were withdrawn after the PKTT came.
So we must remove the statement.
Yeah.
Withdraw it.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I'm asking, should we remove it?
Well, it was badly phrased. I did this in a huge hurry, I must tell you. I had to do a lot of work that I didn't have time for, and that's why I'm tired. Right.
Yeah.
I didn't have much time to do all this, and in places I agree the wording is not quite right. It was, they were withdrawn after the PKTT took over, and not immediately after.
Doc, I think you are giving a topsy-turvy response. You are not responding directly to my question and precisely.
Yeah.
The question is, what do you mean by this statement when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
They did not, that was what was, the PKTT came in, the cases were withdrawn after they took the dockets.
By who?
Well, they would be withdrawn by the prosecutor, but the prosecutor was working on what evidence he had from the investigators. So for all I know, the investigators came in with evidence that contradicted the arrest. I don't know, but it happened after the PKTT.
You wrote something that you are not sure about. When you say you don't know.
It happened, but I don't know the processes that led to it.
The witness has conceded to that point.
So we must remove it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
Well, they were withdrawn after the task team took over investigations.
Yeah.
And that can be open. It can be their fault, it can be the prosecutor's. Yeah.
The point, Doctor, is that the PKTT, by law and practice, does not have the authority to do what you say they did.
No.
So you agree with what Honorable Nhlanhla is saying?
No. I agree in the sense that I don't know how the decision was taken, but it was after the PKTT took it, because they were working with the prosecutors.
The bottom of it is that it is not the decision of the PKTT. And that is why you say you also do not know how the decision was arrived at. Thank you. Honorable Skosan, you are the last, and then we go to Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up question. I think Honorable Matheus, when he started, she started by asking the academic credentials of Mary de Haas. Am I right?
The academic? Sorry.
Your academic credentials.
Yes.
Yes. Now, you studied at the University of Natal, am I right?
Pardon?
You studied at the University of Natal.
University of Natal?
Yes.
Yes.
That's where you got your anthropology.
Yeah, those were anthropology degrees.
So you had your master's on social science, am I right?
Yes, research masters.
And then the Rhodes University conferred you with LLD honoris causa, am I right?
Yeah, that was Rhodes afterwards.
Now, because you are given a frequent public commentary on specialized policing, intelligence, and criminal justice matters, it's very important for us here in Parliament that we must distinguish between your own academic qualifications and the honorary recognition you received then. Now, as from now, as you know, Rhodes University can call you, inverted commas, a doctor. But in Parliament, it must be very clear that you must be referred as Miss de Haas here. Am I right?
You can do either. Some people do use that honorary term.
No, Doc.
But yeah.
I said we're calling you Doc before, but I want the public and Parliament to capture that. That in Parliament here, we are not a doctor, we are Miss de Haas.
Whatever. I don't care what you call me.
No, it can't be whatever. I can't be called a professor as well.
No.
I just want us to capture that.
Let's not argue about titles, Jali. Just go straight to the point.
No. My point is that I'm making a follow-up question on that. Nothing else. Hence, I can't call the chairperson a professor. I know it's got an academic qualifications in law, but I can't call you a professor. So I want us to capture this, because remember, we were told initially that Ms. de Haas is Professor de Haas. Well, he cleared it us to today here. To say she's a doctor.
But what I'm trying to say to you, so that we don't waste time, and I'm going to patiently give you time to drive your point. But
my point is simple.
I want to say to you, get to our terms of reference, because we are not about the title that she uses.
No, Chair, I'm saying for the record.
Yeah.
For the record, because you can't say to me, next time we are calling somebody a minister who is not a minister, and say, no, we should not worry about that.
So what you are saying is that the university that conferred her the honorary doctorate
and call her a doctor, yes, is fine.
Can address her as doctor.
Yes, it wrote, yes.
But as
in Parliament
outside the premises of the university, we are not bound to address an honorary, a recipient of honorary doctorate as doctor.
Especially here in Parliament. Outside, Chair, I don't mind. But I'm saying when we capture facts here, it must be reflected that Ms. de Haas was here, not Dr. de Haas was here, please.
So you are trying to say that the university just decorated her?
No, Chair, you don't understand me. Rhodes, they can call her a doctor. There's no problem with that. But in Parliament here, when we are capturing our records, it must be clearly that we had Ms. de Haas appearing before us.
It's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's give her a chance. So, Dr. de Haas, I'm not even saying doctor in quotes, because you were sitting there, you said you're Dr. de Haas. What is your understanding of that statement, that Honorable Scosa? If a university confers an honorary doctorate to you, when you get outside the university, is it appropriate for you to be addressed as Dr. de Haas?
Well, some people are and some aren't. It seems to vary as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
As from what I've seen, I don't usually use it, and I'm so sick of saying to people I'm not a professor. I mean, I probably have to go and get all my publications and get a doctorate for them, because I've got enough publications there that I can take them and say, can I just convert it to another doctorate?
Yeah, no, it's
but I mean, it's just such a trivial thing. Yeah. It's meaningless. I don't know. It's just a digression from more important things.
Yeah.
No, Chair, please, Chair, protect me. No. I said because she doesn't possess a doctorate.
That point, Jali, is driven. I just want to check.
She never had a research on doctorate.
Yes,
please,
I want to check
please.
What is the practice in the profession? If there is any South African who knows, who can help us.
Well, may I just explain what happened to my doctorate? I started it in the 1980s. I was diverted because I got an offer from the Human Sciences Researcher to get money to research. Yeah. So I put it aside. I then wrote chapters on the theory of the time. And then I got caught up in all this violent stuff.
No, it's fine.
And it went on and on. I did 4 different theoretical.
Let's stop it here. It's something.
Thank you, Chair.
will come to at the end of the proceedings.
Of this.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe we can be assisted on that one. It must not. It must
There's nothing silly,
It must
Chair.
not
Please.
derail our meeting. Look, you have not completed your doctoral degree.
You know, for good reasons, I may tell you, very good reasons.
That is acceptable. It's fairly reasonable. Honorable James, it's now 20 minutes past 20 hours. Your time will expire at 20 minutes before 9 with a discretionary 5 minutes from the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'm going to need those 5 minutes today. All the questions has been asked, everything that I've written down, everyone has asked my questions. Dr. Mary, your complaint, your instruction to the minister, I need you to focus. Dr. Mary?
Yes, I'm listening. Sorry. I wasn't listening in my microphone.
Okay. Your instruction, your complaint to the minister has caused great havoc in our country. Do you realize this? We are now having to pay 4 ministers.
Well, how was I to anticipate that? I didn't think anybody would do anything about it. I just wanted to put on record what they were doing. How do I know? How can I preempt this? Am I getting blamed now for this mess? I mean, I wasn't responsible for Mkhwanazi going out
Is that
public.
not your instruction? What do you mean? How can you be blamed for all of this? Your instruction, you instructed the minister instructed the National Commissioner. You should be rejoicing. You should be happy because that's exactly what you wanted. Is that not so?
I didn't instruct him. I asked
You instructed him.
I can't instruct him.
You did not ask him. You instructed him. Paragraph 1 of your letter clearly
instruct the
you instruct. You did not give him a view. You instructed him. You have no right to instruct a minister. And the minister in turn instructed the National Commissioner. Let's not get it wrong.
What is the wording of my letter there? I mean,
Okay, Doc. Honorable James, as the acting chair, can you calm down? Don't breathe onto each other's neck. You can proceed on, James.
No, ma'am. Doctor, you instructed. It is late. I want you to go meet your hookup. You instructed the minister to instruct the National Commissioner. It is in your letter.
To a request.
No, you did not request. We need to move on. 1.1 of your letter, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killing stars team. Is this not your letter? Whose letter is this?
That's not quite right, because if you read the paragraph, may I just read the last sentence?
No, it's 1.1.
Can I just point out, I start the sentence by saying this letter, blah, blah.
1.1.
Request,
Dr. Mary, it's late. 1.1.
I set out to take urgent and appropriate action. I requested the minister. And
1.1.
I'm going to that now, if you will just bear with me. Okay. I refer to here under, wait a moment, the task team. In this regard, the action that I'd asked him to take, requested. In this regard, I request that you, number 1.
Do we have the same letter in front of us?
It's 1, 1.
001 132. An extra. Do we have this in front of us? 1.1.
But this is the letter.
I needed to read 1.1, nothing else.
1.1 flows from 1.
What does 1.1 say?
1.1, the end of 1.1.
Not the end, the beginning.
But it's part of the... But no, I'm sorry, we're maybe not talking the same language. This is... May I just read this? Okay, the last sentence. I ask... and its appendices to request for reasons, blah, blah, blah. I set the reasons I set up below. Right. I carry on and I say, and the last 2 lines.
Tell her to read that.
Please just look at the last 2 lines of number 1.
Okay, Doc.
I refer
Doc, can you pause a little bit?
in this regard,
Doc,
in regard to what I've just asked you,
Doc,
I request
my time.
that
Doc?
you,
Doc, can you pause there? Can you please pause there?
yeah, I request that you,
Doc, can you,
one,
Doc,
instruct the
Doc,
National Commission.
Doc, calm down. Please pause there. We are intervening because we see that you are not getting each other. Honorable James is referring to the letter you wrote to the minister on the 31st of October. Now she's referring you to a paragraph in the letter, which is 1.1. Can you read it yourself out loud?
I can read it, but it's a 1.1 which follows directly from 1, the things I am requesting the minister to do. That is the meaning of...
You can read 1 and read 1.1. Doc, you can read 1 and read 1.1, both of them.
All right. Let me read the whole thing. This letter and its three appendices is to request that for reasons that I set out fully below, you take request that you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personal and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political killings task team. In this regard, I have in brackets, I refer to here under as the task team. Right. New sentence. In this regard, I request, I don't obstruct him, I request that you, 1.1, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted unnecessary...
Okay, stop there. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
that's
Thank
the
you.
sentence.
That's the sentence, yes.
Yeah.
You requested him to instruct.
Yeah, I'm requesting...
It's an instruction. You are saying that the minister must instruct the National Commissioner.
I'm asking him to. I'm not instructing him to. I'm asking him to instruct the National Commission.
Professor, when one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, right, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision.
Right.
It becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision to disband the PKTT. You give 3 reasons in your letter, written the end of October. The minister writes end of December. You give 3 instructions. You give 3 instructions. Your first paragraph says immediately. The minister gives 3 instructions. In his letter, it also says immediately. Is that a coincidence?
Look,
you both give 3 instructions.
Incidents,
both as immediately.
Say to the minister,
you need to allow me to finish so that you can go for your hookup this evening. You need to allow me to finish.
Sure.
You give 3 instructions.
Yeah.
The minister gave 3.
Let me help Honorable James. Yeah.
How do I know what the minister's going to do? I can ask. I'm asking. I don't instruct him, I'm asking him.
Look at me. Yeah. Look at me.
Yeah.
Honorable James is talking to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to reply.
We can proceed
and clarify. That's what I'm trying to do. I can't answer your question about why the minister did it. I honestly can't, because I've never spoken to him about why he did it. And I'm getting the blame for it. I mean, it's just, I'd never have done it if I'd known. Quite frankly, I think it's... But it has precipitated some investigations. Look at it that way.
Let me get back to my question. When one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision. Am I right? You both had 3 instructions. You both said immediately in there. It was 8 weeks apart. You should be rejoicing that your activism has finally paid off. Because this is what you wanted. You said it was wasteful. You said it didn't add value. Yeah. You said it was unnecessary. You said dockets were going missing. So yes.
Look, as I said, I never anticipated this. I never thought a minister would act. I'm trying to guess why he did act, and I'm sure he wouldn't have only acted on what I said. I mean, it may have been the last straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. Well, we've been thinking about it, and yeah, if she's saying it, maybe I have to take it. I'm guessing.
This is not a place, Doctor, this is not a place where you come and guess. Let me move on. General Mkhwanazi testified that there may have been a third force behind your letter. That there may have been a third force. How do you respond to that allegation?
Well, you must define what he means by a third force to start with.
Do you think it's the fact that there are so many similarities between your letter and the minister's?
Well, that's not a third force. What it's doing is suggesting I'm being motivated by something sinister. I mean, it's like saying we use the third force for all the covert apartheid agents. Are you trying to link me to that now? Is Mkhwanazi? Well, he might do, because he was trained by quite a notorious public order policing. In fact, so notorious that he got taken out when he attempted a coup in Botswana. Maybe he's come back now. On the brain.
You need to come back. You need to come back now.
No.
I mean, that's insulting.
No, Doctor. Wait. May we just simply respond to the question that Honorable James is asking?
I don't know what.
Botswana is not one of our provinces or our districts, and as Parliament, we wish to pursue cooperation and harmonious relation with Botswana as one of the countries or our neighbors in SADC. So, yeah.
Good. I want to take you to paragraph 4 of the same letter that you wrote, right? Where you assert that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions, and that was a conflict of interest. Am I correct?
This is in my statement, right?
You actually also mentioned it earlier on, that he was holding 2 positions, it was conflict of interest, and it just wasn't right. It's never been done, it's never been heard of. That's what you said in your letter.
I mean, I have complained about his holding 2 positions, because at that stage, when I wrote this letter initially, he was believed to have been running the task team, but although he wasn't running it physically, he was in operational response. He was managing it. He was managing it in terms of a project manager, but he was also then holding the position of head of crime intelligence. And that isn't, I've tried to explain why it's a conflict of interest, because both of them involve financial disbursements. And it has to be very clear to people that they're separated and there's no overlap between one lot of disbursements going to another.
Dr. Mary, what would you say if I put it to you that that assertion was factually incorrect? He was not holding 2 positions. He had his position and he was deployed to head up the political killing task team. He was not holding 2 positions. You were misleading this House and you were misleading the public, saying that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions. He was not holding 2 positions.
I was told that he was in operational response.
There was a special task team set up to deal with the political killings, and he was deployed there as a result of his skill set.
He was
to go and assist.
He was deployed as a project manager, which
that doesn't mean he's holding 2 positions, ma'am. That does not mean he's holding 2 positions.
De facto it is, because in both was handing money. Both
he has involved on his letter of employment. He has 1 position. You cannot employ someone twice.
What was he in his?
No, you must tell me, because you said that it was unethical. You said it was there was conflict of interest. So you must tell us.
I've told you that
And I'm putting it to you that you are factually incorrect.
I was told initially that
Told by who?
by investigators in the task
That was misleading
and
you.
by actually, I think the other person who told me, well, the person who told me initially that they were going to move Khumalo out of operational response was on the parliamentary committee at the time, Philip Mhlongo. And then the late Philip Mhlongo, who was the EFF rep on the parliamentary committee before the 2019 elections, he was the one who told me that there was so much trouble in operational response, they thought he was going to be moved out. He wasn't. I was told that he was remained in operational response and then was deployed as a project manager. And this came from someone who was in management at the time of the establishment of the task team, that he was actually structurally based in operational response, but he was deployed as project manager in the task team. And the project manager was the person who did the accommodation, the allowances and everything for the task team. Then he was appointed in the end of 2022 to be the head of crime intelligence. That's where the real conflict of interest comes in, that he's still the project manager and he's heading crime intelligence. It doesn't matter. As I said, he wasn't structurally there. I was told he was doing it while he was operational response. But he was, in fact, the project manager for crime intelligence. That was the official designation. I was told by a member of management at the time the team was established.
I put it to you that they were misleading you. General Khumalo, and I'm going to say this for the last time, does not hold two positions. And we're going to leave it at that.
What is his position in terms of the police?
He's the head of crime intelligence, and that's it. And he's allowed to work outside of, and he's allowed to work in any province. And he's allowed to head up task teams. But he's allowed to lend his skill to any situation in this country that requires it.
Are you talking about his crime intelligence position? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. I was told he'd remained in operational
So I'm
response.
asking you who told you that so that we can call out that person who's misleading you.
Well,
he does not hold two positions. He has one letter of employment with only one position.
How do you know it, sir? Let me tell you something.
Mary.
Let me tell you something. Somebody...
Let's move on, Chair.
I'm just saying that I've seen that police records have been changed by somebody who was acquitted by a court and saw that on the police records.
So you're saying that his police record has been changed and he holds two positions and he's getting paid two salaries. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he's getting two salaries. I'm saying that he's in a structural position. He's getting a salary. I have no idea where he's
Chair, please. Protect me.
Project manager.
Chair, please.
Oh.
Because you're going to tell me I'm breathing down the witness's neck. The witness is taking us on a wild goose chase here.
Nobody knows.
No, let's wait.
It's their word against. I'm telling you what I was told about the setup.
Dr. De Haas.
Yeah.
Let's wait. She did not say project manager. She says, Chair, protect me. And you.
No, I was just puzzled. I'm not saying you're wrong. I've heard that before.
I want us to wait. Let's wait.
Chair, this is very serious, Dr. Mary. What I'm referencing here, your instruction to the Minister to instruct the National Commissioner, paragraph 4, your allegation that that General Khumalo holds two positions, and also in paragraph 9 of your letter, gross irregularity, use of national resources unheard of. All of these things based on hearsay. This is what your letter contains.
Look,
This is what your letter contains, and this is what the minister acted on. The minister said that he acted on your letter. This is what you instructed. This is your evidence, and you are arguing today.
No, I mean, I reported in good faith what I got from credible sources. Khumalo was present with the task team, whatever his structural position was.
Dr. Mary, we are meant to probe this letter. We are meant to probe what you put in this letter so that we can understand why you put it in here. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm referencing all your paragraphs in terms of your ask to the minister, and I'm putting it to you that it is incorrect. I'm saying to you that you cannot have a conventional response to unconventional patterns of crime unfolding in this country. You are saying it is unheard of. Everything that you have said here today goes back to the 80s. You are stuck in the 80s way of policing. I'm saying to you, we can have task teams. I'm saying to you that we can have national units deployed to provinces.
I beg your pardon, I'm not stuck in the 80s. I'm stuck in what I learned about policing in the 90s and how you dealt with task teams. And before the policing went downhill after 2000.
Dr. Mary, this is no laughing matter.
I'm sorry.
This is no laughing matter. State security has been compromised because of this letter. We're having to pay 4 ministers. We are suffering as South Africans because of this. And you are laughing.
Sorry.
This is serious.
I'm trying to make sense.
It's very serious. Don't let me get started about the Cape Flats and our children that's on drugs. And you giving this minister this letter.
But, I mean, it's not my fault that General Mkhwanazi decided to throw the cat among the pigeons and make all these allegations, because remember, they are allegations. And when I wrote this letter, everyone was telling me that Khumalo was handling the task team stuff. Right. The crime intelligence people were alleging that they had no money because it was going to the task team. I'm not able to look and verify police records. You know,
you're not even able to verify the content of your own letter.
What else?
You're not able to verify your sources. You're not able to verify anything in here. And I'm going to leave it at that. You have misled even the minister, but you have proven to us who he really is. That you can actually mislead and guide him into taking incorrect decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. Did you still have something to say?
Not really, because I stand by I did not instruct the minister, I requested him. I want to emphasize that. I can't help what he did with the letter, any more than I can help whatever anybody else has done with the letter. But I take exception to my being blamed for state security. I can tell you there's so many sinister things going on in our province that that's where you should be worried about.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one follow-up on what Honorable James was trying to lead. Doc, we've got your letter of the 31st of October 2024. And paragraph 1.1 of that letter reads as follows. I request that you instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregular constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back with the detective units established provincial and national in terms of the SAPS legislation.
Yeah.
Now, this letter is of the 31st of October. The letter of the 31st of December by the minister uses the same terminology of disband immediately. That which you used in your letter on the 31st of October. Wait. 2. the minister is on record here saying part of the plan is to take those that were in all the information or the work that was done by the PKTT to the murder and robbery unit, which is what you are saying in paragraph 1.1. 3, the minister is on record saying part of the basic reasons they to dissolve the PKTT is on the basis of the expenditure, which is what you are raising in your paragraph 1.1. So do you think that this letter you wrote on the 31st of October 2024 actually influenced the decision of the minister to dissolve the PKTT?
I don't have any evidence.
Before you respond,
Sorry.
Number 5, on the sworn statement of the minister on page 23, he also uses the words that you have used, that the PKTT was irregularly constituted. Yeah.
No, I've said that. I've said that all along, that it was irregularly constituted. If it wasn't having a clear line of reporting line with people in relative positions able to evaluate the detectives. And I think when I didn't say murder and robbery, I mean they had come. A lot of those members had come from stations all over the country, and they weren't even necessarily detectives. Those that were detectives should be going back to where they were based as detectives, and those that were not were in the provincial teams. We had 2 different provincial teams, and they should go back to the provincial. That's all I was asking. I didn't stipulate where they should go.
No, Doc, you are not answering.
No.
31st October. You write a letter using a certain terminology or wording. 31st December, the minister writes a letter using the same wording. Last month, the minister appeared here, and in his testimony, he is using the same wording. Now we're saying, did your letter of the 31st of October influence the decision of the political killings task team?
Well, I can't say yes or no because I don't know. All I know is it presumably influenced him, but I don't know if it was I can't say it's the only reason he did it, because it seems that he'd been looking at finances, from what I recall, before that. I mean, I don't know. And now I'm getting blamed for destabilizing South Africa. I mean, truly.
No, it's not.
I mean, that's what the Honourable James is saying.
But they're not apportioning the blame. They are asking questions for you just to respond.
I'm trying. Yeah, yeah. I've responded as well as I can.
No, yeah. She says she has given her best try, Honourable Nhlanhla. Can we, before we take the Chief Whip, go to Honourable Nomvalo, and the last will be Honourable Skosana?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I understand the frustration of Honourable James in this context. And I really find it unconventional that a witness will come here and be extremely evasive, even when we perpetually try to persuade her to a particular direction which is correct. But Chair, I just want to get this confirmation from Dr. Mary de Haas, because this committee has recently been in a compromised situation, or on the receiving end of mysterious misinterpretations of words. Recently, we've been told here that immediately doesn't mean now. Now, in this letter dated the 31st of October 2024, on paragraph 1.1, I just want us to deal with 4 words. You say, I instruct the National Commissioner. Wait. You are saying?
I request that you instruct.
Yes. Open quote. You are saying, I instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband, close quotes. So do you mean that when you say
It's not I, it's number one.
It's one.
It's number one, then it says,
okay, no. Okay, it starts there at the top by saying, I request that you instruct the National Commissioner, meaning you are requesting the minister to instruct the National Commissioner.
Is his role. He has to guide and instruct the national.
Now, when you say to instruct, do you mean because you are saying he must instruct him to disband immediately? Now, the question by Honorable James is that immediately after this letter, a letter was issued on the 31st of December, executing exactly what you have requested. So it means that your request was executed accordingly, with no deviation. It's too much of a coincidence. I mean, do you disagree with that?
It's certainly a coincidence. And all I'm disagreeing with is saying I cannot account. He obviously thought I was making a credible.
We know, Doc, you can't, but from an objective point of view, just be objective and stop being evasive. It's too much of a coincidence that you can write a letter to the minister requesting him to instruct, and he does exactly the same.
The fact that he is quoting me suggests it, but there's a principle in research that if two events happen at the same time, there's a correlation and not necessarily a causal relationship. But, I mean, if he's saying that I influenced him, then I can't dispute it. But what I don't know is what other information he may have heard that kind of what I said. I don't know.
No, at least because, look, you can't just write letters with no intention of seeing those letters being implemented, unless you have an appetite of writing letters, as if you are writing music books. This is a letter requesting the minister to take a particular executive action. Yes. And that executive action was executed accordingly. And the minister at least was honest to the people of South Africa and to us as members of parliament, because he conceded to that reality. He said the reason why he implemented that was because of a pressure that he got from members of the public. And that pressure included your persuasion to disband the PKTT. Now, why is it so difficult, ma'am? We are not going to lose anything if you concede to that fact, to a reality that your letter influenced the decision of the minister.
I'm not disputing that.
Yes.
I'm saying I don't know what else he took into consideration.
But it was part of factors which influenced his decision on the 31st of December.
Yes, I mean,
exactly.
And
then what is a problem here? What is the problem?
No, let's pass the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. But
I mean, I'm not disputing that he's saying it.
You have considered to.
Yes.
Yeah. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think this was raised earlier, but I want to make a follow-up on Honorable James, because I've raised that earlier, Chair, that in paragraph 15, Ms. de Haas, you said that you expected the minister to do nothing. You remember that?
Yes.
In paragraph 16, you expressed shock that he acted decisively and disbanded the PKTT. Now, my follow-up on that will be, how do you reconcile portraying him as both unresponsive and decisive? I mean, that's a contradiction.
Let me explain. I've done a lot of lobbying of people in government and got nowhere. Okay. And the last minister had been running around acting like the National Commissioner himself. I did not have big expectations that a minister would act. Basically, I mean, he's a very different operator to the last minister, as I said, based on what I recollect, he was not the person running around and doing things for, running the police himself. From what I could see, he was proceeding cautiously. I mean, at one stage there was a quote that said he was decrying the fact that the Intelligence Oversight Committee, he said the intelligence needs oversight. Now, that was quite a sensible remark to make, because we are. If you think I'm stirring things up, we don't know what those intelligence operatives are doing that can undermine us. Okay, so I did not expect him to act, because I had no expectations of it, and I was actually amazed when I got the letter. And I mean, okay, it came from a WhatsApp group, but it was a letter. It was an official letter. It wasn't an allegation. It was an official piece of paper.
But yes, my question still stands. I said, how do you reconcile the two, unresponsive and decisive? And even at the end, you said yourself that in the last 24 months, the last time you communicated with the minister, it was almost 2 years. It's in your statement. It's not me who says.
No, it was the last time. Can I just repeat? I communicated with the minister telephonically when the elections, which the ANC won in the province, which was 2004. Then he went on to do other things I had no connection with him with. Okay, including a premier at one stage. I think my colleague Paula Sulu did. The only communication I had after he was appointed was to send him a message and ask if I could have the contact for his PA, because I need the people in the office to send the correspondence to. So I could then start copying him and, so he'd know what was going on with the National Commissioner. I did not speak to him until a month ago when I passed a message on. That's all I did. Now, you are telling me, as I understand it, that I'm not giving you enough information. The only information I have explained that I cannot give is the identities of people who give me information in confidence, and that they are largely police members.
Thank you, Chair, because I guess that the answer is again evasive, but the witness as well. Please, because we are reading something from your statement. All these questions which are directed to you are from the statement you've given us. It's nothing personal. It's from you. Hence, we are asking you, Ms. de Haas. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cameron.
Chair, I just have one question for clarity, and that is to Mr. Haas regarding the letter to the minister. If you weren't expecting anything to happen, what was the point of writing it? What did you want to come out of?
I put on things on record, and I wanted the committee to know about it. I mean, I thought you could have maybe questioned him or something.
No. I'm speaking about the letter to the minister. I mean, otherwise you're shooting blanks.
No, but I copied it to Parliament.
No, but the point, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why did you send it to the minister? What was the point of you sending it to the minister? What did you want out of it?
I was checking him out. He was a new minister, and I was wondering, but I thought, well, they never are, so he probably won't be. But we'll copy to Parliament, because if he doesn't, maybe Parliament can question him about it. That was my motive.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, but Cameron, why aren't you concluding it? Because Dr. de Haas, after the letter of the 31st of December 2024 was written by yourself, have you ever written again to the minister or to the department? Did you write again after the letter of the 31st?
Oh, sorry, me.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. I wrote to
To the police commissioner.
well, whatever I sent to you.
Yeah.
I wrote and I copied to Parliament that that the task team was still operating.
Yes, I'm saying after that letter of the 31st.
Yes, I did.
Which letter did you write?
I wrote letters that I did forward. I think I was asked to forward all what I had, and I had written after the disbandment. I had written to I can't remember the dates. Though,
but you
the Masemola, I'd written to I copied to the minister, I copied to Parliament.
The letter which you wrote to Masemola.
Yeah.
You were not advising or requesting him. What were you asking him in that letter?
I was notifying him, or I was complaining to Masemola about the fact, and I was copying to him.
Yeah.
So he would know it, basically, and I copied, I think, to Parliament.
What were you complaining about?
That the task team was still operating despite the official disbandment.
When it has been disbanded?
Yeah.
You wrote to the minister and say disband. I request you to disband. I'm just following up on what Honorable Cameron asked you to say. When you wrote to the minister, what was the purpose of your writing? Then you wrote, and then you responded to say, no, I just wanted to make him aware and to check him since he was a new minister in office.
Look.
But then later in the new year, 2025, you then wrote to the police commissioner to complain that why do we still have the PKTT when there is a letter of the 31st of December which instructed you to disband?
I did.
You did that?
I did. I think I did. I haven't got the dates with me. I don't know if they're here. But I definitely wrote, because at one stage I wrote to him and I pointed out that they were abusing people in court.
Yeah.
I wrote to him and said, why have you got a case that's got nothing to do with political killings? I mean, this was all after it, and I would have copied to the minister and I think to Parliament.
Yeah. Okay. Chief Whip. May we...
No, thanks, Chair. I am going to try and be, Dr. de Haas, I want us to work together very efficiently. That's my appeal. So that we can finish in the next 10 minutes.
Please.
The first question I want to ask you, when you did your master's, which is your highest qualification, what was the topic of that master's? What did you focus on your research?
Changing patterns of black marriage and divorce in Durban. It's 350 pages long, based on many hours of participant observation and every other possible. You couldn't do coursework masters. You see, you don't realize that coursework masters.
Yeah, you answered.
You are done now. You're done.
Same as research.
No, we are done. Okay. I wanted to know.
To explain that.
So your highest qualification research formally was about changing patterns on black marriages.
So I've got a lot of stuff published in peer-reviewed journals.
Okay. So at what point did you start immersing yourself on the security matters?
Okay, I tried to explain that. I was pulled into it because people that I was working with in research, whether it was on marriage or Shabeens or whatever, I'd done reports for the Human Sciences Research Council. They'd given me funding, and that was what was distracting me. In fact, the Human Sciences Research Council wanted to publish my book on marriage, and I never had time to do that either. So all these people that I was making contact with through research were coming to me and saying, we're getting attacked. And anthropological research is reciprocal, because you spend a lot of time with people, they give you at their time, they help you, and you give back. You give back to them. And this was my giving back. Okay, I'll see what I could do about all these attacks on you. And that started it. It's not something I ever chose to do research on.
Okay, but my question was, at what point?
Well, whenever the violence started
1990s.
taking off, 1983, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, particularly 83.
okay. I just want to understand this on your statement, the main statement, the witness statement. I think that's what it's called. I usually refer to as a main statement.
Yeah.
And maybe before I draw your attention to the paragraph I wanted to talk about, what's your understanding of the qualifications of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
All I know is it's fairly well established that he had qualified, and I don't know if it was SAP or after the KwaZulu Police was formed. He was definitely in the KwaZulu Police. I think he probably had qualifications from the SAP. And if that was the case, they would take people. Well, they didn't always take people with matrics. I can remember somebody was complaining to me. But he would have had the same training as the ordinary SAP, South African police that didn't join one of the homelands. And then his next, different people, including Philip Mhlongo, who'd canvassed our gather in the portfolio committee when they were getting complaints about him, said, well, he'd actually been deployed as guarding duties, which means he was operational response. And then somebody who was integrated into crime intelligence from the SAP said, well, I can remember him from the latter 90s when we were integrated, and he was doing some administrative work for intelligence then. Which was, he said that he wasn't operative. But he said wasn't there long. He then went off to operational response. And I gather that was where he was for most of the time, apart from the deployment briefly to intelligence when Mkhwanazi was National Commissioner. And of course, my information was that although he was deployed to the task team, he was still basically operational response. That was what I was told by a very senior person at the time of the establishment, or since the establishment, I can't remember.
Okay. On your statement, 17.2, paragraph 17.2, you are saying a lot about the PKTT being irregular. Which laws were violated by the formation of the PKTT?
It's not just, look.
Or it's irregular in what sense?
It's irregular in terms of any detective team I've ever come across, because a detective team, by its very objectives, is composed of detectives. It stands to reason that you get someone who's a detective, and I've tried to give you an example of the sorts of structures that were in place after the end of apartheid.
So it's your contention that the 126 people you are concerned about as a number were without dictative capabilities?
Well, not senior, I gather, because the senior guy soon left. Initially there was a senior detective. I'm concerned about the number, because why do you need such a big number of people in one province? None of even the investigative task team had about 30 people in, I think.
But did
it's necessary even.
Did you spend time as a researcher to make an inquiry about what is the work of the team of such a big size? Or you concluded that because in the past teams were never constituted to such a number, therefore automatically this one is irregular?
Oh no, it wasn't the number per se. It was the strange structure of it, that you had it. As I said, it was not supposed to be. It was supposed to report nationally. and that wasn't maintained. But the province was the reports through the provincial commissioner and with a senior detective overseeing the junior ones. That was the way it was set up. But then it soon changed.
So the irregular parties that it was reporting to the province or national, I didn't get you on that.
The reports to the national fell away, although it had been set up to be overseen through reports by the head of detectives now.
How did it fall away? Because you still have a coordinator who is occupying a national position, a substantive position at a national level.
Well, this is what I don't understand, because the man who took over from the first one was called Mkhwanazi. He occupied that position, and it's impossible to check because he died of poisoning, actually. But that's beside the point, but he's dead. And, this can be canvassed about. I was told that the first one was very good and insisted on all the reports, so it's quite possible that he didn't bother to follow up. I don't know. I'm speculating. All I know is that I was told definitely that the reporting line ended with the deputy national.
We have been told by various witnesses who came before, especially from the police department, that one of the major value of having members of a task team coming from different parts of the country and at times being changed regularly so that they don't stay too long in one area is to protect them against local influence. And somewhere in your statement, you also make references to police being prone, and I'm paraphrasing you in this case, police being prone to corrupt activities or their conduct resulting in the state spending a lot of money on civil claims.
Well, they did.
So why do you see a problem then with the establishment of a team whose composition is also designed to mitigate against what we are complaining about as a usual practice in various...
It can be used for all sorts of purposes. It may be the ostensible excuse, but if you can check the records of detectives. If they have a record where they've got high court convictions, where they do well, you're pretty safe with them. And some of those people were deployed initially to the task team, and they were removed the minute they started making uncomfortable, when I say uncomfortable, politically uncomfortable arrests, like the mayor of Newcastle, for example. The man who was seconded to that, who is an excellent detective, got out of it because they didn't want him, basically. And the charges were withdrawn against the mayor of Newcastle too, by whoever, prosecutor, whatever. But they were withdrawn and the witness died.
Okay, my last question. You are making reference, I think this is paragraph 17.1, when you were arguing that there was a let me just read it verbatim. On sentence number 2, as the task team that was being formed, the provincial team was securing a conviction for the murder of the Ramaphosa supporter whose name was top on the hit list, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever been a member of the ANC?
No. Oh, hang on. I joined very briefly, but I didn't stay. And that was in 1990 when one of my colleagues, the whole university was going mad on this. Mandela's out, and you've been calling, because at one stage we had a petition calling for the release of Mandela in the 80s. How can you not join the ANC? All right, I said, but I didn't keep it up. I didn't renew it. I didn't go to meetings. I mean, it was... got out of all politics. I was still a member of the PFP, so I was a member of both of them, and I withdrew from both of them. It just was not appropriate for me.
Okay. And then how do we define a Ramaphosa support? Or
Well,
how does an external person who's not in the ANC would define a Ramaphosa support?
Well, the people that were claiming this were very long-standing ANC people that said there were factions. So, and it was not just me. I mean, it was getting around everywhere. I mean, that there was this fierce competition between, it was about, you know, like most politics, it was about controlling resources, I guess, and for some people, idealism with it. You know, it's a mixture. Politics is like that all over the world. I mean, you know, you want to see a book that's written about British politics, how they broke Britain. I mean, it's not just here, the politics of politics.
No, you know why I'm asking this question is because the way you have framed it on your statement,
right.
we are not appropriating
All right. Okay.
this classification of that conviction to somebody else. You are writing as a first person.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm asking you, because in the statement you are not saying, I was told, I happen to be made aware, or anything of that sort, that therefore the person who was being convicted was a Ramaphosa supporter. That's why I'm asking.
His name at top of the hit list. Somebody sent me the hit list that was alleged.
So somebody sent you a hit list, and the title of the hit list was Ramaphosa supporters.
Yeah, the hit list was circulating. It was even, I think, in the media that there was a hit list circulating. But I mean, his name was top of the list and he got killed, and another one there was an attempt to kill, and then they got rid of the municipal manager who was in the wrong political camp. Yeah.
Okay. No, I wanted to understand that because I was a bit unsure what is meant by that, the way it is written on the statement. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just heard the Ms. de Haas saying he was a member of PFP and the ANC. Quite interesting. But I wanted to find out, Mrs. de Haas, you know, because you wrote to the National Commissioner in February, and you were so lucky that you wrote a letter to a minister, and the minister disbanded the PKTT, your first letter.
Yeah, I mean, I was astonished. I hadn't expected it.
Yeah, hence I don't want you to go there, because remember we went about being decisive, and you remember. Let's not go there. Now, why were you so pushing? What was your interest in this matter? Why were you involved in the police operational matters? What was your interest in all this issue of the police? And who's funding you? I'm just now trying to find out from you, because I hear you talking about resources and what. Who's funding you, Ms. de Haas?
Nobody's funding me. Nobody has funded me since 2005, apart from whatever I get for writing academic articles that gets some money put into my research code that can only be used for academic activities. No one has funded me since 2005. That's the first thing. What drives me? Well, I don't know why it sounds so strange. I have a passion for justice because I deal with people day in, day out. All they want is justice and they're not getting it. So that's what's driving me, not the money. I'm paying myself for this. I'm risking my life for it.
So are you not working with any NGO or any civil society?
No, I'm not. I'm not a member of any of them at all. I mean, no. I have no, I don't really work with any of them. The only people I'm in is a Navi Pillay research group, I'm not teaching. I am part of being an honorary research fellow because I write academic stuff.
Yes, but my question is this. Are you not working with any NGO on your research? You are funding yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm independent.
Yes.
Completely independent.
So there's no one who's funding any of your work.
I'm not a member of, hang on a minute, let me just think. Nothing to do with NPOs. I mean, I interact with the local Amnesty International group because I've known them all for years. Okay. Who else? I mean, it's one thing to support people in an NPO, but I'm not involved in it.
Let me put it this way to you. Are you comfortable for your gadgets to be taken from you?
No, I'm not, because there's private information on that.
No, we will apply. We know how to do it. We'll get a court order.
But how dare you? I'm a private person. How dare you do this to me?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking. I'm not saying I'm going to do that. I'm saying, are you comfortable that if the police have to take your gadgets like any other one, because there's probing in here. So my question, I'm saying, are you comfortable?
I'm not comfortable because it's private. It's private family issues.
I understand that. And since I'm asking you, my follow-up question was simple, and you still did not respond on my question. I asked you, why are you involving yourself on police operational matters?
I've told you that because I care about justice. I care about people. One death is too much.
No,
I care about people.
All of us, we care.
I apologize for that.
Okay.
Please, may I ask, this is turning into a witch hunt of me.
No, let me.
And I'm objecting and I'm putting it on record.
Let me help you, both of you. Honorable Skosana and Dr. De Haas, the witnesses that appear before the committee are not suspects.
Yes.
That is the principle that we must always reiterate. And I don't think that it's fair, Honorable Skosana, to go to an extent of telling the witness that we know the procedure that we must follow in case we must apply for your gadgets to be confiscated from you or to be seized from you because we are probing. I mean, she is not a suspect. Let's have a conversation with her.
Thank you, Chair. Hence, I was saying to her, it was a question. I've never said we are going to do that. Because remember, Chair, that was a follow-up question to say, why was he pushing so hard? What was the interest? Who's funding her? Other questions she answered me. But my follow-up question, where she did not answer me, is not personal, as I said, Ms. De Haas.
What am I not answering?
No, my question was simple. You said because you care, one death is too much. All of us here, one death, hence we are here. It's not only you. This privilege which we are talking about is not only exclusive to you.
Didn't say it was, did I?
Yeah. Now I'm saying to you, it's not a threat. I was just asking whether are you comfortable, because you said it's illegal. We can't do this. We can't. So I said to you, because I'm a lawmaker, I know if your gadget has to be taken, what must happen? I'm not a policeman. I'm not going to do that. But I'm saying to you, honestly speaking, your involvement is suspicious in the whole matter. Hence, I'm asking this for follow-up question. That you wrote one letter, the minister disbanded PKTT, and then you made a follow-up letter to the National Commissioner. Why was he not implementing it? Hence, I'm asking you, what was your interest?
Because it was a perfectly legal letter. I can't, as I said, I can't take responsibility. I had no idea that it would act this way. So how can you attribute blame to me for it? I mean, I didn't expect it. I've explained that. He did it. I can't help it if he took what I said into consideration. It's not my fault. I can't control how the minister handles. So,
thank you so much.
yeah, I've tried to explain this.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
You were very lucky. You were very privileged, I must say. Thank you, Chair.
Matthias.
Just quickly, the letter that you wrote to the minister, Ms. Diaz, did anybody advise you on what to write in the letter? Was it the letter reviewed by anybody before you sent it to the minister? Because the wording, and we're asking that and it's a follow-up, is pretty much the same wording that the minister used in his letter of disbandment. And it also has information in there that I would have thought you wouldn't have been privy to, like the murder and robbery unit, etc. So the question is pretty much, did you write the letter on your own? You didn't have a discussion with anybody about it? No?
No,
I did okay, it's not then, that's fine.
I'll tell you what I did. I wrote the letter myself. I write my own letters.
Yeah.
The only letters I run past people are...
Okay, but did you just ask with this one, did you run it past anybody? Yeah.
And I'm not sure what you mean about the information. The only thing I do is to, when I write letters for people, I don't know that I could have, and this wasn't easy, but whenever I write letters for people, I get their permission and I give them a copy of it.
So
But
on
I
this
wrote it
letter,
myself.
Ms. Diaz, just did you say you wrote it and a draft? Did you send it to anybody to give input or review it? So it was just you and the information that you had and you sent it through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Doctor, let me just run 2 or 3 questions with Honorable Shongwe. No, you have said that you are not asking questions. I
didn't want Mary de Haas to die on my hands, Chair, but I'm ready to ask my questions, Chair. Thank you.
May I just comment? You don't need to take my phones. I've had to cancel all the interceptions on them at least once. Illegal, of course.
I didn't get that, Danny.
Sorry, I said you wouldn't need to take my phone. I've already had to cancel all the interceptions on them.
That's Kosana who takes phones. Yeah.
I'm trying to make a joke of it, sorry. Just to ease the relationship between us.
All right. Goeienaand, Danny. Goeienaand. Do you speak Afrikaans?
Sorry?
Goeienaand. Do you speak Afrikaans?
Who?
Do you speak Afrikaans?
I speak a bad mixture. I speak a mixture of Afrikaans and Dutch. My husband was Dutch. I've lived in Holland and I'm out of practice. I could speak Dutch fairly fluently at one stage, but But I mean, it became a mixture of Afrikaans and Dutch, and I understand very well, and I haven't practiced for years, as I found out when I was in Holland last time.
Okay. Quickly here, Ms. Diaz. You know, there is money that was budgeted for investigation on Premier Oscar Mabuyankulu. Is Mabuyankulu, ne? He was supposed to be investigated for his qualifications. So I think because the court has decided that we are no longer going to investigate him, would you mind if we take that opportunity, maybe put you in that slot and check your qualifications? Because something is not sitting well with me. Would you mind if we verify your qualifications?
You can check my qualifications. I have no problem.
Which are?
Sorry?
Which are? What are your qualifications? Just title.
I've got a social work degree. I've got an honours in anthropology, which is the equivalent of the type of course with masters now. I've got a research masters and a whole lot of publications. I've been told I could just take those publications and say, you know, they constitute a PhD. I just haven't bothered because it's not a big issue for me, but maybe I better.
Did you study to be a doctor? This doctorate, did you study for it, or it was...
I was registered for a PhD, but I was doing so much
Let me repeat the question, Doc. Sorry for that.
You asked me if I
No, I want to know, did you study to be called doctor, or it was you being honored or appreciated?
I registered for a PhD that went on for so many years, and then I was awarded an honorary doctorate. Most of the stuff.
Okay, no, yeah, I got that. Thank you very much. I wanted that on record clearly that you were being appreciated. Now, do you know
doctorate?
Do you know Paul O'Sullivan?
Vaguely. He contacted me. I've had no dealings with him. What did he contact me about?
Don't know about that.
I know what it was. He wanted to know what I knew about the police killing people.
Okay.
That's what he contacted me about. I don't collaborate with him, if that's what you want. No.
Okay. Do you notice the similarities between you and Paul O'Sullivan? The fact that you both are running SAPS officials, but you're not part of it, you've never been trained, you're not even authorized to even enter. Do you notice the similarities?
Listen.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, there the similarity ends. I have worked with the police for years and years and years.
And does that authorize you to instruct a commissioner, a sitting commissioner?
I've never...
Or a minister per se?
I requested the minister.
Yes. Okay, you've been a teacher before, right? You've been a teacher. You have been a teacher before. Were you a teacher?
Me? I was a lecturer at the university.
Lecturer.
Yes.
Help me here. What is a verb? Help me here. What is a verb?
What is it?
A verb.
Verb?
A verb.
A verb.
Please help.
A verb.
Verb, yes.
A doing word.
It's a doing word. What did the minister do concerning to your 1.1?
But we've been through this.
Yes, I just want a straight answer. That's why I'm making it easy for you. What did the minister do? I'm asking in terms of a verb. A verb is a doing word.
Please.
So let's go there. Let's check what did the minister do there. The minister was instructed to disband PKTT, or was instructed to instruct the national commissioner to immediately disband. What did the minister do? Answer the following question.
We disbanded it. I'm not sitting here disputing the fact that he disbanded it, am I?
Do you take credit for that?
Pardon?
Do you take credit for that?
No,
that you did very well?
Because I don't know if there were any... I cannot speak for the minister. How can I take credit?
No, I'm just asking in terms of your letter. Do you take credit?
Like I contributed to it. I don't know if it was more than me or not.
Okay, Danny. Calm down, Danny. Calm down.
You're asking me for evidence and I can't give you evidence.
Yes. No, I'm not asking for it. I'm just asking about your letter. Do you think...
Yes.
Do you take credit for your letter? Do you think your letter did something well?
Well, it seems to have influenced him if he referred to it.
I appreciate that.
But what I'm saying to you is, I don't know what else influenced. I'm not privy to it.
Do you think Minister Mkhwanazi is corrupt? Do you think Minister Mkhwanazi is corrupt?
Well, I start with the assumption that almost everybody in politics is corrupt and they have to prove otherwise. Sorry about that. They are sometimes proven otherwise.
Do you think he must be fired?
Sorry. No, look, I'm being a bit cynical there. I don't. He may or may not be. I have absolutely no idea.
Do you think he must be fired?
I don't see any reason to fire him. He was doing sensible things. He made enemies because he was also trying to clamp down on gun control.
Okay. That's very good. That's very good. Tell me this. How credible are ANC members?
Very varied.
Sorry?
Very varied.
Very credible.
Like all the politics in this place. You've got ones and you've
Let me repeat how credible do you think ANC members are?
How can I generalize when they're so... I mean, there's very good, credible ones and there's some that are absolutely corrupt.
So...
It's like all politicians. You get a whole range of good and bad.
There's a range of good and bad. So you're saying in the ANC there's good and bad?
Well, I think so. I wouldn't like
and
to...
you are...
generalization like this.
And you are privileged that only the good ANC credible members come to you and give you information about the death of councillors in the KZN areas?
No, not only them, because some people, I have no idea where they stand in the ANC. The people who tell me about people who died.
I'm asking you this because you said the political killings were based on Zuma. And I struggled to find facts on that because there was a DA councillor that was shot. There was an NFP councillor. There was an IFP councillor. So how is that connected to Zuma? Were this coming from the credible ANC members? Was this info coming from them?
What do you mean, the political killings team?
Yes.
It came from
not the team. I'm asking.
It came from Clearly, and I think
No, I'm asking the people who died. You said ANC members gave you information.
Who died?
Sorry?
There's a whole the range of people that died. Most parties, NFP, IFP. ANC.
So you said they died because Zuma was involved. How did you say that?
That was the specific municipal elections are referred to, when the competition was really fierce.
Okay.
I'm not talking generally, the people of all political parties that are dying. When the NFP broke away from the IFP, there were a lot of killings between IFP and NFP. The situation varies according to the context of the time.
I'm worried, Danny. I want us to finish because I don't want you to die on my hands. I want to go to heaven. Serious. Tell me this, Danny.
Honorable
sorry for that. I withdraw, Chair.
Yeah, you must withdraw that statement.
Tell me this, Danny. In your own judgment, General Mkhwanazi and General Sibiya, if I may add, Officer Makhubu, whom you spoke about, who's an honest police officer or who's credible between the three of them, according to you? Makhubu.
Without a doubt.
And how did you come to that determination?
Because I saw how he'd done his work in various cases.
So did you go with him to work in many places?
No, look, I'm sorry, this is wandering right off. I mean, I have helped Makhubu recently because he's under threat of death.
Okay, let me ask you this.
And I knew him when he was doing investigations and he showed real care for his witnesses, that they were properly treated, that they were in. So I've worked with him on and off for years, but recently he is in danger of being killed. They broke into his house one night, and it wasn't a break-in, it was a...
So ma'am, if I may ask...
And threats he's followed, and it's all the me.
You're saying to me a police officer with a gun came to you because he fears that his life is in danger, and then told you whatever information so that you can take the very same information back to SAPS where he should have taken it.
I didn't say Makhubu did it.
What did Makhubu do that is so good? What did Makhubu come to you?
He's got a record in the Hawks of cash in transit successes.
Yes.
He came to me initially because he needed help for,
And how did you help him?
It's got to do with
how did you help him? Okay, let's make it short, ma'am. How did you help Makhubu?
He had a witness that he was scared was going to be let out of protection, and that they were out to kill him.
How did you help him?
I helped him by writing to the Witness Protection Program and saying, will you please be sure that this witness is properly relocated because there are plots to kill him.
And what did they do?
They did.
They did exactly that.
Yeah.
Per your request.
Because that was what was due to her.
Would I be wrong if I would say you instructed them to help Makhubu in that way? You requested.
Look, please, can we stop?
Ask case, darling. Ask case, darling.
Keeping us here. I'm not prepared to sit here and say this policeman's good, that policeman's bad.
No, I want, because you said it on record that Mkhwanazi is not a good police and the other. So I just want to identify whether, because if a police officer doesn't give you information, to you, to me, it seems as if they don't give you information, they are not deemed to be good police.
That's not what I'm basing on. I'm basing my judgment of Mkhwanazi on what his police have said after they were they were dismissed for no good reason. The language he used towards them, if it was correct, they got their jobs back with arbitration. They did not even get a hearing. It was a legal dismissal. Arbitration put them back in, and he sent them away again. He wasn't allowed to because he wasn't supposed to take it on review. So he doesn't really act in all the interests of some of his policemen. But, I mean, he is also, and I mean, I've put this in it, and all I want is somebody to ask him. It's in my, I mean, there's a police note that he interrupted the arrest of a convicted drug.
You know, Danny, let me interject. My worry. Let me interject, Danny. Let me interject. My worry is one. People who I seem to be associated with Minister Mchunu, all of them, their characters is now questionable, and actually, I'm questioning his judgment regarding that he took the advice from you of disbanding PKTT. Checking your character, I'm not convinced by your character. Hence, I'm saying even your qualifications, I'm starting to doubt them. That's why I'm going to
that I'm not.
Listen, Dan.
What are you doing? With police for 30 years and know what's allowed, what's not. Some of them have been management members.
So how come is it difficult for you to answer a simple question? How did you determine that Officer Makhubu is good compared to Mkhwanazi?
Because I haven't heard any reports. I've heard about him not being, I mean, he may be for all I know, but I do know he's won cases. I do know that there's some that...
But we do agree that both of us, we now are maybe confused by the judgment of Minister Mchunu that he relied on your letter. He also relied on General Sbiya, now Gabinde as well, if I may say. What does that say about Minister Mchunu?
No, if he has. I don't know the whole story. All I've heard is parts of the story. How do we know? I'm not prejudging this. I'm staying right out of it as far as I can. And I'm sorry that my...
Let me ask you this question so that we can finish. You said on the Senzo Mchunu, you said there was info leaked to the media, right? And
yeah, there was, City Press.
Okay. And you said you know this because it was not leaked by you. Now, does that mean you can separate between what was leaked by you versus what was not leaked by you?
I keep stuff confidential if people tell me.
Okay, I'm talking about leaking of information, police information, if I may say.
I mean, look, I respond... I will say, look, police are alleging this. Can you maybe ask questions? You know, they're saying they can't pay their informants. In fact, I didn't go to the media about that. There was an article about this very thing in the media. I think it was, I've forgotten who it was, but where the whole thing is in the media, and it wasn't me.
Can you
leak stuff to the media if I wanted, and I haven't.
Have you leaked anything to the media?
No. I mean, look, what have I done?
You're not sure, eh? When was the last time you leaked something? Okay, when was the last time you leaked something to the media?
I don't talk about confidential material. I might say there are allegations that informants aren't getting.
Okay, When was the last time you leaked information to the media?
Look.
Coco, 1 plus 1. Okay, Coco, let's make it simple. Coco, let's make it simple. 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1 is 2. That's how simple I want us to make it.
No.
When was the last time you leaked to media?
I've done nothing with this matter.
No. I'm not talking about.
I've sent is any to the media.
Yo.
It's a general question.
Okay, Coco.
I mean, I don't give confidential information out.
But Gogo, you say here, regarding the Makaka matter, info was leaked to the police. You know this because it was not leaked by you.
No, it was not leaked by me.
Yeah.
It was shared information.
How did you know it was not leaked by you?
Hmm?
How did you know it was not leaked by you?
Because I'd never spoken to the media about it.
About it. Have you spoken to the media about any other thing else, leaking them information?
Look, how do I know what you're talking about unless you can give me specifics? I don't. Look, please, Mr. Speaker, we stop this. It's becoming a witch hunt, and I'm losing my temper.
Let me respectfully step down, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shong. Dr. De Haas. Dr. De Haas. You know, an elder has two hearts. The other heart is an overflow. Yes. When you say I'm losing my temper in this parliament, we get worried. It's fine. Thank you so much, Honorable Shongwe. Thank you so much, Doctor. Can we no, I'm no longer taking any follow-ups. Yeah. Let's do this, Doctor. In the letter that you wrote on the 31st of October, on paragraph number 2, I see you use compulsive words there.
What did I say? Sorry, paragraph 2. Was this my letter?
Yeah.
The one that I sent in October?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get back to that.
In the first sentence, you are using the word instruct, that the minister must instruct.
That I wrote.
The National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary, and wasteful political killing task team. And then in the second sentence, you say, the National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Khumalo, who heads crime intelligence services, to this task team, which he did not have the qualifications and experience to command in the first place. Do you know General Khumalo, Dr. De Haas? General Dumisani Khumalo?
I know he was operational response and not detectives. And to have, I mean, that was my argument. He's not a detective and he's basically running the team.
And do you know how long he has been in the SAPS?
He's been there since the 1990s, as I understand it. I'm not sure exactly when. It could be worked out, I suppose, in terms of his age and when he would have trained.
So when
it was the 1980s. Yeah, he was in the police.
So when you say 1980s, do you want to mean early 80s or late 80s?
I think he must have been trained in the first part of the 80s.
Okay.
I mean, hang on a sec, wait a minute. Where was he? Yeah, because he was in the KwaZulu police when it was formed, and that was 87. So he may have transferred there. As I said, I don't know where he did his training. I think he's in his 50s now, approximately.
And do you know when he was appointed or promoted to the senior management position in the SAPS?
I don't know. He was a brigadier before he was promoted to general. He was a brigadier when he first went to be a project manager. And he was about that time, I think he was promoted to general. But I don't know.
When was it that he was promoted to the senior manager?
It was around the time the task team was set up, which would have been around 2018.
That was the time he became a brigadier.
No, he became a general. He was a brigadier then.
When did he become a brigadier?
Was that not in Mkhwanazi's evidence? Because he spoke of from...
No. I'm asking you a question.
I'm not sure when he became a brigadier. I think he might have been around the time he went to crime intelligence.
When was he appointed a brigadier, to the rank of a brigadier?
I don't have the...
You don't know.
No, but I think he was a brigadier. Look, it may be in the records I've got. He may have been referred to, and I don't know if Mkhwanazi referred to him as a brigadier.
You are unable now to tell us when General Khumalo was appointed a brigadier in the SAPS.
Yes, but all I know is that he's never been reported to be a detective.
Then what is Brigadier Khumalo's highest qualification?
I don't know. I mean, and I think as we talk, everybody's going on about verifying my qualifications, but surely...
No.
But I mean, I don't know what his qualifications are.
We are asking about Brigadier Khumalo's highest qualification, not you.
It's on record.
That one was your matter between you and Skosan.
Yeah.
And then is Brigadier Khumalo the only official that you know who was working in the PKTT?
Well, he was. I knew him as running the admin and
the PKTT.
Okay, yeah. The reporting line. It was initially him, and it was the local person was a brigadier in the Hawks. Reporting to Mkhwanazi to report.
Yes, so in that PKTT, because it was a team, if you may estimate how many people might have been in that team, how many police officials might have been in the PKTT?
Well, we have the figures that were announced at the launch of it in the media article. But we don't know the ranks of all of them, do we? And I mean, what I was told was that there was a specific brigadier in charge of them, or inspecting dockets.
That's exactly the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
If you may estimate how many officials could have been in the PKTT.
Well, all I know is the number that was officially given by Clearly.
Yeah. What did he say is the number?
I think he said it was 120 something.
120.
Including the ones that...
You can just say over 100.
Yeah, no, it's in that media article.
In that number of over 100 officials, do you know of the qualifications and experience of any of them, except Kumar?
I've heard about quite a few of them. I've heard of them, and most of them, there are a few lieutenant colonels, I think. And these are the ones they say were not permanent.
Yeah.
And I've heard of most of them have been captains, sergeants. I haven't heard of another more senior detective who's there permanently in the structure.
I'm not talking about their rank. I'm talking about their academic qualifications.
I'm not privy to the police records. All I can hear
is... You don't have that information.
This one's a captain, that one's this one, or...
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you wrote this sentence that... General Khumalo did not have the qualifications and experience, without you having checked on the rest of the over 100 officials who formed part of the PKTT.
Because I had never...
Do you think that you are fair in such an assertion?
Well, I tried to find out about a senior detective, and I did not after the brigadier left.
What I'm saying,
and I couldn't find anyone.
You as a senior citizen,
Yeah.
Oh, remember when we started here, I said to you that you are our Friesland or our Jesse. That is where we must tap wisdom. You are a repository, according to my understanding, a person of your advanced age. There is a team here of over 100 police officials. And then you just single out Khumalo and say, this person is not suitably qualified, does not have the requisite experience. What about the many other officers who are in that team? Did you check their suitability?
I checked some of them.
Some of them?
Yeah. I mean, how could I? I didn't know who they all were. They were there 1 minute and they'd gone. So there was no permanent structure, it seemed to me. And the only people whose names were mentioned as giving instructions were Khumalo.
So if we were to look at this objectively, and one comes to the conclusion that you targeted Khumalo, will it be a fair statement to make to you, to say Dr. De Haas targeted Khumalo in the whole team of the PKTT that was sent to KwaZulu-Natal? That is why you are able to write, not on one page. If we go to the second page, you still talk about Dr. Khumalo, General Khumalo. And then you even go to an extent of saying that you don't even trust that he's a credible police official.
Because he's not a detective, he's operational response. That's why. And so was this other man who was seconded, operational response. And so is Masemola, who is a buddy of both Khumalo and Mkhwanazi from years ago. I mean, Masemola was in this province as Deputy Provincial Commissioner. I dealt with him then. And he took no action when I told him there was paramilitary training up at Nongoma. Did nothing. And he was Deputy Provincial Commissioner. But that's where they all know each other from their operational response days.
Let me ask you the last question. Because when you made your oral presentation, you said to us that, and you considered here after members probed you, you said that you concede that some of the evidence that you deposed in your statement has not been verified.
I've agreed to that.
And when you sent it to the authorities, you wanted them to verify and maybe even come back and report to say the things that you raised with us, this is how we process them, correct?
Sorry, the things... I tried to put together my explanation for doing it. I had spoken to people. I'd got their description of what happened to their cases. That was all on record.
Yeah.
And I was... What happened then was, after I said that I was really concerned because of, as I said, all I was getting, no mention, and this was my problem all along when they started, and I tried to get a sense of exactly who was running it. It was almost impossible, but that's not the way it should be.
That's exactly what I'm saying, that having gathered this information that could be inconclusive or incomplete or unverified, why, when you wrote to the minister, you did not say to him, or when you wrote to Parliament, you did not say to them, I request, instead of saying, I request that you instruct the police commissioner to immediately disband? Why didn't you say, I request that we further investigate these allegations because I do not have conclusive evidence?
Well, I could have done that, but I think that It was the sheer horror of what I was hearing.
We further investigate these allegations, determine their veracity, and then where appropriate action is necessary, the authorities can see how they deal with this.
I didn't do that because it had been going on for 6 years with very little results that were verified in terms of media. Well, we've got these successes. They'd been going when I wrote that letter for 6 years. And in terms of the number of people who died in the province, there was very little to show for it. So I thought enough is enough. I'm hearing horror stories about fabricated evidence, all people independently saying the same thing. The illegal actions, why have we got this team? I'm hearing about all the expenses, the NIU running away with them.
So you did not request that those allegations be investigated?
Because I did say an inquiry into them, I think, as well. I wanted an inquiry into them. So I said disband and inquire. What's my heading here?
You said
the body to investigate the task team and cases-related matters. Yeah, I wanted it disbanded and an investigation.
Immediate disbandment.
Yeah.
It's not investigation.
But why keep a team like this when it's not when it's just such a... I mean, it's a team that is just so opaque, if you want to say that. There's no clear structure. It's been going for 6 years. Okay. It's obvious they're spending a lot of money. We had provincial teams that were good. Okay. Why are we keeping it? It makes no sense to me.
When you say the deployment of General Khumalo must be stopped, is that an established practice in the public service that you can just act willy-nilly the way you say it without following procedure? Stop it immediately. Is that how?
Well, if the team is disbanded, he had no role there if his role was project manager. Because at this stage...
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that how rash decisions are taken in the public service?
Well, the public service, there's all sorts of strange decisions taken, and people are suspended for years without anything happening on full pay.
Okay. You have not answered to the question.
Oh, sorry, why did I not? You say, why did I not?
Is that the practice in the public service that a political head or an administrative head can just be instructed to act like that?
Well, he'd been deployed, but he wasn't. What I was told, and the Honourable James says otherwise, I was told that it was a deployment from another fixed position. So you weren't moving him out of his position, you were just moving the deployment to project manager, the task team. You're not moving him, shuffling him around in the police itself. If the information I'd been given that he was still based in ORS was correct, you're just saying that he must move if the task team. If I'm asking you to disband him.
Dr. De Haas has said that stop this deployment, and the minister must do it and go to a committee of parliament and say, the reason why General Khumalo was stopped was because I was instructed by Dr. De Haas to do it. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Listen, we are investigating.
No.
We are investigating interference.
Yeah. Well, it was a request. Most of my requests ignored.
You are using the word must. You are not requesting.
Oh, I must. Yes, he must. Because if the task team was disbanded, then he should go anyway, shouldn't he? I don't know.
Okay.
More or less, anyway. I mean,
the last is what Honourable Nhlanhla referred you to, that there is a principle that when you hear a story on one side, you must also verify it on the other. Audi alteram partem principle in law.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
So
but
there are families that have lost their loved ones.
yes,
When you talk about these political killings, you talk about human beings who have lost their lives.
absolutely.
And their families have not closed these chapters.
And
I want to know, because you say you are a researcher, in your research work, have you ever chosen some of these families as participants for observation?
I'm in touch with them. I haven't. Look, let me just explain.
I want to.
I'm not it's not a formal research project. It's a human rights intervention. I deal with a lot of families who want closure.
Yes, I want to know, did you check with any of those families to hear how they feel about the letter you were about to write?
Well, the letter I was writing referred specifically to cases that I had.
The PKTT is investigating cases that involve families that have lost their children.
Well,
and then you write a letter to say this task team must be disbanded without those families having got relief that is sought in law.
But the detectives are still
I want to check with you whether you were able to check with these families, how do they feel about the performance of the PKTT?
Well, I've heard from them. One of the reasons that money was raised was for the Magaka family because they're fed up with sitting there for nothing happening with the political killings team taking over when there was a sign of hope initially. And that was why the money was raised to pay a lawyer to get the hitman to tell the story for the family, and the family were very grateful. I wasn't to say they weren't to investigate, they were just to go to proper detective units.
Yeah, but
keep
the point that I want to get to is, don't you feel that your action obstructed those families from getting justice?
But why would it if the same detective just moved to another unit?
You say that you are a human rights activist, isn't it? Families are sitting here, they want to get justice because they have lost their loved ones. And then a team that has been appointed to investigate those cases, you say it must be disbanded. If one of those family members say, we could not get justice because of the actions of Dr. Mary de Haas, what is your response?
I would want to say what was the basis on which they said it if the very same cases are still being investigated and if they've got to the stage they're in court. The disbandment of the team is not going to impact on that. It's just going to put all the detectives back in the proper units, which are headed by detectives of a nature of, say, a brigadier.
As a justice activist, after gathering this information, incomplete, inconclusive as it was, why didn't you forward it, for instance, to the Human Rights Commission and say, there is this evidence that I gathered, but I may not have the capacity to investigate it further. And I don't want to create a wrong impression to government that the PKTT is unnecessary, is wasteful, is unable to live up to its mandate. Why didn't you go to the Human Rights Commission and say, investigate this matters further?
Well, I'm sorry to say this. I've had really bad experience of the Human Rights Commission not doing anything. That's why I didn't go.
So you say your attitude towards them is more about bias?
Look, I've been to the Human Rights Commission. I begged them to look at what was happening in Cleveland. They wouldn't touch it. Somebody in the Gender Commission wrote to them and said, I've done what I can for the women in Cleveland. Will you please investigate it? They didn't. I've sent them reports. I gave them a report on torture. They asked me to give it to them and they did nothing about it. So I thought it would probably sit there. I mean, in one case, when I asked them to do something, it became, well, what do you expect us to do? I said, I've asked you to do this. It's about illegal land invasions, and here are all the court papers. What more can I do? And that was the end of it. I mean, I'm sorry, but it didn't even occur to me because I've had no joy at all out of the Human Rights Commission.
The many withdrawals that you have made from your statement today and your oral presentation, are you not worried that might have been damaging to your reputation, especially amongst your peers?
No, I mean, what withdrawals did I make except to concede that for you it's hearsay evidence and a couple of mistakes in the grammar of things? I mean, I never pretended that I was telling you anything that it was myself who knew and has not been verified. Nowhere have I done that. I'm giving you information that was told to me independently and are saying the same sorts of things about abuses and fabrication. And it came on the end of other complaints I've been having over the years about cases, etc., and the opacity of the fact that there was no proper oversight of this team. It came as a result of that. There's nothing in here that I don't stand by, unless there's a few things like, for example, that I could have worded differently, you know, about the political killings team, when I should have said that it happened after they took it over, that the cases were withdrawn when they had been in court. And I don't know the reasons for it. But I must also tell you that I was given very short notice to put everything together. I can't just drop everything. I'd just come back from working flat out on other commitments I had, including about land issues and a conference. Thought I was going to catch up. And then I got computer and things that took me much longer. And you wanted all the documentation. I had to look out, send everything I could. But then I had to somehow, within a very short space of time, put it together in an affidavit. So I stand by the content of my affidavit. I'm saying the wording in place. I concede that obviously it's hearsay. I've made it clear, and I only put that part about intelligence in because I was specifically asked to. And I've made it clear that these are allegations I don't know. But what I do know is that there's been no proper oversight of intelligence since because when the Mufamadi report said it's urgent, it took 6 years to get the legislation through and only signed into law this year. So we don't know what's going on in intelligence. So I was very concerned about that. I put it in because I was specifically asked to do so. All I could speak about was really my experience with the task team. And I've done that, and I've conceded that for you it's hearsay because I'm saying it.
Thank you so much. I think I must not ask further questions. Let me check with the SC if you have questions that you want to ask.
Thank you. Mr. Hahn, you must be quite disappointed that the PKTT is still in existence and that Lieutenant General Khumalo is still the project leader and General Mkhwanazi playing a prominent role in it.
They have moved back to their bases, most of them, but the cases they're handling are in court still. As I said, it didn't affect the families of cases they're still dealing. There are, even if you look at that list that I had on Mkhunu's statement, they've got a whole list of cases that are still in court. So it just means they're situated somewhere else doing those cases, presumably with a detective team. I know that some of them, because I've asked police at different areas.
I just asked you for a yes or no, ma'am.
Yeah.
Because we also heard that they have additional cases. I think 9 new additional cases.
I hadn't followed that up, I must admit.
And we also...
Yeah, I am disappointed if they've been given new cases, indeed.
So to the extent that the decision to disband the PKTT is attributed to you and your letter to the minister, erstwhile minister of 24 October 2024, it didn't quite pan out like that, did it?
Sorry,
I say it didn't quite work out like that, to the extent that the decision by Minister Mchunu to disband the PKTT is somehow attributed to you, and the letter you wrote to him on the 24th of October didn't quite work out like that.
Well, I mean, I had no indication whatsoever that I would take the blame for it. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, I think initially there were excuses found to delay it, and that was agreed they could handle cases. But certainly, if there were new cases, I don't know why. But I mean, the other serious thing, and I've written to the new minister about it, is that, and I think I put it in, I may have added it, that at the moment there are serious allegations that there's an attempt to move the current Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Detectives, to force him out, to put in charge another man who's operational response, in charge of detectives. But I can't deal with that. I'm just passing the information on to the new minister to ask Masemola about it.
The acting minister did appear before this honourable committee just last week, I think, a short while ago, and certainly was not opposed to the existence of the PKTT and continuing their good work.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't follow that last week. I'm just so busy with other things that I don't have time to sit and listen to everything, so I've missed a lot of it. Yeah.
Did you also miss the fact that despite your complaints, which are catalogued certainly from your affidavit from October 2021, when you wrote to General Mkhwanazi about General Khumalo, and then subsequently in your affidavit before us today, and in letters, the letter to Minister Mchunu on the 31st of October, your follow-up letter of the 13th of November 2024, it seems to be all about Khumalo. But the fact of the matter is, he's still in charge of the PKTT. Is there something wrong with him or something wrong with you?
Well, I don't know why a man who's an operational response man should be in charge of the political killings team. I don't understand it.
Well,
and I mean, that's all I can say, basically.
You are also here today to assist us.
Yeah, I'm trying.
With your expertise in this field, you've been in this field for 40 years. Now, we hear, and it's surprising that there's no reference by you to the appearance before the senior police management, together with Minister Mchunu at the time, on the 5th of March, they appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Police.
I saw reference, I have seen reference to
there was a subsequent meeting on the 27th of March. There were submissions made by General Masemola to extend the team and for an additional budget. There was also a counter submission by General Sabia, and yet the team remains in place. Lieutenant General Khumalo actually made the presentation for the PKTT before the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March. So clearly, our National Commissioner doesn't have any problems with someone you say is an operational person and who's not a detective being the head of this team. It wasn't General Mkhwanazi, it was General Masemola.
Yeah, but they're old working relationship. They're very close, the three of them. They went off and did rhino poaching duties together, and so they're old colleagues, and of course they'll support each other. That's the way it works.
So why that's called teamwork? What's wrong with is it something sinister about these three working together?
Well, if they're doing detective work, I think it is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much, honorable members, Dr. De Haas and the staff.
Point of order, Chair. You can't continue calling Ms. De Haas doctor. We agreed and she agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no.
I didn't buy my doctorate anyway. And I can tell you some people do. They have it ghost written for them.
Dr. De Haas.
I'm with you there, Danny. I'm with you.
Sorry.
Dr. De Haas. The University of Rhodes has recognized you with an honorary
Yes, you
doctorate.
can. Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay.
You can have a copy of the letter if you wish.
In terms of practice, you are called a doctor when you are within the premises of the university that has conferred that doctorate to you. And when you come out of the premises, it's not compulsory to be addressed as a doctor.
No.
But it does not mean that you may not be addressed as a doctor. Yeah, but it's not compulsory. It's not like a person who has done a PhD.
You better.
So we want to thank you so much for the time that you spent with us today, especially a citizen of advanced age like yourself. The last session has been longer than normal because we went for about 4 hours without a break, but nevertheless, we want to thank you so much. Honorable members, we have approved a timetable last week, and then the legal team called me and requested that there should be some amendments. And then I agreed to them. I said, we will bring those amendments to the committee for ratification because they had to do work and schedule witnesses. So in terms of the schedule for this week, tomorrow, Mr. Cedric Nkabinde will come back. The proceedings are at Good Hope Chambers. And then the head of procurement at the SAPS, Lieutenant General Dimpane Fani, will be coming on Thursday. So there was also another proposal that General Musikidi must come on Friday. And the chief whip has informed me during break that he engaged with you. And then the general feeling amongst yourselves is that because the statement is only less than 10 pages, we will do Lieutenant General Msikidi and Lieutenant General Dimpane on Tuesday in Pretoria next week. And then the following day on Wednesday will be Mr. Matala, Wednesday and Thursday and probably Friday, depending on whether we are unable to finish on those days. Can I check if honorable members ratify this proposal? Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, on behalf of the MK Party, we just want to confirm that indeed the Chief Whip of the ANC engaged us during lunch, and we agreed to his proposal. We think that, but our proposition, Chair, was that we take witnesses for Friday back to Thursday. We combine them on Thursday, both of them, because their statements are not are not big. They are very small, so we can do them on one day. But if we do the other on Tuesday, we don't have a problem. For as long as we're not going to schedule for one day each witness with a very small testimony, we don't have a problem. So we agree, Chair. But also, we said that we would like to put it to you, Chair, or to request rather, that we must consider not closing with everybody. We must push at least to the first or second week of December. So we must persuade staff members to bear with us, because we don't want this equation where this committee dies, or its significance rather, dies a natural death because of unjustifiable delays and requests for extensions. So if we can push, because we did make an undertaking when we were starting here, that we are ready to even work on weekends. I can see that now people are making all sorts of excuses. But we are ready as the MK Party, and we are persuading members. And if there are arrangements that must be made for staff members, they must be made now. Arrangements of, with HR. But that is a kind plea that we want to put to the committee. Thank you very much.
Let me just understand the witnesses of Friday, because we are now left with 2 days. It will be, tomorrow is Wednesday. It will be Mr. Nkabinde tomorrow. And then Thursday is the head of procurement is General Fani. So General Msikidi was supposed to be coming on Friday. So in terms of the proposal is that because General Dimpane is coming next week Tuesday, and their statements are smaller, like you say, both of them would be done on Tuesday next week, before the appearance of Mr. Matlala. So it means Friday there is not going to be any activity in terms of the proposal that the Chief Whip is making.
No, we don't have a problem, Chair.
Okay. Any other comment? Agreed, we are coming to that. And the second matter, honorable members, I have requested Bonani that they must circulate those public submissions with yourselves. Because if we go to a meeting and they are presented one by one without you having gone through them, the meeting may take us the whole day. So for us to have a business-like meeting, it will be good that they circulate those submissions with yourselves. We will check your traveling times on Monday and then decide when to slot a meeting on that Monday before, so that we can deal with those public submissions and determine how they must be processed going forward. And then probably next week, I mean the week that we are in Pretoria, we may have to look at how we conclude the other activities the way Honorable Nomvalo is suggesting. If we can work until the end of the first week or the second week of December, let's think about it and see which are the witnesses. I think the legal team will also advise on the possibility of consultations and other logistics that they may have to get into, so that we have some few witnesses in the first week or the first 2 weeks of December. Agreed? Yeah, SC.
Chair, for tomorrow for Ngabinde, can I just request through you that the honourable members bring the original Ngabinde statement? Because this evening, while we were sitting here, we received what they now call a supplementary statement, which is not the same.
It has been circulated to the member. It's a supplementary statement. And we also expect you tomorrow when we start, because I'm going to announce that we start at 11 o'clock. We also expect from you that you don't start afresh. You continue from where we left off. No. Remember that the part of the mistakes we agreed on it, that we don't recognize it. So tomorrow, when we resume, it's just a continuation. And then, so that we don't spend a lot of time on evidence. And SC, I'm not saying that you must half-bake your processes, but the general feeling amongst members now is that we are halfway in our process, and most of the information that appears before the committee is now a repetition. But that does not mean that when you lead evidence, you must just rush very quickly to conclude. But the members' request is that you must be mindful that having listened to key witnesses that appeared before us, except those others that may have to come, maybe Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi, General Dumisani, Umalo, Brown Mokhozi, who else? Olo Sullivan. Those that have come before us already, it has been a merry-go-round. Just mind the pun when I say merry-go-round. Yeah, I think that is the plea that the members are making. So tomorrow when we start at 11, the expectation should be that somewhere around 13 hours or 1 hour when we come back from the break, we should conclude the evidence so that members can start asking questions. Does it make sense, SC? Do you agree with that? Okay. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. Tomorrow, we are starting at Honorable Skosana.
Okay. Chair, just a quick question. Can you ask Tani, does she know Honorable Julius Malema? Because I see he's not here today.
No. Hey.
You missed the CIC.
No, Matthias, don't respond. I want to close the meeting. Just if there is anything that you should say is, if there is anything that you should say is say, Chair, when are you closing the meeting? Honorable members, the meeting is adjourned. Tomorrow, 11 o'clock, Good Hope Chambers. Thank you so much. Yeah.
No, it's okay, but I think it's being I would go in ask.
Wow, Mary de Haas, I never expected it. I never, ever expected it. Wow. My phone is misbehaving. I'm trying to watch and see who's there. I can at least say goodbye. Wow. I never expected it. I don't expect many of you to be here. This was a time warp. This was like going into a weird spaceship. Wow. Yo, my merry-go-round. Next level. So there we go. That's what she had to say. I don't know what she said. But yeah, that's her story and she is sticking with it. So there we go. Next level. Wow. Wow, so many of you are here. So many of you are here. Thanks for joining Aurora Light. Domgaise, Masbugo. If you're still here. Adam Musa. Teresa Smuts. Yeah, wow. This was some kind of spaceship. Yo, Mlungis. Yeah. Yo. And today at the same time, while Mlungis, you are saying, "Ay bandla, this woman, you don't know, Brown Mkhwanazi was James Bond 007 on the other side. He can jump from buildings. He can do all the things that James Bond can do. Yo. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Shozi. Thank you. Yo, what a weird, I don't even know what happened. This was just the weirdest thing ever. Yo, I did a video saying that after today, I'll come back. No, but I've got nothing to say. So literally, I think the only person worth hearing now is Kat Matlala and maybe Paul O'Sullivan. But I think we've heard enough. We've heard both sides of the story. We've heard the Mkhwanazi side. It all came with facts, dates, times, case numbers, clarity, answers. And then we've heard the Mchunu side. Not a single person on the accused side ever answers a simple question. They end up saying, Ish, 1 + 1, can you answer me? Let's practice, 1 + 1. And she still doesn't say 2. So it's pretty clear what's going on here, and we've seen enough. And with Mkhotsi today saying his explanation is that he's James Bond, I think that should have been when we closed all the commissions and ad hoc committee. Thanks, guys, we got it. So I guess you're pretty much saying we must run 100% with Mkhwanazi's allegations as true, because they're not even willing to just bring one fact that dislodges something. They don't want to answer nothing. Mary de Haas basically told us she has superpowers. She writes a letter and a minister copies and pastes it, and it's a coincidence. So, wow, isn't she talented? So anyway, cheers everybody. Good night.